Hello, good afternoon. Let's start. Good afternoon, class. Hi. Okay, the microphone is not properly attached, so bear with me if the volume goes up and down a little bit. Okay, so today we're looking at, we're moving in to talking about consciousness and Nagel's article, What is it like to be a bat? And yeah, anyway, there should be a subtitle there, by one who knows. But anyway, we'll carry on with this article on Wednesday and on Friday. So we'll take things a little bit slower from now on. We won't be blasting through articles at quite the rate we have been going. On Friday and on Monday, we'll look at Huxley's article on the hypothesis that animals are automata and its history. So Nagel's main point in this article is quite abstract, but it's very, very powerful. If you get it, it gives a very clear way of articulating what the real problems are in thinking about consciousness and how it relates to the physical. His first point, I think you can put like this. The only way you can find out about consciousness is through the use of the imagination. That is the only way you can access facts about someone's or some animal's mental life. You might think, well, describing something as physical and thinking about it imaginatively, they're just different ways of describing the same thing. But his point is that's not right. They're not different ways of describing the same thing. They couldn't be. And he says, for that reason, a science of consciousness, an objective account of consciousness, is simply impossible. The thing makes no sense. And when you think it through, that seems to have quite surprising implications for how we think of the sense in which we are free to do what we want to do. I'll come on to that at the end. So he starts out by glossing what it means when you talk about something as conscious. I mean, you might wonder, are sea slugs conscious? Are snails conscious? Which animals are conscious? That seems to be a real question. I mean, it seems to be actually quite an important question when you're thinking about animal rights and what kinds of experiments you can do on animals and so on. Which ones are conscious? I said, well, here's an initial gloss. The fact that an organism has conscious experience means basically that there's something it is like to be that organism. So there's something it's like to be you, there's something it's like to be me. There presumably isn't something it's like to be a hamburger or a slice of bacon. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If you ask, what's it like being a chair? It has no sensible answer. If you ask, what's it like being an octopus? That should have a good answer. And you can round it out into an equation. An organism has conscious mental states if and only if there's something it's like to be that organism. Something that the world is like for the organism. And he makes the point, bats, well, he focuses on bats, basically because bats are really very strange animals. They're very alien animals. I once talked to a student about bats, and he told me that he'd been woken up in the night once by a bat. This was a very large guy. This was a rugby player. He was being woken up in the night by a bat in his bedroom. A bat had got into his bedroom, and he didn't think about it. He didn't blink. He just shot out of the room and straight down the hall and into a cupboard. And as he stood there, all 16 stone of him, palpitating in the cupboard, he slowly pulled himself together and thought, it's only a tiny little bat. I'll just go out and face it. and he opened the door of the cupboard a crack, and the bat had got out of his bedroom and was making long swoops up and down the corridor. So he stepped back into the cupboard. If you've seen it, their behavior is so strange. They kind of flitter. They don't occupy a regular flight path. They don't see very well, hence the expression blind as a bat. But they do navigate incredibly well. In 1790, someone discovered this by putting silk threads through a room in the darkness, and the bats navigated their way to the food just fine in pitch darkness, showing that they weren't using sight to navigate. So he then stopped up their ears and found that they couldn't navigate nearly so well, showing that ears were involved. But it wasn't until the 1930s that people discovered that what they're doing is they're sending out very loud pulses of sound, about 130 decibels, very, very fast. So 10 pulses a second to 200 pulses a second, something like that. And they listen for the echoes. So this is a very complex system they're using to find their way around in the dark. You send out this very loud burst of sound. 10 pulses a second is quite slow, and when they're doing it like that, what they do is, if you make such a loud noise, you might deafen yourself. So they kind of stop up their ears very briefly while they send the thing out. Then they wait for the echo, again in fractions of a second. Wait for the echo, and then they do it again, and they keep doing that. The other technique they have, that lets them know where insects are. They're trying to catch insects in flight in pitch darkness, so it's got to be a very precise system. And the other thing they do is send out pitches that are so high they can't hear them. So that's how they avoid deafening themselves using that procedure. And then when the echo comes back, it's Doppler shifted down to a range of hearing. So try and imagine that. What's it like catching insects like that? Can you visualize it? Does your sense of hearing allow you to picture what it would be like hearing that and being able to catch an insect in flight on the basis of it? There's something very alien about them. You can't really get a fix. Most people around the think they can't really get a fix on what the inner life is like of a bat that's operating like that. I mean, Nagel's point here is just, if you're trapped in a barn with a bat, you know it's not like you, that thing. Whatever it's doing, it's not the same thing as you're doing. And whatever its experience is like, it's not the same kind of experience you're having. If you try and imagine what the mental life of a bat is like, the trouble is you have to use your own conscious life, your own experience, as the model on which you construct your impression of what the bat's experience is going to be like. You've got to start out from your own experiences. And your own experiences are so far removed from those of the bat that they don't give you a model. You can do it the other way around. You can try to imagine someone else's view of a room. You can imagine the view I get of the room, all those bright, alert, intelligent, inquiring faces. I can imagine the view you get of the room, the lonely, heroic figure at the front, toiling to remember what the next point was. What was the next? Anyway, but there you're exploiting the fact that we have a lot of similarities with each other. You are using your senses, your sensory experience of the room, as a model from which to construct what my sensory experience of the room would be like. And we do that the whole time. That's one of the basic ways we have knowledge of each other's minds. But Nagel's point is, to the extent you could try to look and behave like a wasp or a bat, you could strap wings onto yourself and try to move very quickly. But still, that would just be the experience of someone with a structure of wings strapped onto them. It wouldn't be the experience of a bat. to really be able to imagine the experience of a bat, you would need to have bits of your brain have bat brain substituted, if you see what I mean. You would need to be made to be more like a bat yourself. And it's not really clear that it makes any sense to talk about that. It's doubtful that any meaning can be attached to the supposition that I should possess the internal neurophysiological condition of a bat. I mean, that would be too high a price to pay, right? It's not clear it would be you anymore if you were changed so radically neurophysiologically. So there are going to be limits on what we can imagine. And what that means is, since there are these limits on what we can imagine, there are going to be animals like the bat, maybe the octopus, whose conscious life is not imaginable by us. We could do this till the end of time, and we will not know what the conscious experience of a bat is like. You can't form any conception of what that's like. Now, with bats, you could tear the bat apart cell by cell and get a complete physical understanding of it. You could get a complete functional understanding of how the whole thing is wired up, how it's all connected. But you will still not know what its conscious life is like. You will still be missing the thing that seems so, how should I say, haunting and elusive. What the world is like for it. What it's like to be catching insects by that method. And you can have a rough schematic understanding if you're responsible for the care and husbandry of bats. You might know things like when they've been injured, when they're hurt, when they're hungry, and so on. But their mental life has a more specific character than that, than just these broad outlines, like now it's asleep, now it's awake, now it's hungry. When you want to know what its experience is like when it's hunting, when you want to get the details of that, that's where your own conscious life lets you down. You can't imaginatively understand that. So, because we have these limits in our imagination, there are going to be truths about the world, truths about what the conscious life of other animals are like, that you can't know to be true, and you can't even understand what they are. You couldn't even formulate what they are. What this shows you is that if you can't use imagination to get at facts about the subjective life of an animal, then nothing else will do. It is only imagination that will allow you to find out about the inner life of an animal. It's natural to think of imagination as not really a way of knowing about anything, just a kind of make-believe. But that's not right. Imagination is your central way of knowing about consciousness. And if you can't use imagination, there is no substitute. Any substitute for imagination you might like to try, we have in the case of the bat. But none of it works. None of it tells us what the experience of the bat is like. Okay? I sometimes wonder if it would help to release a bat into the room so I could say, now do you see? But is that all right? Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to release one, but what I mean is that's crystal clear? Okay. Well, you might say that surely this is pushing things a bit too far when Nagel says this. I mean, the way that we naturally, I think, when we're thinking about the science of consciousness, tend to think about it is there are different ways of describing the brain or the mind. I mean, you can describe what's going on with someone mentally, subjectively. So your imaginative exercise of projecting yourself into someone's mental life, that's a way of giving you a take on them. That it's just a way. I mean, if you're saying, imagine how sad Bill must feel right now, then when you do that, you're trying to imagine how sad Bill must feel right now. That might be a condition of his amygdala. So that condition of his amygdala could be described a different way. That's, I think, a very natural way to think about it. You've got subjective ways of thinking about that condition of the amygdala, when you imagine how sad he must be feeling, and you've got the objective way of thinking about it, when you just describe the way the brain physiology is. And that's what all the people we've been thinking about so far are doing. I mean, functionalists are saying, look, being conscious just is being in a functional state like S4. So you remember S4 and S2. Dear old S4 and S2. I could go over them again if you like, but no, okay, you've had quite enough of that. But S4 and S2, these are objective descriptions of how bits of your brain are wired up. So you could think, well, having this kind of mental life from the inside, that I can imagine from the inside, that on the left, that's just the same thing as having this objective functional state. Or if someone says pain is C fiber firing, what they're saying is, when you imagine what pain is, you know from the inside what pain is. You imagine feeling the pain, and you know that you're imagining the very same thing as C fiber firing. Or a behaviorist says, anger is just a tendency to behave in a certain way. And that's what Carnap was trying to do. He was trying to describe objectively the behavior that someone exhibits when they're excited or angry or whatever, where excitement and anger are states that you understand imaginatively. So the picture is, you say, well, there's pain and there's C fiber firing, and it's really the same thing. This is characterizing it subjectively, this is characterizing it objectively. And the point I kept making against the functionalist was, there could be different ways of being in pain. You might have C fibers, an octopus might have X fibers, but if they're playing the same functional role, maybe that's all it needs for them to be what pain really is. A dualist is actually doing the same kind of thing. And a dualist says, well, it's not physical, but there's a kind of ectoplasm, there's a kind of goop that your mind is made of, a kind of ghostly goop. And you could actually make the same point about that. You could say, well, pain is really ectoplasmic C fibers. If you think it really helps to say there's a soul here, then that's the kind of thing you must be thinking. There's some kind of stuff here, not physical stuff, and it's a matter of the ectoplasm being in condition C. And you might say, well, there could be different ways, different kinds of ectoplasm. Maybe there could be ectoplasmic X fibers too. There could be variable realizability, even of the soul. But anyway, it's just the same thing both times. And Nagel's point is, you think of that as being in the model of lightning is electrical discharge due to ionization. So you say, here's the way I ordinarily think of lightning as something like that. I get this, wow, gee whiz, stark experience. And then you're told, no, and that's actually just the same thing as electrical discharge due to ionization. So pain, the feeling of pain is like seeing the lightning, and then you're told, well, it's really just electrical discharge due to ionization, it's really just C fiber firing, or X fiber firing, or functional role, or whatever. And here's Nagel's point. When you're thinking about the model of the lightning, there's a distinction between how the lightning strikes you and what the lightning really is. So this is how it's striking you, and then there's a full analysis of electrical discharge, in terms of electrical discharge. So you've got that contrast between how it strikes you and how it is in itself. But now think how it goes with pain. You say, well, the pain, there's how it strikes you, and then there's a C fiber firing. That's really what it is in itself. But if you think that's the contrast, that's what you must be thinking when you say pain is C fiber firing. There's how the pain strikes you, and there's how the pain is in itself. But in the case of pain, if you just think about this distinction for a moment, there is no such difference. There's no distinction to be drawn here between how pain strikes you and how it is in itself. How the pain strikes you is the whole truth about the pain. There's no more to the pain than how it strikes you. There is more to lightning than how it strikes you. Because lightning is not itself a subjective phenomenon. Lightning is something perfectly objective happening in the atmosphere. But here we're trying to talk about consciousness. Here we're trying to talk about the subjective state itself. And the subjective state itself is the way things strike you. It is the striking. It's not the any external correlate. So there's no such contrast as how it's striking you and how it is in itself. All there is here is how the pain strikes you. That's what the subjective state is. So if you're saying, I just want to think about the conscious state, I want to focus on the conscious state, then all that stuff about C fiber firings, ectoplasm, just drops away. All we're talking about here is the feeling. There can't be such a thing as giving an objective analysis of it. Here's Nagel, and I think what is really a key passage from that article. He says, if the subjective character of experience is fully comprehensible only from one point of view, then any shift to greater objectivity, that is, less attachment to a specific viewpoint, does not take us nearer to the real nature of the phenomenon. It takes us further away from it. If you start talking about C fiber firing, it may be great biology, but you have left behind the subjective experience. You've just changed the subject. You're talking about something else. And here are the key, what I think are the key terms here. The subjective character of experience is fully comprehensible only from one point of view. Now, when you think about it, that is really the moral of the story about the bat. You can access the bat from a human point of view, all right. You can look at the thing completely objectively. You can find out the whole story about the bat objectively, but you don't get an account there of its subjective life. You still don't know from all that objective study what the bat's subjective experience is. So you just change the subject. You're just talking about something else here. So once you shift, in the case of a human, from the thing you can imagine, human pain, you can imagine that only from your human point of view. And then you shift to something that Martians that don't feel pain could know about, namely the C fiber firing. Then you haven't found out about what the thing actually is. You've just started talking about something different. So I think that's Nagel's point in that passage. Thinking about things subjectively and thinking about them objectively are not different ways of thinking about the same thing. The different things you're talking about. Okay? No one wants to speak up for science here? Or dualism, or functionalism, or behaviorism, or what was the other one? Central state materialism. I mean, you realize, this is what I say, this is very abstract, the way Nagel puts things, but it's very powerful. If this is correct, then every single approach we've looked at so far goes out the window. And also the idea of a scientific study of consciousness goes out of the window. But we're all happy with that? Yes?
How would you study consciousness? Only one person can study one consciousness.
Well, if you think about how you do it, on Nagel's analysis anyway, it's through the use of the imagination. And you could think of what goes on when you're learning about other people as learning to imagine how the world is from other people's points of view. Yeah? There's actually a famous experiment that was done at this university with children about, I think about 12, I may be garbling the story a little bit, something like this, children about 14 months and children at about 18 months. Now, children at 14 months or 18 months, none of them are very keen on broccoli, and they all like candy. So even children of Berkeley academics are like this, apparently. And so what happens is, in the test, the experimenter asks the children to feed her from one of two bowls, candy or broccoli. And she registers great distaste for the candy. Oh, I don't like that, that's awful. And real love for the broccoli. And at 14 months, the children all feed her candy. They want to help, but they just can't get it that another person might really prefer the broccoli. Whatever she's saying, they think, you don't mean that. Right? That's just a joke. you don't understand. At 18 months, and I may have the age is slightly wrong here. It's not very wrong, but it may be a little bit wrong. But at the later age, they do get it. I mean, they're nice children, they want to help, but it's a few months later that they get it, that the experimenter might have different desires to them. Yeah? It's a step in your learning about other people to grasp that other people might have different desires to you. Well, this is just a side note, but this happens just on the edge of the terrible twos, when children will deliberately act in violation of their parents' desires. And the natural interpretation is that at this age, they've just figured out that other people might have different desires than them. And then the next question is, what of it? Suppose your desires are different from mine. What's going to happen? Let's put this to the test. And that's why they act up so much between 2 and 3. But the thing is, that goes on your whole life, right? That you just keep learning about people who have quite different mental lives than you, and you are learning to imaginatively understand other people. I mean, that's one reason why reading books is supposed to be a good idea. I mean, reading novels is supposed to be something that's good for you in some way. It's not meant to be just a bunch of entertaining stories. You're meant to learn something about other people, but how can that be? Because, you know, I read this book about a whole bunch of people that you made up, and then that helps me understand other people. How does that work? Well, the natural answer there is that when you do that kind of thing, you are educating your imagination. You are learning something about how to expand your imaginative understanding of other people. So that would be what you mean by a study of consciousness. It's quite different to saying it's when you have synchronized self-firing in V4. You see what I mean? It's a quite different approach to the study of consciousness, that it keeps imagination as the only way of finding out about consciousness.
How do you know if you're right or wrong? Your imagination is right.
How do you know? Well, just the way you ordinarily do know, you know. I wonder if the dean will give me a raise. I go to see her. I think I've timed it just right. How do I find out if I called that right or wrong? Well, yeah, that's just what life is like. You try and imaginatively understand what's going on with other people, and there are outcomes if it's right or wrong. Yeah. Yep. Why can't it be part of the imagination, science? I think, well, it depends what science has many mansions. I mean, you would think anthropology, after all, is a science, or the developmental psychology of the kind I just described is after all, scientific. And that is teaching you something about how our minds work, all right. Even Nagel would have to accept that as teaching us something about how the mind works. All I mean is the kind of approaches, the kind of scientific approaches that you find in cognitive psychology, where you're looking at functionalist or physiological approaches to the brain basis of consciousness. They don't seem to be helping much. It's hard to see how they would be helping. So yeah, I'm probably speaking incorrectly in using science quite as broadly, in as underspecified a way as I am. I really mean quite specifically these approaches we've been considering so far. Though I should say, you know, these are the dominant approaches to the scientific analysis of consciousness. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So would any scientific approach to the mind be undermined by this Nagel's argument?
That's right. That's his point. Maybe I'll just go on a little bit, and because in the next section I just want to elaborate the critique of a scientific approach to consciousness. You want to come back on that? Okay. So, if you ask, what is science doing? What is science anyway? The one thing that I guess every scientist would agree on is science is objective. Science is trying to describe the world objectively. It's trying to describe the world on which you have a point of view. You come into this world, you find yourself in this world, it was there before you were, and you have a point of view on it, but it's there quite independently of you. And science is trying to describe that stuff that is there completely independently of you. So, human scientists and Martian scientists should all be able to communicate because they're talking about the same objective world. Martian scientists may have X-ray vision and not human vision. They may not have hearing, but they are finding out about the same world as us. The periodic table will be the same for them as it is for us. Science is objective. It doesn't matter what your take on the world is. All the scientists are trying to get at the same objective thing. But subjective phenomena of consciousness, are essentially tied to a single point of view. If you're feeling pain, that's something about how the world is from your point of view. If the bat is getting whatever kind of sensory impression it's getting as it goes after these insects, then that's tied to its point of view on the world. Facts about consciousness, subjective facts, are all essentially tied to a single point of view. So when you try to give an objective physical description of what is objectively going on here, you are bound to miss out that stuff that can be accessed only from one point of view. There's actually a contradiction in the idea. I mean, that's partly why it's so, there is something kind of gee whiz about the idea of a scientific study of consciousness. And the reason it's gee whiz is that it's actually a contradiction. It doesn't make any sense. The objective study of the subjective life, these are two different things, what you can study objectively and the subjective life. So any attempt to characterize objectively the box and arrow functional organization of something, or the physiology of whatever organism you like, the human or the bat or whatever it is, that's what people are trying to do when they give these analyses of consciousness, is say objectively what is going on here. You have this functional organization, you have this physiology. That's objectively what is happening. But that's an objective description. Your understanding of bat consciousness is not going to advance an inch by any amount of this stuff. When you are watching the bat, something I didn't know is that it's not known why bats like to hang upside down. But anyway, they do. And you're not going to understand anything about the mental life of the bat just by knowing a whole bunch about its functional organization or physiology. But when you think that applies to the bat, the same point applies to human consciousness. Human consciousness is something that you understand only by that kind of imaginative exercise. What people do when they give functional analyses of human mental life or talk about the physiology of the brain is just the same kind of stuff that we have so easily available in the case of the bat. But if in the case of the bat is not telling us anything about the bat's mental life, it's not telling us anything in the human case either. In the human case, we already know through the exercise of imagination what someone else's subjective experiences are like. You just know that on the basis of common sense, being a regular person. You happen to have that as well as a scientific account. But the scientific account is not illuminating anything for you about what the subjective experience of another human is like. So if you ask, could we explain in functional terms what it is to be conscious? Could we explain in physical terms what it is to be conscious? the argument is, no, you couldn't. You couldn't do it in the case of the bat, and similarly, you're not doing it in the case of the human either. So you can't give a scientific account of human consciousness at all. Now, dualism, from the perspective of this analysis, dualism is just spectacularly missing the point. Physical stuff is objectively there, and there are real problems in understanding how conscious experience can be just something going on in this physical stuff. And dualism says, well, I see, so the mind is not physical stuff, therefore it must be some non-physical stuff. But the non-physical stuff is just as objective as the physical stuff. You're going to have exactly the same problems in understanding how there could be a point of view anchored in some objectively there non-physical stuff as there are in understanding how a point of view could be anchored in physical stuff. Dualism just really completely misses the point. So this is an argument against physicalism. It says you can't have a physicalistic understanding of the mind. But it's not an argument for saying, so there is some spooky non-physical stuff here. If that's your reaction, then you haven't got what the problem is. The problem is the mind can't be any constituent of the objective world at all. It's a much more radical problem than this kind of answer suggests. Okay, so that's the objection to the idea of a scientific study of consciousness. Does that? Okay. So I'm not trying to overwhelm you. Yeah, are you happy with that? That shows there can't be a scientific study of consciousness? Okay. Where are all the cog sci majors? Yeah. Yes, good. Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't our subjective experiences and our whole subjective life does not arise from some objective reality about how we are built up? Because, I mean, life forms have evolved over a really long time from basic elements to the vastly complicated system that we are now.
Right.
And somehow along that way, we've developed this capacity for consciousness.
Right.
I mean, perhaps it's right that we can't describe what consciousness is, but I think we can certainly describe how it arises.
Yes. You're saying there must be such a thing as explaining from an evolutionary point of view how consciousness has arisen.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty powerful. I mean, everyone agrees that consciousness requires some kind of biological complexity. If you take shellfish or something like that, amoeba, then nobody says they're bacteria. Nobody says they're conscious because they're just not complex enough. So you would think there must be some story to be told about how this complexity is generating consciousness. Yeah? Well, I mean, if you get the force of this kind of point, then it's actually in principle impossible to tell the story in detail. You say somehow at some point consciousness has arisen, but if all we're working with is complexity, then that's just more functional structure. And in the case of the bat, for example, we know all about the bat's functional structure without knowing anything about how the world is for the bat. So we're not going to be able to give in detail an analysis of how the complexity, biological complexity, is generating consciousness. If it was just a matter of functional structure, then we'd be home. The whole problem is not a matter of functional. It's not just a matter of functional structure. So you might find that, well, animals that we intuitively want to call conscious arise at particular points on the in evolutionary time. That could certainly happen, but you're not thereby going to get any insight into how in detail the genes are generating consciousness. That's the thing that seems starkly impossible. Because it's not, and it's that basic issue that you're going to have to connect up an objective story about what's going on with your subjective imagining of what the inner life of this animal is. And we don't have a point of connect between these two things. Yeah.
It's not physical, and if you're saying physicalness is the point,
Yeah.
what is the point?
Well, there's some sense in which it seems to me physicalism must be true. I mean, all that's there is the physical world, and we're not making any progress by talking about dualism, so we're not going to go there. We're going to work with the physical world, and in some sense, there's nothing there but the physical world. That's got to be right. But there is this phenomenon of consciousness, and we have no way of understanding how it is connected to the physical world. So you're right that there must be some sense in which it's all physical. But what's not clear is how that kind of happened, or it's not even clear, it's not so much how that kind of happened, it's what it is that's happened is so hard to characterize. Yeah. Yeah?
Are all his arguments mainly geared towards specifically the role of science in consciousness, or is he trying to make a point in his arguments about the role of science in philosophy itself?
He's just talking about the role of science in consciousness.
So he's not saying that science really cannot be used as philosophy because the objective is subjective. He's just saying consciousness cannot be studied through science.
That's right. And even there, I think it would be pitching it too strong to say that's what he thinks at the end of the day. He's saying there is this basic problem in understanding how science can illuminate consciousness. It seems to be just a contradiction. But, I mean, no educated person at this point in human history is going to say, well, really, I'm going to close the door on science. Yeah. Surely, at the end of the day, what you hope is that there will be some way of figuring this out. But this is just to state the problem, to get the problem as forcefully articulated as possible. Yeah. Yes?
So, for your example about, you were talking about the development of psychology and how, like, engaged in schizophrenia,
Yes.
experiments with the notion that other people have consciousness and that they have desires and wants that are different from them. Doesn't the notion that you can predict or, like, have a notion of what's going on in the development of a child suggest that you have like a notion of what's going on in the development of the human at any stage, and then therefore have some sort of, like, although maybe like vague understanding, you still have some sort of objective understanding of what consciousness they go through over a period of time or its development.
I didn't. That's quite a complex question. I didn't get where the children came into it.
I was saying, like, we take or the study suggests that the children gain an understanding of what it is that another person has a different desire. Isn't that some sort of objective?
Yeah, right, very good. Okay, yes, that kind of developmental study that I was telling you about with the broccoli and so on, that's certainly an objective test, yeah? But if you ask, well, what do we make of this? How do we interpret what's going on here? Well, I said in the first pass is you say, well, the children are expanding their subjective understanding of someone else's mental life, yeah? But when you think about what you're doing, when you're giving that interpretation of the result, you are imagining what's going on from the child's point of view. You are imagining, you remember when you suddenly realized how someone could really vote that way. You never got that before, but now you talk to them and they seem quite intelligent and quite interesting. They're really voting that way. You can just, you remember you can just expand like that. You can suddenly get it, how someone could have that kind of different mental life. And you see something like that is what's going on with the children. So you are projecting yourself into the child's shoes and saying, this is what happened in that transition. They suddenly got it, that they could. So you're imagining their imagining, if you see what I mean. Yeah?
Right.
So
that your imagination
Okay.
change in this perception, like change the perceptions in this manner, doesn't that suggest that, like, if your imagination allows for you to have understanding of, like, at least some level of the development of consciousness, doesn't that you have, like, if your imagination coincides with behavior, doesn't that mean that it's somewhat objective?
Somewhat objective. That's very well put. Yeah. Of course, when you imagine what someone else's mental life is like, you use your knowledge of their behavior. Yeah. That's the basis in which you do your imagining. So in that sense, there's an objective basis for the imagining. The point is, what you're doing is not itself an exercise in finding out about anything objective. You are cued in by evidence from the objective. Yeah, but what the project you're engaged in is not itself objective understanding. You're trying to get subjective understanding of someone else's inner life on the basis of your objective knowledge of their behavior. And you're right, too, that there may be laws governing the development of the relevant behavior. And indeed, there may be laws governing the development of your imagination. But that's not the same thing as saying as objectivity in this sense, which is scientific here means not from any specific point of view. Yeah, and the whole point here is to get into someone's head to get at what it's like from their point of view, which is not itself an exercise in objective understanding. So we've only got a couple of minutes left. I want to just make some, in the remaining 2 minutes, make some remarks about freedom. It's very natural to think that your ability to, you're having a conscious life is the basis of your ability to act freely in the world. I mean, one way to think of it is, I've been emphasizing, you use your own conscious life to model the conscious life of other people. But you also use your consciousness to try and imagine what the possibilities for action are that are open to you. When you're trying to decide what to do, it's a basic component of your freedom in deciding what to do, that you can imagine the possibilities opening to you. So the basis of your being free and choosing and acting as you do is that you can imagine alternative possible courses of action. If you couldn't do that, then you wouldn't be free. And you might think of, I don't know, a heroin addict who just can't imagine any different courses of action. They are just locked in this one possibility, this one possible course of action. And that's a reason for saying they're not free. If they could really survey all the possibilities, then you would say, yeah, they're responsible. And you might think about Bloch's homunculus-headed robot. Yeah, the Bloch's homunculus-headed robot has the same functional structure as you, but it doesn't sound right to say that is a free agent. I mean, you wouldn't say that thing has moral responsibility for what it does. It would not make sense to take that thing to court and send it to jail to teach it the error of its ways if it did something reprehensible. I mean, if something doesn't have a conscious life, then we wouldn't take it that it was responsible for its actions. So even if something is functionally the same as you, and in that sense a zombie, without consciousness, but functionally just the same as you, you would say, no, that's not morally responsible for what it does. Now, Nagel's basic point was imagining the bat's conscious life and knowing about its physical structure are different things. But when you ask, what affects what the bat does? Surely only the physical structure matters. We live in a physical world. If you look at the whole physiology of the bat, you are not going to see extraneous impulses coming from outside, firing up bat neurons. You will be able to tell the whole story about why the bat does what it does in entirely physical terms. So there's some sense in which the physical is a closed system. You don't get sudden jolts of energy coming into the physical world from some non-physical outside mental life. If scientists are mapping the brain, they never see neurons suddenly, mysteriously being fired into action by something that can only be described as the action of the mind. Everything that goes on in the brain has a physical cause. No physical event has a non-physical cause. So if that is right, and if we can't understand consciousness in physical terms, then whether it's there or not seems to be making no difference to what happens. So if we say your conscious life is the basis of your capacity for free agency, you have also to say your free agency is making no difference at all to what happens next. You are just being driven about as a physical system. You might tell yourself a whole bunch of stories about, well, I actually really wanted to do that, but that's not the reality. The reality is the physics is doing all the work in driving your body about, and your conscious life, your capacity for free agency, is doing none of the work that you think it is. We'll continue on this theme. Okay, thank you very much. So today we're carrying on talking about our friend the bat. And looking at Nagel's article, What is it like to be a bat? I think I probably caused a bit of confusion last time when I was saying what we'd be covering in the next lectures, because this was on Wednesday, and I was at the time under the impression it was Monday. Let me clarify. On Monday, we'll carry on, today being Friday. Yes, thank you. So on Monday, we'll carry on looking at Nagel's article, What is it like to be a bat? I hope you find this rate of going through the literature a bit more comfortable. And on Wednesday, we'll look at Huxley's article on the hypothesis that animals are automata and its history. So Nagel's article, as I said, it's a little bit abstract, the article, but it's very rich. And I want today and on Monday to really look at the notion of imagination that plays such a big role in that article, and what he means when he's talking about imagination and why it has the kind of importance that it does. I want to set out first of all, a basic puzzle in understanding his idea that imagination is the only way you can access the mind of another. And then consider the possibility, this goes a little bit beyond what he's saying, but I think it's a natural way to interpret it, that there are quite different kinds of explanation associated with an imaginative understanding of someone's mental life and what happens in the natural sciences and physiology or biology. And then I'll contrast imagination with what I'll call simulation. This is all by way of just getting a fix on what imagination is and why it might play a big role in understanding mental states. So here's a couple of key quotes from Nagel that we actually looked at last time too. If the subjective character of experience is fully comprehensible only from one point of view, so you might say about most stuff, surely you can understand that from many points of view, but the idea is that if it's a subjective state, then it's essentially about how the world is from one point of view. So any shift to greater objectivity, that is any less attachment to a specific viewpoint as you get in science, objective descriptions of what's going on. Those objective descriptions don't take you nearer to the real nature of the phenomenon, because the phenomenon is what's the world like from this point of view. Objectivity takes you away from the phenomenon. So if you're trying to understand what's going on with the bat, I don't know why I think it might help to turn upside down, but anyway, if you're trying to understand what's going on with the bat, then understanding its subjective life is something that can't really be addressed by giving objective characterizations of its physiology or its functional structure. So the key phrases here in this quote are fully comprehensible and real nature. So this subjective character is fully comprehensible only from one point of view, and you can only get at the real nature of the subjective character of experience in that way. So the subjective character of experience has a real nature, whatever that is. And then he says, well, when you're trying to get at the point of view of an animal or another human being, then you can't do that without relying on imagination. You have to rely on imagination to connect you to the point of view of the other person or the animal or whatever it is, the experiential subject. We are completely unequipped to think about the subjective character of experience without relying on imagination, without taking up the point of view of the experiential subject. Now, there is something kind of puzzling about this, and I want to try and get at what I find puzzling about it. When you think, what's the difference between imagining something and being told about it? What's the difference between imagining the mental life of a bat and being told? Why should there be anything special about imagination? You can imagine the campanile. You can be told about the campanile. I mean, if someone said, you can really understand the campanile if you can imagine it, that's just not true at all. You describe it the way an engineer would describe it, and whether or not you're any good at visualizing doesn't really seem to be to the point. Whether you're imagining something or being told about it or given a mathematical description, that has to do with the format in which the knowledge is being presented. And you could have the same piece of knowledge in many different formats. I mean, imagination is important in everyday life for lots of practical reasons. Imagination really is very important in just navigating around the world. It's not just a matter of daydreaming. But still, you could make a contrast between having imaginative knowledge of someone else's mental states and having an objective description of their physiology or functional structure. And you could think it's just the same thing. Imaginative knowledge is one format in which facts about the world can be presented. Objective descriptions are another format in which facts about the world can be presented. But it could be the same thing that you're having knowledge of in two different ways. So you could think through imagination, I formulate one kind of imaginative characterization of someone's mental life. But couldn't I, through physiology or functional descriptions, be giving a different kind of description of the very same thing? The mental life is the same thing, however it's being described, whether it's being described objectively or subjectively. Imagination isn't telling you anything about the real nature of the mental life on this view. And look, let me give up an example of the kind of thing I have in mind. This is a much simpler kind of use of imagination than you have in psychology, but it brings out why imagination is so practically important. Consider these two shapes. Do this right now. Is the one on the left the same as the one on the right? Put your hand up if you think the answer is yes. If you think the answer is no. Very good. And if you can't do it at all? Okay, I very rarely can do these things. Okay, the interest in this kind of phenomenon, the question is, how do you just do that? You all got the right answer. You rotated it in your head. Could we just reflect on that? What did you rotate? Very good. Okay. But I mean, really, if we'd cut off the top of your head to see what was going on there, would there really have been something that shaped there? This kind of exercise was, I mean, what you're saying is completely correct, but this kind of exercise was, first became well known in psychology in the 1970s, when Roger Shepard discovered that if you have two shapes like this, and you time exactly how long it takes people to give an answer to the question, to give a correct answer to the question, is it the same shape or not? The time it takes to do this is directly proportional to the angle of rotation between the two things. So if you think about that, that means, just as the answerer said, that you have a mental image in your head that you are literally rotating a definite velocity. Now, that was, That was studied over, once you get the basic idea here, you can do it again and again. You can do variants of it, like asking people to construct a mental image of, say, an elephant, and then asking them to zoom in on its leg, or its trunk, or its ear. And the time it takes to zoom in is proportionate to the amount of zooming in you have to do. I once read about someone with a photographic memory who he was, when given a block of text upside down, when given a block of text to remember, he couldn't actually recall it until you gave him a blank sheet of paper that he could project, as it were, the text onto, and then he could read off the text. If you gave him the page of text upside down and then held the blank sheet of paper in front of him, he couldn't read off the text unless you turned the blank sheet of paper around. So the mental imaging is really, there are some people who are phenomenally good at it, but all of us do this to some extent. If you're just asking yourself, can I park in this spot? Is this a big enough parking space for me to get into? Then you have to do this kind of exercise. You have to say, look at this shape, look at this size, look at that size. Can I get that one into that? So imagination here is telling you something about the world. It is giving you knowledge of the world, and it's giving you it in a particular format. You could have done this. I said, how did you do that? And you said, well, I did it in my head, something like that. But you could really do this task in lots of different ways. You could, in principle, if you had the time, if you had a piece of paper, do this by analytical geometry. Write down the coordinates of the two shapes, and then find a transformation that takes you from one to the other, right? Just give an I take it this kind of thing still goes on in high school. You describe a shape on a graph, but X and Y, yeah, thank you, right, that kind of stuff. So you specify this by having a set of X and Y coordinates, and you say where all the bits of the shape are in the X and Y coordinates. You do that for this one, and then you see if there's the right kind of equation transforming this one into that one. Yes? I mean, I don't really wish to have to do this in real time myself, but you can see how you could do that. You could get a computer program to do that. There are lots of different ways you could do this. You could find out whether they're the same thing in the way you just did it. You could do it by analytical geometry. You could run a computer program. If you had these physical shapes, you could do it just by playing with them, literally rotating them. So these are all different ways of finding out about the same thing. Imagination is giving you knowledge of the world here. But it's the same kind of knowledge that you get in all these other ways that don't involve imagination. Now, how does it go for the mental life of a person? I mean, what Nagel says is imagination tells you about the real nature of the phenomenon. I mean, but why would you say that in this case, the imagination is the one that's telling you about the real nature of what's going on? All these other ways seem just as good. And in fact, you might argue that the analytical geometry is really the basic way of understanding what's going on. The analytical geometry actually explains what you're doing when you're doing this kind of rotation. So you could think about, I mean, you might think this is a bit of a stretch, this is pushing it a little bit, but suppose you take the distinction between imaginative knowledge of someone else's mind and an objective description of someone else's mind. So imagining what's going on with another person is going to be a lot more complex than imagining what's going on with these shapes. But couldn't it be the same kind of thing and related to an objective description in just the same way? So suppose you take two faces. Is this the same face as this one? Could this one, can you imagine this one morphing into this one? Right? You can do that behaviorally, right? I mean, what I mean is, you say, just as you did with the shapes here, you can say, okay, I can take this shape and imagine it modulating into this one. You can do that behaviorally. But do it a bit more deeply. Go into the psychological life here. Look at that sad, puzzled face. How could you get psychologically from that sad, puzzled face to that look of hopeful optimism? What would you have to say? What would you have to do? So you might think this is a little bit of a stretch, but there are similarities between thinking of the dynamics of the relation between this psychological life and this psychological life, and thinking about the dynamics of the relation between the two shapes. The imagination is giving you knowledge here of, I mean, that is what you do. You think, what's going on there? You try and project yourself behind those sad, puzzled eyes and think what is happening. And then you think how I could get from that to this. But isn't it the same kind of phenomenon? I mean, in the case of the two physical shapes, you get from one to the other by imagination. You say, I understand how you get from this shape to that shape. I did it in my head. You say, I understand how I could get from this to this face to this face. I did that in my head. And just as in the case of the two shapes, there's the analytical geometry that explains what was going on here. Isn't what a physiological or functional analysis here of how you get from this to this face to that face, wouldn't a physiological or functional explanation of how you get from that to that would just be like the analytical geometry. That would be the objective explanation of what was happening here as you got from one to the other. So you could say, sure, imagination plays a big role here. I mean, frankly, we're not all smart enough to do without imagination. We're not all smart enough to park our cars without imagining. We can't do this kind of task, most of us, quickly using analytical geometry. So what we do is we use the imagination. Similarly, if you had to write down the functional, full functional flowchart of the person here, and do it explicitly, it would take you forever to get from this to this. So we can do it in our heads. We can do it using the imagination. So the imagination is very important from a practical point of view. But why think that, as Nagel says, you're getting at the real nature of the phenomenon using imagination? That's the puzzle. You could accept that in everyday life, imagination is really, really important. I was once at a psychiatry conference talking to a couple of psychiatrists. We'd just been to a video. We've just been watching a talk about a particular schizophrenic patient. And I said to the two psychiatrists, you know, what always strikes me when I'm watching this kind of thing is not how alien their symptoms are, but how recognizable I find them. And the two of them stiffened, and one of them said to me, probably schizotypical type. And the other one more sympathetically said, actually, when you're working as a therapist with patients who have schizophrenia, there are people who just can't do it, not because they're not smart enough or because they haven't done the work. They just don't have enough empathy with the patients to actually engage with them. So you might think that empathy and imagination with the people you're dealing with, I mean, this is a very common problem that therapists have. I have a number of friends who are therapists, and I have another who works with people who get depressed or bulimic, but she says she just can't stand working with people who suffer from problems with gambling. She said, I just can't bear it. I just want to. I'm no good trying to deal with those kind of patients. So imagination or empathy is very, very important when you're dealing with people in real life, trying to negotiate with them. But when you're trying to get an objective understanding of what is going on in schizophrenia, would you really just stop? You know, what you want to know is something about the brain physiology that is distinctive of schizophrenia. Don't you? I mean, just an imaginative understanding is good practically. Just as with the blocks is good practically, or with parking is good practically. But why would you think that that's telling you about the real nature of the thing? So in the case of the blocks being rotated, analytical geometry is like the science of shapes. Analytical geometry is the scientific account that explains why some transformations are possible and some aren't. And imagining is just the folk way of going about it. It's just the kind of rough and ready way we use in everyday life of figuring out if two shapes are the same. So you could think, well, imagining getting a sense of another person's point of view is just our folk way of going about psychology. Functionalist or physiological psychology is what gives you the deep explanation. That's what tells you about the real nature of what's going on. So when Nagel says the subjective character of experience is fully comprehensible only from one point of view, leaving imagination behind takes you away from the real nature of the phenomenon, that really needs a lot of explanation, what he means there, why that could be true. Okay? Are we all suitably puzzled as to what on earth Nagel could be talking about? Okay, very good. Okay, I think here you have to go a little bit beyond the text to see what he has in mind as an answer to this. I think what he has in mind is something like this: that the kind of understanding or insight that you get into other people through the use of imagination is quite different to the kind of understanding or insight that you get of other people from an objective perspective. I mean, suppose you're a historian thinking about, your favorite historical figure, Napoleon or George Washington or Henry Adams or whoever it is. What you really want to do, if you're trying to understand what happened with Napoleon, why he made the decisions he did, what historians are always trying to do is to get under the skin, get into the head of their subject. They want to understand why what they did seemed like a good idea at the time. If you're currently watching, say, politicians, and you have your favorite politician, and they do something and you think that's just crazy, why did you do that? What you want to know is, if you're puzzled by that, what you want to know is something about why it seemed like a good idea. Why did what you were doing there seem like something you should do? And if you can get that explained to you, then you understand what happened. If you get told a lot of stuff about the physiology of the politician, if you get told, there was a high degree of activity in the central amygdala, then they signed the bill. Then they made that compromise with the Republicans. And you think, oh, well, of course, there was all that amygdalar activity. Naturally they did that. Well, that hasn't explained it at all. What you want to understand is, what were you thinking? Why did it seem like a good idea? Suppose you find yourself sharing a house with someone from a quite alien culture. I mean, say someone from Tibet or someone from Scotland, and you think, I have no idea what's going on with this person. Is he happy? Is he sad? Is he drunk? I really just can't make it out. I can't make head nor tail of this guy. But you have a friend who works in molecular and cell biology, and they have access to a scanner. And you put your housemate in the scanner. You can now predict exactly what they're going to do. There's some sense in which you can get a complete explanation of everything they do. But you still haven't understood anything. All the stuff you wanted to know. Is he happy? Is he sad? Why did he do that thing with the salad bowl? You just haven't got at any of those things if you know the physiological basis for them. So there seem to be two kinds of understanding you could have here of another person. One is getting inside their head, and another is understanding the laws that govern their behavior. And they just seem to be, how should I say, different, generically different kinds of explanation. It's not as if one is just the same thing as the other. So when people say being conscious is being in the functional state S4, pain is C fiber firing, anger is a tendency to behave in a certain way, that the model here is this stuff about lightning being discharge of electricity, or heat being motion of molecules, or water being H2O. And the thing about these examples, lightning or heat or water, is that in how should I say, in folk physics, in our everyday common sense understanding of what's going on, there are lots of regularities and explanations that we give using the notion of, say, heat. So, for example, you might say there are laws of nature governing heat. If you pour boiling water into a glass, it'll crack. If someone says to you, "Why did the glass crack?" you say you poured boiling water into it. When you pour boiling water into a glass, it cracks. Right? That's one kind of understanding you could have of what's going on. I didn't realize the water was boiling, but of course, every time you put boiling water into a glass, it's going to crack. Or you could explain that. Like this: it had boiling water poured into it, and whenever a glass has boiling water poured into it, it cracks. Or you could give a deeper explanation. If you say heat just is motion of molecules, then I don't know if there are any physics majors present, but roughly a class, what goes on when you pour boiling water into a glass is that because the boiling water is very hot, all the molecules are rushing about very, very fast. And as they all bustle about at great speed, they knock into the molecules of the glass. And because they're going at great speed, it's easier for them to break the bonds between the molecules of the glass. Or to put it in layman's terms, the glass cracks. You see what I mean? So the thing is, these laws governing the motion of molecules are much more general than anything to do with heat. These affect, or glasses, or cracking, they affect lots and lots of different phenomena. So what you do is, when you say heat is motion of molecules, is you take this family of generalizations about heat that we have ordinarily, and you give you reduce them to much deeper laws governing motion of molecules generally. So when you're saying heat, lightning is discharge of electricity, or water is H2O, you can explain all the things that you used to explain by appeal to the fact that it's lightning or that it's water. You can find more general laws and give deeper explanations of all the phenomena that you recognized before. What I mean is, you say, why did the glass crack? Because I poured boiling water into it. Once you accept heat is motion of molecules, you can give a deeper explanation of the very same phenomenon. That's the way it works. That's why you say things like heat is motion of molecules. So phenomena involving heat get deeper explanations. It's the same kind of explanation, but it's better when you say is motion of molecules. So the question is, does that happen with consciousness? Suppose you say the experience of redness is cell firing in V4, or pain is C fiber firing. If it works the same way as heat is motion of molecules, then it should be possible to give deeper explanations of all the things that you explained by talking about the experience of redness or pain or whatever, now by talking about the cell firing in V4 or the C fiber firing. You see what I mean? The whole point of saying this kind of thing, the experience of redness is cell firing in V4, is to let you explain better the stuff that you were trying to explain already. And the laws governing cell firing, of course, that will be like the heat case. The laws governing motion of molecules are more general than anything relating to the cracking of a glass. And similarly, the laws governing cell firing are just the laws of biology generally. They don't only relate to consciousness. But once you put it like that, when you say, does psychological understanding involve finding the laws that are governing people? For example, the laws governing red sensations. That's not really what is going on at all. I mean, what generalizations are there governing red sensations? When you're talking about sensations or emotions or moods or beliefs or what people want, the yearnings of the human heart. What you're trying to do is put yourself into the shoes of the other person. If you understand why they signed that bill into law, if you understand why she left him after all these years, then if you can put yourself into their shoes and get the sense of how the situation seemed to them, if you have that, then you have the whole story. You don't need any laws or generalizations. You have this understanding from the inside of what went on, and that's all you wanted to know. If you're reading someone's, say, autobiography, and you really get the sense you're getting the truth about a particular situation they were in, that is the definitive explanation, psychological explanation, of what went on. You don't get a deeper explanation by looking at the physiology. You just get a different kind of explanation. Understanding someone's take on things is not the same thing as understanding what the general laws are that are driving their body around. So you think of it like that, then you're not going to get, when you say heat is motion of molecules, you get deeper explanations. When you say pain is C fiber firing, or the experience of redness is cell firing, then you don't deepen your understanding of the person, you just shift to a different kind of understanding. So it's just a mistake to suppose that heat is motion of molecules gives you a good model for the understanding of this kind of analysis of sensations. So I think that's the picture behind what Nagel is saying. There are two quite different explanatory spaces. There's a space in which you get an imaginative understanding of the bat or the person or whatever it is. And then there's getting the laws governing that thing. And they are just different. Okay, so I think that's my answer to the puzzle. Yeah?
Would you consider it a categorical mistake to try to combine them in the same type of classification?
It's a categorical mistake to try to combine them in the same. I think that's exactly the picture, yeah. But just as Royal talked about category mistakes, is that what you have in mind? Yeah, I think it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, it's not exactly the same category mistake as Royal had in mind, but it's the same genre. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Genre, right? Yeah. Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, but I'm not sure that I think how you break through the problem that he's presenting, which is like the secrecy of mind, which I know he said like I'm not validating that, and that there would be ways to get around it, but it seems like his argument to be like that essential experience is untouchable. So then is that just like he's admitting that we have a stopping point, or?
Very good. How do you get around the essential secrecy of minds? That's what you're saying? If you buy this picture with these two different explanatory spaces? Yeah, I mean, if understanding other people's minds was just a matter of knowing the laws, you can always do that, right? But if you've got imaginative understanding, how do you know it's right? That's your point. That's your question, yeah. Well, I think that, isn't it just, how should I say, commonsensically what happens, that you do get a good imaginative understanding of other people? Someone who's been married for about 40 years told me the other day that his wife sometimes says to him, Bill, I just have no idea what goes on in your head. So there is some sense in which, you know, that's a familiar kind of, well, familiar to me anyway, kind of idea that even people you know very, very well can take you by surprise. You know, you can have dimensions that you just think, I really don't know what goes on there. So there is some sense in which we accept that we don't really have exhaustive knowledge of what goes on in each other's minds. But we do have quite a lot of knowledge. I mean, there's just a huge difference between your understanding of the psychological life of a friend and your understanding of the psychological life of someone you just met in the street. I mean, that's just everyday experience. Isn't that right? I mean, the life of one of your, the mental life of one of your family members is not really a closed book to you. You do have an imaginative understanding of it. And the way you get at it, isn't it like this? You start out with the assumption that the other person is exactly the same as you. They want the same things as you, they believe the same things as you, they're going to do the same kind of things as you do. And then you realize that, you know, some people just don't like coffee. And you expand your mind a little bit. You see what I mean? You develop, you learn, and really you learn your whole life about what's possible for other people. And there is this skill, just as parking is a skill that can keep improving through your whole life. Yeah, this is another kind of imaginative exercise that you can just get better at through your whole life. I don't know if that's addressing your question at all.
I mean, it kind of did. It's just that he built this whole case for why we couldn't understand that.
Yes.
And it's sort of dependent on the fact that we have what we assume are shared laws with other people, that then you can decide to go out and share that you would expect consciousness in them, and that gives you ground for not having understanding. It's still based on like shared physiology.
Very good. Okay. The idea is, I think his idea is that the imaginative understanding of other people does not depend on you knowing about the laws. Yeah? It's rather that an imaginative understanding of another mental life depends on it being similar enough to your own. Yeah? We all have some capacity to understand mental lives that are a bit different to our own. And people are variously good or bad at making the stretch there. Now, you're right, the laws come in because presumably the fact that humans can understand each other has some kind of ground in them all having the same physiology. Yeah? But it's not that you need to know the physiology to get the imaginative understanding. It's just that it has to actually be quite similar. Do you see what I mean? So it's not that you get knowledge of the other person by knowing about your physiology and their physiology. Is rather that when you're breathing as fast as that and are physically agitated as much as that, then you're kind of frightened. So if the other person is doing that too, they're probably kind of frightened. And you read off from that physiology what the mental life is like. Yeah, that you use it. But you don't actually need to know laws or need to know any of the physiology. Is that starting to address the question? Okay. That's right. That's exactly the idea. When you see a bat in that kind of flittering kind of motion, is it scared? Or is that the analog of an afternoon stroll for it? You can't make it out. Yeah. I mean, who knows what a scared bat looks like? I mean, they look really weird. You see what I mean? Is that you just can't tell is that scared or not? Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to say, like, we're only really talking about humans' minds then, because this only works if the two humans have the same physiology.
Yeah, I'm saying that ground. What's important is that your psychological life should be enough like the other person's, and I'm saying that I guess that does have some basis in the physiology. Yeah. Sorry, I cut across you a little bit. Is it? Okay. Okay. Come back to it if it comes back to you. Okay. Yes?
If you're around someone very often who's different than you, couldn't you know their mind better than someone whose mind is similar to yours if you don't have much knowledge of your own mind?
That's very good. I think that's absolutely right. Every time I leave the room, I bang the door 3 times. Why do I do that? I don't know. Then I see that you do it. You bang the door 3 times. That doesn't mean I understand what's going on with you. You see what I mean? He does the same thing as me. Geez, I wonder why you both do that. So just being the same as someone else doesn't mean you're going to understand them. Yeah, I agree. It's something about having there's some sense in which you might not be able to get a very good imaginative understanding of yourself. You know, you think about the way you behaved in some tense or dramatic situation. You say, when I was walking with Sally through that field, and suddenly the cow reared up, why did I use Sally as a shield? What was going on in my head, right? And you think, I'm so embarrassed. I just can't understand why I did that. Yeah? Yes. So having an imaginative understanding of yourself is not even guaranteed. But I guess the point is that with bats, you're dealing with something so alien that you're not going to be able to make a stretch. And that it's going to be easier. I mean, you yourself are going to be easier for you to get an imaginative understanding than somebody else. I don't mean you're going to be completely infallible. But surely you have more insight into your own motives and so on than you do to those of someone completely alien.
If you know the physiology of a bat and you've studied a bat for an extensive period of time, then could you also understand, I guess, its tendencies by studying its behavior?
Yes, I mean, people who work with bats presumably do get quite a good, you know, people who look after bats, these bat sanctuaries and so on, they presumably do develop quite a good understanding of what is going on with the bat. The thing about, the reason I tried to give a little bit of detail about bat sonar last time was just, it's when you think about the bat sensory system and you think, what are those experiences going to be like? That's what seems just impenetrable. Yeah. It would let you predict in a rough kind of way what kind of conditions the bat's going to find it easy to navigate, what kind of conditions the bat's going to find hard to navigate. You could really get better at that, and I guess these people who look after them do get quite good at that kind of thing. But just having the inner sense of what that is like, that seems forever elusive. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make one final remark about, I mean, this notion of imagination is really, I hope I'm managing to bring out what a powerful notion it is, but it really, it's not obvious what it is. So I want finally to contrast it with something else that I'll call simulation. I mean, in ordinary English, you'd call both of them imagination or you'd call both of them simulation. So I just want to use as a kind of technical thing, I'll contrast it with something that I call simulation that is actually different to the kind of imagination Nagel is talking about. So Nagel is talking about putting yourself in someone else's shoes. How would you feel if someone else did that to you? That kind of question, I mean, that's really basic, right? That's the kind of question that 8-year-old boys are asked the whole time. How would you like it if someone did that to you? You know, it's really basic to socialization that you get the force of that question. One way of thinking of it is when people are trying to figure out what's a good design for an aeroplane. Well, one thing you can do is do the math. Use your knowledge of aerodynamics, use a computer program, sit down, explicitly look at the shape of the airplane and the kind of winds and speeds that it's going to be dealing with, and predict whether it's going to work. Another thing you can do, another thing that people usually do is you make a scale model of it and you put it in a wind tunnel and you see whether the wings fall off. Right? You see what happens when you put it in a wind tunnel. So what you do is you make a model of the thing and then you subject it to a facsimile of the kind of forces it's going to be subjected to, that the real thing will be subjected to out there. So suppose I want to understand what you are going to do next. Then one thing I can do is write down my predictions, write down how I think you behave in general. Another thing I could do, though, is use myself as a kind of scale model of you and see what happens when I'm subjected to these external forces. What I mean is, suppose I'm wondering how you would react to a loud bang. Well, one thing I can do is hear a loud bang and observe my own reactions. And think, well, maybe you're going to react the same way. Another thing I could do is imagine my own reactions if I heard a loud bang and say, well, maybe you're going to act the same way. But maybe maybe I'm maybe I'm a little bit timorous and I jump like a rabbit when I hear anything unexpected, whereas you are made of sterner stuff. Well, I can adjust for that when I'm doing the simulation too. So I could use myself as a model and just adjust the model to account for the differences between me and the other person. So suppose you have a functional diagram. This is another one of these global flowcharts of the whole human being. Suppose you have, this is your belief box, right? This is your desire box. This is your decision-making and practical reasoning. This is the perceptions coming in and shaping your beliefs. This is your body monitoring system. And this is your actual outcome for behavior. So if I'm going to use, I have all this functional structure. I have all this box and arrow structure. You have your own box and arrow structure. What I'm going to do is use my box and arrow structure as a model for your box and arrow structure. So I've got my beliefs and desires, and I assume that you've got all the same beliefs and desires as me, except maybe some different. So what I do is I have a pretend belief and desire generator that I can input into my belief and desire boxes. You see how that will work? And then I can look and see what happens. Given I'm pretending to have these beliefs and desires, I combine them with my actual beliefs and desires. I see what decisions I make, and then I see what actions I'd perform if I believed that. If I really thought that tax breaks for the fabulously wealthy are a great idea, what would I think next? What would I do next? Right? You can do that. You just put that belief and desire in. Then you see what decisions you would make. Yep. So what you're doing there is, I mean, a robot could simulate. It would be very good actually if a robot was in combat to be able to do this kind of simulation of what other robots are doing. That's one way you could use, well, what you'd commonly call imagination. Imagination in this sense is what I'm calling simulation, and is using your flowchart as a model for the other person's flowchart. Simulation is when you use your own box and arrow structure to model someone else's box and arrow structure. And that's obviously going to be practically very useful to be able to do that. And we surely do have some ability to do that. I mean, suppose you think, suppose someone's telling you a story. They say, I was sitting at home last night reading the Meditations when all alone, and suddenly I heard footsteps in the basement. Now, if you're hearing that story, you think, well, what would they have done then? Now, the thing is, you already can guess. If this is someone you know at all well, you can guess what they would have done then. They might have picked up a baseball bat and headed for the basement. They might have called the police. They might have drunk some whiskey. Any of wide, but depending on who it is, you can use your box and arrow structure, input a pretend belief, footsteps in the basement, and then see what happens next. Yeah, what would you do if it was you? So what you're doing there is, it's like the model plane in the wind tunnel. You're just running this exercise in yourself and seeing what happens. You don't need to have an explicit representation of your own box and arrow structure. You don't know about all this stuff in you. You just have this stuff. And you use your pretend belief and desire generator here to run the system and then see what comes as output. That's one kind of imaginative understanding. The striking thing about it is, it doesn't involve you being conscious at all. It's purely functionalist. But when Nagel's talking about imagination or the point of view of the other, he means something that really essentially involves experience. It means grasping how the other person is experiencing the world. And that does seem to be important in your ordinary everyday understanding of other people. the thing I just described, the simulation I just described, that's obviously really important too from a practical point of view. But it's also important to get how the world feels to the other person, what kinds of sensory experience they're having, what their point of view is, what their experiential, their sensory perspective is. Remember Bloch's homunculus-headed robot? There's the same functional structure as you or me. If Bloch's homunculus-headed robot was sitting in the class, you could use simulation, you could run yourself as a model of Bloch's robot to predict what it would do. But that doesn't involve thinking that it's experiencing anything. In the case of Bloch's robot, you could simulate it, but there's no such thing as imagining its experiences from the inside. It doesn't have any experiences. Or think again about the inverted spectrum. If you and the person on your left and the person on your right have spectrums that are inversions of one another, you could simulate the person on your left and the person on your right, and whether the spectrum is round the same way as you just doesn't come into it. The same simulations will work. You'll be able to predict what they'll do just as well, no matter what kind of spectrum they're having. But of course, if you want to have a sensory imagination of what their experiential life is like, there's all the difference in the world between thinking they have the kind of sensory experience on the left and the kind of sensory experience on the right. So that although simulation is important, there's a sense in which imagination really goes beyond simulation. The kind of imaginative understanding that we have of each other's mental lives really seems to be more than just being able to use your functional structure to model their functional structure. Okay, that's the end of the message for today. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Let's start. So today we're going to take one more look at Nagel's article about bats and how to think about the notion of imagination in what it means to be imagining someone else's experiences. I've incidentally yet again improved the order in which we'll do things. You'll be pleased to hear. So we were originally going to do Huxley's article on Wednesday, but now on Wednesday and Friday of this week, assuming that today is Monday, in the next two sessions anyhow, we'll look at Jackson's article, Epiphenomenal Qualia, and then next week we'll look at Huxley's article on the hypothesis that animals are automata and its history. And with that, we will wrap on consciousness and move on to the identity of the self. Okay. So I want to start out with, when you're thinking about Nagel's remarks on trying to imagine the experiences of a bat, or what you're doing when you imagine the experiences of someone else, or trying to imagine the mental life of someone with split brain syndrome, the whole thing gets a little bit elusive. And what I want to do in the first section today, is try and set out a much more concrete and everyday way of thinking about what it means to be imagining someone else's experiences. I should warn you that what I'm going to be saying today is likely to slide between seeming to you completely commonsensical and so obvious that why would you say that, and then to slide to seeming completely absurd, and how could anyone possibly believe what he's just said? He doesn't mean that. And then so I do encourage you particularly to ask questions today. If it either seems so commonsensical that nobody should bother saying it, or so daft that only a harebrained maniac could possibly believe that. The truth is, of course, that although what I'm going to say is very sensible, it is also worth saying, but it's kind of a struggle to hit that point. Okay, so Nagel gives the imagination a really central place in how you think about the mental life of a creature. We are completely unequipped to think about the subjective character of experience. without relying on imagination. In imagination, we take up the point of view of the experiential subject. So, try to think about this in a very concrete way. Suppose that you're asked to design and build a stage set. Now, this might be for something quite modest. This might be just a few sheets of hardboard for a small concert in a cafe. But let's go for it. Let's suppose it's an opera. You're in Croatia, and you're designing and building the stage set. So let's suppose that the auditorium is actually being repaired, so you can't actually go and sit in the seats in the auditorium and see what the thing looks like from different angles. But when you're thinking about this exercise, you really have to try to imagine what experiences people will have from the stage from various points of view. I mean, this is a real-world example of what Nagel's talking about. You are trying to take up other people's points of view in your imagination. You are thinking, what will the set look like from the extreme left of the auditorium? Will they be able to see all the characters on stage? Will some of them be in each other's way? Will the set be obstructing some people's view of what's going on? Will it seem cluttered and complicated? Now, these are all questions about the experiences people would have from other points of view than your own. But none of this is particularly mysterious or elusive. What's going on here is that you're having to use your imagination because you can't go and sit in the seats in the auditorium. You're asking all these questions. Is the set going to be too cluttered? Will the singers be obscured from particular seats by the set? How will it look from the boxes? How will it look from up there? Well, what you're doing there is there's a particular wooden structure that you have in mind there. You're thinking about this particular structure, and you're trying to imagine how people will be related to this structure from different points in the auditorium. So there's nothing here about inverted spectra, or what about the bats? There's nothing elusive about this. This is the kind of thing that anyone can do. This is a real-world thing that people do the whole time. You're trying to imagine, say, what it will look like from one of the boxes on the left. You can picture that in your head. You can get it right or wrong about what's going on. And what you're doing is you take the set itself as a basic component of your imaginative exercise. That physical structure is essential to your imaginative exercise, and you use that in trying to figure out what experiences people are going to be having from various points of view. So when you're trying to imagine what experiences someone else is having, in general, what you're doing is you start out with the question, what environment are they in? What are the things and properties around them? What are the physical structures around them that they're having experience of? So there is nothing elusive or hidden here. It's a question about people's relations to an external structure. This is a question about their minds. But the only way you are even formulating and answering that question is by asking and answering questions about what's in their environment. That's integral to the exercise. It's not as if there's the bit outside the head and the bit inside the head, and only the bit inside the head is you're imagining the experience. You're thinking the whole time about this external structure outside the head and asking, how is the head related to it? The question about experience is not about some hidden thing that is completely inside the head. It is a question about the perfectly obvious relation that this head stands in to that external structure. I mean, any kind of visual artist is asking this kind of question the whole time. When Picasso was thinking, should I put a blob of red on the right there? Or whatever kind of question Picasso asked himself about the color balance of his paintings. But when he's asking that question about the blob of right, how will the blob of right look? He wasn't thinking, well, what about the people whose spectrums are inversions of mine? What about the bats? What about the people whose colour values are all shifted half an octave up from mine? What about the people who, when they look at a painting, hear the tones of a mighty organ? That kind of question just doesn't come up. If you're trying to make something visual for people to look at, really when you keep hold of reality here, none of these high-flown philosophical questions arise. You take it for granted that what the question about experience is a question about a particular physical thing and how that thing is going to be from various perspectives. And if you subtracted the thing, you wouldn't have any experience at all. It's not as if a great painting is just something that causes you to have agreeable visual sensations over, as you know, if I put my finger in your eyeball in just with the right delicacy, I might cause you to have very agreeable visual sensations. As if that's what a painting is doing, just something out there that prods you into having sensations. The painting is a constituent of your experience of it. So here you're thinking about the set as a constituent of people's experience of it. Now, when you think about how children learn about the experiences of other people, how children learn about what experiences other people are having, it's very good to think in this context about children, I think, because there you have to think about the basics of this phenomenon of knowledge of other people's minds. There was a time when you weren't very sure about other people's minds and you had to figure it out. So what was going on when you were doing that? Well, this is the idea here is goes back to Piaget, but it's recently, just this year, Enrique Moll and Andrew Meltzoff reinvigorate it. They say there's an early stage at which infants don't know much about other people's perspectives in the world. There's an early stage at which infants do know a lot about what other people are looking at, which objects they're looking at, but they don't have the idea that the other people have different perspectives on this reality than they do. From about a year, children, there's a very early stage at which children will prefer just to look directly at their caregiver. So they engage in direct mutual attention with their caregiver. The caregiver says, hey baby, and the baby smiles, and they do this thing that is just kind of one-on-one. But then they advance to playing with stuff together. So you have a third object that the two of them triangulate on. They say, look at the doll, look at this rattle, look at whatever it is. The caregiver and the child play together with the third thing. So when you're at that stage, that absolutely requires that the child's got the idea that the caregiver is attending to the same thing that they are. They're seeing the same thing they are. So they'll do things like gaze following. The person they're with is startled by something and the child turns to look at what that is. Or if they're both playing with something, the child will look at the thing, then look to the caregiver, look to the thing, look to the caregiver, keep track of what the caregiver is looking at. But at this early stage, the conception of experience that the child has is very primitive. It's just got the notion of what is the object, what is the physical structure, what is the thing that the other person and I are both looking at. What they don't have is the idea of different perspectives on the same thing. The classic test here is Piaget's 3 mountains test. So here you think about a square of hardboard about a meter square, and there are 3 mountains on it. And you say to the child, you put the child here, and you say, what can the other person see? What can the other child see from over there? Can they see this mountain? Can they see that mountain? Can they see that mountain? So at that early stage, children are very good at just specifying what it is in the environment that the other person can see. But they don't have the idea of the other person having a different perspective on the scene than they do. And the test is, you show the child 2D pictures of the 3D scene. So you can see that there's going to be one 2D picture of how it looks from here, a quite different 2D picture of how it looks from here, a quite different 2D picture of how it looks from the other side. And at that early stage, although the child's good at saying which objects the other person can see, you hold up the 2D cards saying which one represents what the other person is seeing. The child can't do it. The child will generally think that the 2D picture that represents what the other person is seeing is the same as the 2D picture that represents what they're seeing. At that early stage, they've only got the idea of experience of this structure, not the idea that you have a perspective on this structure depending on where you are with respect to it. So the general point here is, if you're thinking about how you take up the point of view of another person, that's the idea that Nagel talks about again and again. That's the key idea in the paper, getting an imaginative understanding of another point of view. There are two steps to getting an imaginative understanding of another point of view. One is get which physical things it is that the other person is experiencing. And this is essential, you've got to do that. And then, only then can you go on and think about what the perspective is on those things. You've got to do that first step. You first identify which things and properties it is that the other person or the animal is attending to. So if you're thinking about the bat, how would I go about taking up the point of view of a bat? There are two things that you have to do. One is you have to know which things and properties the bat is experiencing. I mean, you might not be able to see all those small flying insects. You don't know which things are highly visible to you that the bat just can't make out at all. And then the second step is when you know what perspective the bat has on those things and properties. Now, if you think of it like this, the question about the bat is not as, how should I say, as wildly elusive and confusing as it seems to be when you first think about it. The basic thing you have to do is to do that thing that children do at level 1, namely figure out which physical structures the bat is experiencing. And isn't the basic problem here doing that? You don't know which, you maybe can't even see, can't get at all what physical objects the bat is experiencing. You don't know what it's responding to. And the world it's interested in is very likely quite different to the world you're interested in. But how should I say, there's nothing elusive about that. That's not a matter of getting inside the bat's head and wondering if its spectrum is an inversion of yours. That's just a matter of knowing what it's picking up on in the scene around it. And surely, if you had enough time and study, you could do that. And people surely are doing that right as we speak, trying to figure out what structures the bat is responding to. What you will never be able to do is do that in real time. You might spend your life figuring out just which bugs shine up as highly salient in the bat sonar. But you're never going to tune your own visual system to those bugs so you can see them just the same way a bat can. You'll never be able to do that in real time. What you might get very good at is slow motion video analysis of what a bat was doing, but that will take you a long time. So you're never going to be able to, I mean, if you and I are talking, then constantly it's going to be happening that we point to objects of common interest. You say, look at this, look at that. Isn't that your friend Bill over there? You're never going to hit that kind of level of intimacy with a bat. Even if you're really good at video analysis, you're never going to be able to do that kind of direct interaction. You can do that with a dog. That's why dogs are much better pets than bats. That you actually have that vivid sense of just which physical things the dog is experiencing. You're never going to have that in real time with a bat. So you're never going to be able to have the kind of live social interaction with a bat that you can with another person or a dog. And maybe that's all it comes to, that thing of Nagel. I said Nagel probably believes about different explanatory spaces. This is very important for social interaction, that you be able to do this real time. I mean, if I am so different to you that you just, you never can figure out even what I'm pointing to when I say, look at that. You look at, there's just nothing there. Not that you can see it, it's completely featureless. We're never really going to hit it off if it's like that. So it's terribly important socially. It's terribly important for being able to interact with another animal. But in principle, it's something you could have. You could be able to do that, get that specification of what in the environment the animal is interacting with. You could do that even though it wasn't fast enough, it wasn't online enough, that it helped you in social interaction. So when Nagel says, anyone who has spent some time in an enclosed space with an excited bat knows what it is to encounter a fundamentally alien form of life. I mean, a really striking remark. Well, what's alien is just which objects and structures in the environment the bat is responding to. I mean, what's alien is having such an inordinate interest in flying bugs. I mean, but although that's alien, it's also perfectly straightforward to specify what it is. It's not that there's something elusive inside the bat's head, some deep mystery about the qualitative character of its experience. It's just that question, which structures in the environment is the bat responsive to? Okay, so that's to try to, how should I put it, make prosaic, demystify that stuff about the alienness of the bat. One, two,
I was wondering, I think you said that you can relate to a dog more personally than you can relate to a bat.
That's my claim, yes.
But,
That's my experience, yes.
I'm still wondering if you can actually assess a dog's life in its actual perspective, then how is that related to a bat?
So you're saying, how big a contrast is there between the dog and the bat? Yeah. So I made two claims. One is you can see perfectly well what the dog's interested in. Yeah. Dogs are, in my experience, are pretty transparent. Yeah. If a dog stiffens and looks, then you can always see what's going on. Right. Now, are you on board with that? Yeah. And that's very different to the bat. Yeah. But there's also the question of what kind of take does the dog have in the situation? Yeah, and your question is, do we ever have knowledge of that? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know any more about this than you do, but see what you think. Here's my feeling, that in the case of the dog, you can see, for example, that meat is something that dogs care about in a way that most of us are just not that wild about it, right? So you can get that difference in the way the dog is seeing a bit of steak than the way you do. You see what I mean? You get that sense of heat in the dog's perception of the thing that isn't there in your perception of it. Or the way that dogs relate to people is very different from the way that you and I relate to other people. But you get a sense of how that is for the dog. So there may be a level of detail you don't quite get, but you get quite a bit, it seems to me, about, I mean, just an ordinary experience and ordinary interaction with dogs. You get quite a bit about what their perspective is and things.
Is that only because you domesticated and you can relate to it directly?
Yeah, it's something to do with being able to relate to it directly. Yeah, that you can have those joint attention phenomena. Yeah. I was actually once out with a dog which found a steak that had been thrown out from a restaurant and was wild with joy, and I kind of shared his joy, you know. I mean, I don't mean I actually ate the stick, but it was a good moment. So you can share these joint attentions with a dog in a way that I imagine it's always going to be impossible to share a joint attention with a bat. Yeah. Yeah.
In respect to the last slide, the previous slide, how does that make sense if we do understand the bat's environment, if we're in the same environment as a bat, and we obviously understand what's around it, but so how does that make sense as opposed to not having inside of it?
Very good. We are in the same environment as the bat. So how come there can be anything alien or puzzling about what the bats make about the bat's environment? Yeah. Okay. we're in the bat's environment in the following sense. We're in the same space-time region with the same collection of atoms there, right? But there's how should I say, carve up that collection of atoms in that space-time region. Look, you come into the auditorium, you look for a chair. Yeah. Now, I put it to you, does the bat have the concept of a chair? You see what I mean? Does it come into the auditorium and look for somewhere to put its webby feet? So the way you or I just instinctively parse the room, cut it up into people, chairs, lights, lectern, all that stuff, a bat would notice none of these things. A bat will not notice a chair as a significant unit in a room. You see what I mean? You and I get the chairs as units. A bat will simply get them as possible obstructions and not a single thing, not however many it is, 10 single things in a row there.
Doesn't that only differ because of the physical structure of the bat, the way that it sees and hears and the size of its brain, or what it values because of that?
Well, there's a question which comes first: the cutting up of the scene into the room, of the room into objects, and how you think about what's going on with the bat internally. Yeah. But you're right. At the root, the bat brain is different to ours. That's right. I'll actually come on and say much more about that kind of question in just a moment. Yeah. But everyone else is completely convinced so far. You hear what I'm saying? It's quite commonsensical. It's not completely obvious, but it's pretty convincing. Okay, very good. Okay, well, that last question you come back to, because I do want to pick up on this. I want to go back and think about, in the very first lecture, I ran over just how the problem of the mind and body got generated in the first place. And the thing is, there's a way of, if you buy the way I just set up, how we think about other people's minds, there was an alternative. Historically, it's just a kind of accident that what we have is the mind-body problem. Remember in the first lecture I said, well, it was physics that really generated the problem of the mind back in the 17th century when Descartes was writing. Because with physics, with mathematical physics, with Newton and Galileo in the 17th century, for the first time you were getting a firm, clear picture of what the physical was. Before that, you could think, look, the flowers, the smells, the colors, the tastes, they're all out there in the world. They're in the world independently of us. The world is full of colors and smells and tastes, and we just come into this world and encounter them in experience. But after physics said, that's not really the way it seems. All there is here is a whirling collection of atoms. There are just the fundamental forces and the fundamental particles. The color, the smell, the taste, that's not really there in the world as it is independently of us. All that's really there independently of us is the fundamental particles and the fundamental forces. And the color there is just projected by us. It's a projection of our minds onto the underlying physical reality. Maybe there are good evolutionary reasons for this. Maybe, I mean, if you could somehow encounter the quantum mechanical reality directly, it would just be so complex and overwhelming and bewildering that you couldn't do the math fast enough to survive. So instead, what you get is these indicators of what the underlying reality is. But these colors and smells and tastes, you get something that's good enough to navigate in the world, but that stuff's not really there. So all that stuff in the external world that you thought was in the external world, the world outside you, gets pushed into the mind, gets pushed into consciousness. Out there, there's only a configuration of atoms. In the head, in the mind, are the sensations that are what we seem to be encountering in everyday experience. And that's what generates all the problems we've been talking about so far. Everything that's not physics has been pushed into consciousness. So then there's a question, well, is what's pushed into your consciousness the same as what's pushed into my consciousness? That is the problem of the inverted spectrum. It just comes up automatically once you have consciousness as a kind of garbage can for everything that's not physics. And then, of course, there are problems like Bloch's homunculus-headed robot. Couldn't that configuration of atoms be causing maybe no experiences at all in somebody? So that once you move from this picture, where it's just you directly connected to the external phenomena, to saying, no, it's just the atoms out there, that's what generates it. The idea that these whirling particles are producing these states of experience. All that's really there is the stark and terrifying world of particle physics. There's nothing really out there of the familiar world. Your friends, your mum, none of that stuff, your dog. All there are lonely collections of particles swirling in the void. And consciousness is just our way of trying to cope. How does consciousness fit in? That's the basic problem. How does it get there? And the mind is not itself, doesn't seem to be made of particles. I mean, it doesn't feel like a collection of particles. Doesn't seem to be mathematically describable. So that is the problem we've been discussing. How does the mind fit in? But that gives you a strategy. What it says is, this is the strategy that has been followed since the 17th century. It says, the way you do, the way you build up a picture of what's going on in the world is to say, there is physics, and all the rest is a projection of the mind. So if you want to give a complete catalogue of reality, what you do is you explain the relation of the mind to physics, and then the colours, the smells, and the tastes, and so on, they are connected. You understand the relation of the colours and the smells and the tastes and so on to the microphysical reality by looking at how the mind is related to the microphysical reality. And then the colours, and you get the colours and smells and tastes for free. You see what I mean? People often talk about levels of description. You can describe this room as a collection of chairs and people and so on. And that's a high level of description. You can describe this room at the level of particle physics, and that's a very fine level of description. And if you want to understand how the two levels of description of the room are connected, it's all funneled through the mind. The mind is the basic point of contact between high levels of description of the world and finer levels of description of the world. But there was another strategy that could have been followed. You could have said, well, there are two ways of describing the world, that's right. There's the medium-sized, common sense world, where the world where there are all the things that we actually care about, the other people and so on. In this world, there just isn't anything to care about. I mean, gamma ray bursts, I mean, really. I mean, nobody cares about that stuff. It has no value. It has no significance, except insofar as it relates to the common sense world. So an alternative way to go would have been to say, there's the medium-sized world, all right. There's that medium-sized level of description of the world where it has all the stuff that we actually care about. Now, take out consciousness for a moment. Forget about the mind for a moment. Just think about the colors and the chairs and all the medium-sized world except the mind. And characterize how that stuff is related to microphysics. Now think about the mind as something that is related to that medium-sized world. So think of that medium-sized environment as something that's there prior to the mind, something that's there anyway, mind or not. So first of all, explain the relation of the medium-sized world to microphysics, and then, only then, look at where the mind fits in. So Descartes was really one of the architects of the first route of saying everything that's not physics is in the mind. So Descartes has these three arguments. Remember those three arguments? Our old friends, your knowledge of your own existence is more certain than your knowledge of any material thing, so the mind can't be identical to the body. You can conceive of yourself without a body, so the body and the self are separate. And then that tricky third argument, matter's divisible, but the self is indivisible. These three arguments for saying there's a problem about the relation of the mind to the microphysical. There's another way you could have set up the argument. You could have said, the basic problem is not the mind-body problem. The basic problem is the color-body problem. So you could say, look, here is Newton, here is Galileo, here is Boyle, here are all these guys with this mathematical, atomistic description of reality, with this physical description of the whole world. And the basic problem is not the mind-body problem. The basic problem, as Alex Byrne once put it, philosopher Alex Byrne once put it, is where does color fit in to the physical world? That's not a question about the mind. It's a question about those constituents of medium-sized reality, the colors. So Descartes could have said, look, your knowledge of the colors of objects is more certain than your knowledge of any microphysical characteristics that the objects have. And that's true. You can tell what the colors of objects are just by looking. We can all disagree, and we're very unlikely to be wrong. The microphysics of any of the objects around us is a very difficult, uncertain matter, and we're constantly provisional and unsure in what we think about that. Therefore, color can't be identical to any microphysical characteristic of objects. You can imagine an object having a particular color without having any particular microphysical structure. Therefore, color can't be identical to any particular microphysical structure. Or you could say, well, here's that tricky third argument. Microphysics is divisible, but color is indivisible. And the way I suggested of interpreting that in the case of when Descartes puts that forward about the mind is to say that the mind has a kind of unity that the split brain patient doesn't show. The mind has a kind of unity that you can't explain in microphysical terms. So you might think here, well, look, here's the structure of the colors. Here you see all the geometry of the colors. And that geometry is not reflected in the underlying physics of the things that have the colors. The blue of the sky and the blue of the ocean are strongly related, but they're not chemically at all similar, the sky and the ocean. So the colors have a kind of unity that is hard to explain in microphysical terms. So you could have said the fundamental problem is the color-body problem. So keep the medium-sized world, keep the colors out there, and just think of your conscious experience as a relation you stand in to those colors. If you think of it like that, there is no problem of the inverted spectrum. The inverted spectrum just doesn't come up. The inverted spectrum only comes up if you're thinking that the colors and so on have been pushed into consciousness and different people have different consciousnesses. If you think of it like this, though, well, the colors are out there and you're encountering just the same colors as I am in your experience. So this is using the strategy that 4-year-old children use, saying, first of all, there's the structure out there, or there's the stage set out there, and then there's what's your take on it. So the basic thing you say is, what are the colors out there? And then you ask, and how am I experiencing them? And that doesn't allow for a problem of the inverted spectrum. That's the kind of question the painter is asking when he thinks about how different people will experience that color composition. So the problem of the inverted spectrum just disappears at that point. The basic question is not how is the mind connected to microphysics, but where in the microphysical world is that shared world of things and properties that we all do experience. In the case of the stage set, you don't raise the question, maybe their spectrums are all inversions of one another, because it's this, you take it as basic that it's the same stage set that everyone is looking at. What you want is to be able to say it's the same array of colors that we're all looking at. You know what my experience of that is like. I know what your experience of that is like. Because it's the same array of colors that we're both looking at. That's why we don't, in practice, have any difficulty with the idea of the inverted spectrum. So the really puzzling thing is, and it is a puzzle, is to understand how this world, not the conscious world, but the medium-sized world, is hooked up to the microphysical world. That's the real puzzle. So the strategy is, first of all, you explain the relation of the medium-sized world to microphysics, and then you look for where the mind fits in, rather than explaining the relation of the mind to microphysics and describing the medium-sized world as whatever it is that the mind projects onto the microphysical world. Okay? Yes? What do I mean, the medium-sized world? Well, let me give it by contrast. In physics, people are always talking about very small things and very big things. I mean, they talk about neutrinos, yeah, and they talk about galaxies. Someone was just telling me about something that happened a few years ago where physicists found 2 galaxies that seem to have passed clean through one another. And the mind just boggles. I mean, these things are really big, right? And on the other hand, what they're talking about at CERN right now with these neutrinos going faster than the speed of light, these are really small. Yeah. And by the medium-sized world, I mean the tables and chairs, the stores, the high street, the campus, the world you live in every day. Yeah. I don't know how much more to say than that, but it's not really a very precisely defined concept, but the central cases. Yeah. The social world. The small of microphysics and the large of astrophysics. Yeah. Yes?
Is there a way to incorporate our understanding of physics into the color body model for an understanding? Because it seems like if you add in what we know about the relation of the microphysical world to the medium-sized world, you get back to the mind-body model.
You'd get back, if you try to address the color-body problem, you'd get back to the mind-body problem. Yeah, I guess, I'm not sure I really see that. I mean, yet, you might persuade me, but I don't think anyone's really tried. I mean, what you'd want to be able to explain is how the colors of things are rooted or grounded in their microphysical constitution. spectral reflectances, things like that. What wavelengths of light does the thing reflect? That kind of thing.
And we do know that.
All right.
We know what wavelength of light cause what color.
Right. Okay. There's a lot known about the physics of color. That's certainly true. But there are really people just basically feel that can't be the whole solution. Yes? You know, I mean, I think you and I are agreeing on that. Because you say, well, how should I put it? There's the orangeness of the orange thing. And how is that characterized by the physics of the situation? So this is what I meant about Descartes' three arguments here, that the unity of the color solid is hard to explain in terms of the physics of the objects in question. Yeah. Now you said the mind has to come in somewhere. You're just forced to bring the mind in.
Right.
Yeah. Now look, I should say, you know, you have what most people think, what most educated people think, overwhelmingly on your side. So, you know, you have a lot of wind behind you in this. But can you spell that out? Why does the mind come in?
Well, so if we know what wavelengths of light cause what color, then a mind experiences those wavelengths of light, and that's what causes color. And then we're back to how people perceive.
Right, right. The trick. I think what happens here, I think this is the thing that people usually do, is that you feel intuitively a lot of stuff about the wavelengths is not really characterizing the glory of the color solid. Why is red that we're talking about? You know, an inversion is a good way of putting the point. Yeah. Why is the color solid this way around rather than being some symmetric inversion of this? You can't explain that by the physics, because the physics just gives you the structure of the thing. Yeah. And anyway, it's hard to characterize this kind of structure in purely physical terms. So then people say, well, the thing is, the reason you're getting color out of these basic physical phenomena is that sensation, just as you said, color sensations are being generated in the mind. And it's because one set of color sensations rather than another is generated that you're getting the blueness of the blue thing. You see what I mean? Yeah. But the trouble is that you think you're getting a solution there. I mean, back in the 17th century, it was perfectly reasonable for them to think, we'll shove it all into the mind and we'll leave the problem of understanding the mind for a later day. But here we are, 3 centuries on, and we still don't understand how the blueness of the blue sensation connects to the microphysics. And indeed, at the moment, in principle, we have no way of getting at that. It turns out that there's that move that is so natural to shove the basic characteristics of the medium-sized world into consciousness, and then say, now there's a problem about consciousness, but we'll deal with that in due course. Well, here we are. This is due course. And no one has the slightest idea how to do this. Because you look at the physics of the brain, you look at the physiology, you look at the functional structure of the brain, and it doesn't tell you why the spectrum is round one way rather than the other. You still have the initial problem. Only because it's all been jammed into the mind, you also have problems like the unity of consciousness coming up at the same time. You seem to have this seamless web of really elusive problems. And as Nagel says, imagination is your only tool for getting at what the sensation is. And the thing is completely intractable. So it seems to me at this stage it's reasonable to go back and say, is the appeal to the mind helping here? Wouldn't it be better to say, push the problem back out? Say, how does the color relate to the microphysics? And then we can characterize the mind in terms of its relation to color. Okay, you don't have to agree, but is that clear? Well, you know, yeah. Fair enough. Okay, yes.
Well, but isn't the blueness of the blue or the redness of the red, isn't that sort of like a subjective human experience with that color? So can we really shove the blueness of the blue back
out
of the mind into the world? Is that
Well,
really a valid move to make?
right. Well, I do see that people have an it really feels compelling to say, no, the blueness of the blue is a subjective sensation. Yeah? But look, at some point you're going to have to say, when I talk about the blueness of the blue as a subjective sensation, I'm characterizing a bit of the physical world, namely the brain, only I'm characterizing it at quite a high level. And then there's the brain physiology. So it's just different levels, you know. People always do this thing with their hand as if that, oh, well, now you understand. It's different levels, different levels. And I mean, it's not a daft thing to do because there must be something right about that. But the trouble is it's very difficult to understand what the relation between those different levels is. But the thing is, when you push it into the mind and you say, well, it's different levels, that's the basic problem we've been discussing the whole time. So we haven't made any advance. So if we push it back out and you say, yeah, but what are you going to say with the color of the object and the physics of the object is different levels? Well, that's right. I am going to say it's different levels, you know, different levels. And I agree that of itself doesn't help, but the situation is certainly no worse than it was before. I mean, it seems to me it's perfectly valid because it's no worse than it was before, and we've spent a lot more energy on the what's the connection of the sensation to the physics of the brain route, and found that fruitless, and very little time has been spent on this other route. Hello, good afternoon. Somehow, whenever you have an ivory tower of learning, there is always someone blasting away with a drill somewhere. So I hope we'll have calm during most of today's session. Good afternoon, class. Hi. So today we're looking at Frank Jackson's argument in the paper Epiphenomenal Qualia. And we'll carry on looking at this argument on Friday. And then next week, we'll have Huxley's article on a hypothesis that animals are automata and its history. So that's a short but very powerfully argued article that brings together a lot of the themes we've been discussing. And with that, we'll have completed consciousness and be looking at the identity of the self. I hope you're not feeling that the reading is too heavy at the moment. If you're feeling it's too light and you'd like some more to read, then you might look at the papers by Lewis and Dennett in the Chalmers collection. They're relatively brief and easy to read. If you feel like reading more, those are the things I would go for right now. Okay, so today I want to begin by just setting out Jackson's basic argument. It's a very famous argument, very much discussed, and I'll just try to say what it is, and then compare and contrast what he's doing with what Nagel was doing in that article about bats. And then in the last couple of sections, I look a bit at the analysis of his argument. Epiphenomenalism we've come across before is the idea that the mind is, I don't know, someone was telling me the other day about biologists discovering bacteria floating downstream, but when you get thousands of bacteria floating downstream, and when they do that, when they're all in some joint exodus somewhere, or some trip somewhere, they form patterns. These amazing, intricate patterns form in the collection of bacteria. And the natural question to ask is that pattern in the collection of bacteria doing any work? I mean, is it making them more, what's the word I want? Not aerodynamic, hydrodynamic, something like that. Is it helping them zip through the water? Or is it just a pattern that doesn't do anything? And the analogous question about the mind is, you can think of the mind as an elaborate pattern formed by the human brain, but the same question arises, does it do anything, or is it merely one of those wonderful byproducts of nature, like the symmetry of the snowflake? Epiphenomenalism, which Jackson is defending, is the view that that's right. the mind or attenuate consciousness is just a wonderful pattern formed by nature that makes no difference to what happens next. So let's start out with his basic argument. The key move here in the way he sets things up, and it's not really highlighted by him, but it's a very deft move in the way he sets up his argument. This is to define physicalism. And physicalism is intuitively the idea that there's only one kind of stuff, and it's physical stuff. Jackson's way of trying to make that idea more explicit is to say the thesis of physicalism is that all correct information is physical information. The idea is if you've got all the information, all the physical information, then you've got all the information there is to get about the world. So you see the force of that. We'll discuss whether that's the best way to formulate physicalism on Friday. For a moment, I just want to note that that's what he says. So his argument is this is not right. Physicalism is a mistake. So consider Mary. This is quite a poignant story. Mary is a brilliant scientist who, we don't really know why, she's been forced to live in a black and white room where she has only a black and white TV monitor. Before you ask, Mary never cuts herself. She's born in this room. She spends, up until the point we meet her, she spent her entire life in this room. She never cuts herself. There are no sharp objects in the room, so she never sees blood. There is no mirror, so she never sees the color of her own eyes. She is always fully dressed in, of course, black and white clothes. So she never gets she has ordinary color vision, but she never gets a glimpse of anything other than jet black and pure white. Okay, that's the premise. Now, she is a brilliant scientist, good clear mind there, and she's very interested in the physics of the world around her. So from a black and white television monitor, you can really get a whole lot of information. We assume she's connected to the web. She gets everything in black and white, but she gets a lot. So she gets interested in the neurophysiology of vision, and she finds out all that there is to know about the neurophysiology of vision, about vision as a physical system. And she gets to know all there is to know about the spectral reflectances of light, how different objects reflect light of different wavelengths and different ratios, and how that affects the physiology of our visual system. So she knows all about what goes on when we see ripe tomatoes in the sky and use terms like red or blue. She knows how humans work. Physically, she has all that information. There is no gap in her physical knowledge. So, as I say, this is kind of a poignant story. I mean, here is Mary, a wistful child, always among her books, surrounded, did she but know it, by a blaze of colour. Perhaps rather, you think of her as rather melancholy, but not really knowing what she's missing. Perhaps inclined to say things like, I am half sick of shadows. And here we see her at a somewhat more mature phase. You can see that at this point, I'm glad to see that at this point she's acquired a dog. The dog is, of course, a Dalmatian. But she knows she has all that knowledge. That's the great advantage she has. That's the great solace she has in this colourless environment. And then, one day, she steps out into the world of colour, sees the lily for the first time in its full coloration. When she sees that, what happens? Does she learn anything? Does she get any new information? Well, one possibility is she says, just what I expected, nothing But that's not really what would happen. She learns everything about colour. She suddenly thinks, I didn't know the first thing before. Jackson says, it seems just obvious that she will learn something about the world and our visual experience of it. She's learning something. She's getting new knowledge, knowledge that she didn't have before. But earlier, she had all the physical knowledge. She knew everything there was to know about the physics of colour and colour vision. So she has new information. So physicalism was the thesis that all the correct information about the world is physical information. If you've got all the physical information, then you've got the whole lot. But she's now learned something new. And what she's learned can't be physical information, because if it was physical information, she could have found out about it already. So there's more information to have about the world than the physical information, but that's to say, physicalism is false. That's Jackson's basic argument. The thesis of physicalism is all the correct information there is to have is physical information, but Mary gets new information, in particular information about experience that she didn't have before. So that thesis is a mistake. Okay, that's the basic argument. Yeah? Yeah. What's the difference between physicalism and functionalism? Well, for present purposes, this is physicalism, right? Physicalism is the view that there's only one kind of stuff, namely physical stuff, right? And that's one way of trying to articulate that idea. Yeah, that okay?
Functionalism doesn't have to say that everything's physical.
Right. Functionalism says what matters for having a mind is how all the bits and pieces are connected together. What makes what structure of this makes that happen in the system? What kind of flow chart, what kind of box narrow diagram is true of the system? So it's a little bit more abstract than physicalism, because you could have something made of ectoplasm or whatever you like, antimatter, that had that the functional structure required to be a mind. Yeah. So functionalism doesn't say it's got to be physical. Yeah, to be a mind, there could be lots more stuff in the world than yeah.
I don't quite understand how the previous example relates to physicalism. And secondly, it's just my opinion. I feel that if Mary walks out into the color world, she will just see black and white. Like, I believe, like, you know about like some tribal cultures, there's only like two colors in their vocabularies.
Yes.
And they tend to generalize colors.
Yes.
Just okay, they only know two colors, and they will see two colors.
Okay. There are some. You'll say, first of all, there are some people who have only two colour words. Yeah. I mean, the great neuropsychologist Luria was in Uzbekistan once, and an Uzbekistan peasant said to him, us Uzbeks don't know the colours of things, and so we call everything blue. And that can happen. You have this impoverishment of the colour vocabulary. And Mary will certainly have that at the start anyway. But it's one thing to have an impoverished colour vocabulary, and another thing not to have ordinary colour vision and colour experiences. I mean, take what colour is good for in real life is letting you see objects against their backgrounds. If you're out hunting, if you're out on the savannah, then you really need to be able to see objects against their backgrounds. Yeah, and that's what colour is so good for. And having an impoverished colour vocabulary is consistent with being just excellent at spotting objects against their backgrounds. Do you see what I mean? So the hypothesis here is that Mary has ordinary colour vision. She would pass any of those colour vision tests where you have to see the number 5 in an array of dots, say, you know, the kind of thing. She would pass all that kind of test, but her colour vocabulary might be very impoverished. Yeah. But her physiology is actually just like yours or mine, assuming that yours and mine are both regular visual systems. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So he says that she has all the physical data about the world and that she knows everything there is to know about how to put that data together. And then says, kind of
That's right.
obvious that she learns something if we don't already have all the physical data and know everything there is about how to put it together. If we don't, presumably, right? We don't know.
You mean at the moment we don't have all the physical data?
Right. So how can you argue that it's obvious that she learns something when she leaves if we don't know what it looks like to have all the physical
Yeah.
data to know everything about how to put it together?
Okay, so if you did, so the hypothesis is if you did know all the physical data about color and color vision, then she wouldn't be surprised when she leaves the room. She would not have that wow moment when she steps out. Yeah. That is really worth thinking about, but the challenge for that idea, it seems to me, is it might be true that we don't know all there is to know. I mean, it surely is true that we don't know all there is to know about the physiology of color vision. And surely there are things to find out still about the spectral reflectances of objects. But how should I say it? As Donald Rumsfeld would put it, these are known unknowns. I mean, you know what kind of thing it is that you're missing. Do you see what I mean? We know that it's going to be more information about cell firings, which cell firings are connected to which cell firings, what kinds of information one set of cells is passing to another in the brain. It will be more information about the physics and chemistry of objects. And at the moment anyway, it seems very hard to understand how just getting more information of that general sort could put Mary in a position to know what the green is. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, he says it's not just the information, but it's how she understands the information. It says that she has this ability to synthesize it all together.
To synthesize it all together. Yeah, yeah.
How it works, which is clearly something that we don't know on the computer, right?
Well, if she knows how to synthesize all the information, right? That's different to just getting new bits of information. It might be if you could do the synthesis with all the information we already have, then your point would hold. Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting, but really, I mean, the mind boggles. I mean, what kind of synthesis would it be? I mean, take someone congenitally blind. Locke had the philosopher John Locke had a blind friend who said, of course, by just learning about it, I can find out all there is to know about the colors. And on doing his researches, came back to great skepticism, but on doing his researches, came back the next week and said, of the colour scarlet, 'tis like the sound of a trumpet. And if you're congenitally blind and doing your best, you can learn a whole lot. But how do you get the effect of that raw impact of the colour on you just from reading more and more? What kind of synthesis would you be doing? That's very hard to understand. Yeah. I don't say it's completely impossible, but we need more to just get what kind of thing you have in mind there. Yeah. Yes? Sorry, there's two. At the back front first, please. Yeah.
Is it possible that the information just being represented in a different medium when this person sees this? So rather than the information being represented with symbols or black and white pictures being represented?
That's very good. You remember last time I had this example of two shapes, and I said, well, you can imagine one being rotated to give you the other one. And I said, but you're just doing the same thing there as someone using analytic geometry. Yeah? So you might say, well, all that's going on here is that Mary's getting the same information in a different format. Yeah? That's a very interesting idea. And in fact, the Lewis paper that I mentioned, did I mention Lewis or Nemero? Anyway, I think I mentioned a Lewis paper in the Chalmers. If it's not Lewis, it's Nemero. One that either of them will do, are actually developing exactly that line of thought. Yeah, that is in different formats. But what you have to explain away there is if you know what shape is by just looking at the shapes, you know what a rectangle is just by looking, and then you got a full geometrical description. There's a sense in which it's kind of obvious to you that it's the same thing being described. The geometrical description, you have the sense, is just making more fully explicit what you knew already. You see what I mean? It's intelligible how the analytic description is describing just the same thing as you've got an image of. But with the greenness here, it's harder to get that sense of, why is it just this wavelength that's constituting the green? How am I to understand what the connect is there between what I'm imagining and between what's going on in the two formats? You see what I mean? There's a whole set of problems there. Okay. Yep.
Do you think it would be possible for Mary to dream color or close her eyes and see a color, if you will, and she's never seen it before?
It would be possible for Mary to dream in color, but she doesn't do it. That might strike you as a cheat, but that's just the example, right? Because I mean, I think it's not really a cheat to say that. I think. Well, carry on.
Well, my question, I guess, is could she whether she doesn't know exactly let's say what green is, but could she imagine it in her mind, close her eyes and think this must be something similar to what green is like?
Yeah, I think that must be possible. I mean, what I mean is, I don't suppose it happens very often, but it's very hard to rule that out. Yeah, she's got an ordinary visual system, so you can imagine that there might be centrally generated cues triggering her visual, at the higher levels of her visual system into action. I mean, that's what happens in hallucinations, that the heat-oppressed brain triggers the working of the ordinary visual system, even though there's nothing outside causing it. Do you see what I mean? So Mary could surely, in principle, with the kind of brain we're describing here, that could happen. But I think it's fair enough for Jackson to say, we're just going to suppose that doesn't happen, because what you're appealing to there is the idea that she's getting some kind of information from her imagining that wasn't coming from the black and white TV monitor. Yeah? And if physicalism is true, she could know the whole truth about the world just by knowing what was coming through the black and white TV monitor. She wouldn't need the imagination or the dreams or the hallucinations or whatever. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, one more, two more, and then we should move on. Okay, yes. Some information may be. I'm sorry, I literally can't quite hear which word you're using there. Can you do that again? Some of our information may be. Oh, posteriori. Yes. Okay. Fine. Yes. Okay. Coming after experience. Yeah.
Someone just, if they haven't experienced what is part of the water, they just know from good what
Right.
transparent liquid.
Right.
Can you say that they have the old information about water?
Right. Yeah, well, that really presses hard the question, what do you mean by physical information? I mean, when people say, I'm a physicalist, usually what they mean is physics and maybe generally the hard sciences give you a complete catalogue of all the facts about the world. Rutherford, the physicist Rutherford famously once said, there is only physics. All the rest is stamp collecting. And you see the idea that, the physicists describe the basic structure of the entire universe, and chemists and so on just cut up little bits of it. Yeah, right. So that's the idea. And it's when you're thinking of physical information like that, what you get in physics and the hard sciences is then just apparent that can all be written down. And if it can all be exhaustively written down, then it can be passed to Mary through the black and white TV screen. Yeah. Yeah. So, but I agree with you, there's an ordinary sense of physical in which, look, it's a fact about the physical world that chair is blue. Yeah. But physicalism doesn't mean to be using physical in that sense. Yep. Yep.
Is it being, I have a quick problem with the whole argument. Is he saying that by experiencing you learn? Like experience is learning naturally, and that he says by experiencing the color, although she knows everything else about it, when she experiences it, now she learns more about it. And he's saying that through experience we learn everything, and that's another form of learning as
I'm sorry, someone's talking. It's actually very distracting. Can you? You'll have to do this again. Jackson is saying Mary learned something from her experience of the colours. Okay. Mary learned something from her experience of the colours. Yeah. But play it to me again. I just wanted
to make sure that he was saying that by experiencing something, they were learning it all the time.
The point's only about colour here. So all the claim so far is about colour. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's saying that she's learning something about the colours and about this, but she learns about the colours by experiencing it. She already knows about the physical form of it.
That's right. That's right.
So once she experiences it, now he says that she learns more about it.
That's right.
He's suggesting that by experiencing this colour, that's why she learns it?
That's right. That's exactly right. It's from the experience that she is learning. Yeah. And what she is learning must therefore be something non-physical, because she already had, subject to the points that have been made already, all the relevant physical information. Yeah, so physicalism is false. Okay, that clear as a bell? Painfully clear? Okay. There is actually something, it seems to me, let's look a little bit about the relation between Jackson's argument and Nagel's, because they're quite similar, Jackson's and Nagel's. So let's just do a little bit of compare and contrast. Remember Nagel's, you could put Nagel's argument about the bats in a way quite similar to Jackson's. You could say, if physicalism is the thesis that all the information there is to have about the world is physical information, then Nagel's point is you can have all the physical information about the bat, but you still don't know how the world is from the bat's point of view. So the physical information is missing out something. It's missing out what the bat's mental life is like, the key thing you wanted to know. That's quite similar to Jackson's point. The difference is something like Jackson puts his argument as being about what he calls qualia, the intrinsic character of the colour experience, the blueness of your experience of blue. Whereas Nagel's, signature phrase is point of view. What the physicalist account is missing out is something about the experiential point of view from which the experiences are being had. So there isn't really a definition of qualia. It's not really a definable term, but the idea is that the intrinsic character of a sensation, when you feel a headache, when you scratch your hand in your cheek and you get that kind of tingle when you're tired and you're trying to wake yourself up, you can do that now if you like. What you get there is a kind of quali, or thrills of joy, free songs of joy that run through you when you crack a problem, for example, or that tremble of fear when you hear a footstep in the basement. Those are qualia. The idea is, it's not that they're representing the world. They're not particularly telling you about how the world is. They're just there, the throbs and pulses of your stream of consciousness. So Jackson's characteristic point is you can have knowledge of all the physical facts without having knowledge of qualia. Right? You can have knowledge of all the physical facts without having knowledge of what the colour sensation is like. So the facts about qualia can't be physical facts. And Nagel's main point is you can have knowledge of all the physical facts about a person without having knowledge of the other person's point of view. So the point of view can't be a physical fact. So if you remember this guy, the puzzle about this guy has nothing to do with qualia. What I mean is, you know exactly, if he's getting experience of the hen's foot and he's getting experience of this scene, then there's no puzzle about what his colour experiences are like, what his shape experiences are like. You've got all that. The qualitative character of his visual sensations, there's no puzzle about any of those. The puzzling thing is just How do they hang together, those experiences? Are they integrated into a single point of view, or are they not? That's what's puzzling. So this is a good example for making clear the difference between Nagel's concerns and Jackson's concerns, that this is a case where the puzzle is purely about point of view, whereas Jackson's Mary, there's no puzzle about her point of view in the world. The puzzle is just about how to characterize physically the qualitative character of her sensations. So the split brain patient, that's not a problem about the qualia the patient's having, it's a problem about understanding the patient's perspective or point of view on the scene. So you must never ever write this down, and if you do and say you got it from me, I will deny it. But I think for lots of us working on this kind of stuff, something like that is the intuitive picture you tend to work with, that an ordinary conscious life has an experiential perspective, a kind of vanishing point from which you have all the sensory experience you do. And then there's the intrinsic character of all the particular sensory experiences you have. So the qualia are out here, and the point of view is like the vanishing point from which the scene is observed. Okay, so that's Nagel versus Jackson. Okay. I think there's something very puzzling, actually, about Jackson's exposition of what happens when Mary steps out into the world of colour. And I want to talk through this quite slowly. I think it's genuinely confusing. It's something you have to really take slowly and work through with some labour. Let's just go over, if you think Mary learns something when she steps out into the world of colour, just pause a moment. What is it that she learns? She steps out, she goes, wow, look at all that. She's getting something new, but what is it? Now, Jackson's very clear about what it is that she's learning. She's learning something about qualia. She's learning something about sensory experiences. It's the sensory experiences that are left out of the physicalist story. And as I said, there's a huge literature following Jackson's argument. And this literature all basically takes it for granted that Mary is indeed learning something about sensory experiences if she's learning anything at all. But I think, when you think about it, that's a very... there's something really disorienting about this, because that is not the commonsensical way of describing what's going on. There's a big difference between what goes on when you try to think about your own visual experience and what goes on when you try to think about a headache or a toothache. Suppose that you get many toothaches. You are a connoisseur of toothaches. And you dwell on this one. You rock the tooth back and forth, as one does. You see how the pain goes, how it sharpens and dulls as you move the tooth to and fro. Then you're just focusing on the intrinsic character of the sensation itself. Those of you with headaches or toothaches at the moment, you can try this for yourself right now. The other thing that in contrast is, try and focus on the character of your visual experience right now. Do it now. I keep using a phrase like the blueness of the blue sensation, but just focus on your blue sensations. Don't focus, when you're doing the headache or the toothache, you can just focus on the sensation. Don't focus on the world around you. So do that now with your visual experience. Don't focus on the world around you. Just focus on the sensation you're having in your head. Say, for example, the colour sensations, the black and white you get when you look at the screen right now. Can you do that? Can you just kind of do the inward squint and roll your eyes inside your head and just see what the characteristic of you is, the sensation, the way you can with a headache or a toothache? I mean, I put it to you, you can't. There's no such thing. When you try and focus on the intrinsic character of your visual experience right now, you wind up just staring very hard at the people and chairs and so on all around you. There's no such thing as turning your gaze inward to the character of your visual sensation. When you try to attend to a visual experience, you end up simply staring at the objects around you. That is not true for other sensations like headaches or toothaches or whatever. G.E. Moore was the first philosopher to explicitly make this point. And he said, in general, that which makes the sensation of blue a mental fact. So there is such a thing as experiencing blue, but when you try and concentrate on it as a phenomenon of mentality, if you see what I mean, that seems to escape us. You can't focus on your sensation of blue as opposed to your external environment. That which makes the sensation of blue a mental fact seems, if I may use a metaphor, to be transparent. We look through it, the mentality of the experience of blue, and we see nothing but the blue of the object perceived. If you try and focus on your blue, if you look at the chairs, if you try and focus on your blue sensation as you look at the chair, you wind up just staring very hard at the furniture. You're not looking at anything but the furniture. You're not attending to anything but the furniture. So, when we ask again, what exactly does Mary learn when she steps out into the blaze of colour? Well, she doesn't, first of all, get these throbbing, pulsing green sensations and then says, my God, what's going on out there that I'm getting all these sensations? That is not what happens. She first of all finds out about the greenness of the object, which is not a mental fact at all, that the object is green. I mean, to try and make this vivid, suppose that Mary is a great scientist, but she's actually not very interested in her own mind or in the minds of other people. I know that real scientists are never like this, but we can imagine. I mean, it's sometimes given as a diagnosis, as an analysis of autism, that what goes wrong in autism is that people don't have good theory of mind skills, that people with autism are just not good at getting on to other people's minds, or indeed their own mind. And whether or not that's right as a diagnosis of autism, we can suppose that Mary is someone who just never thinks about her own mind or about the minds of other people's. She is just not curious about that. She only cares about the physical world. So when she steps out into the world of colour, she doesn't say, oh, my experiences are all so different. She says, look at all that out there. She notices that something different is going on, but the thing that's different that she notices is going on is not something different in her own mind. So in the first instance, when she steps out into the world of colour, what she learns about is not a mental fact at all. She's learning about a property of the objects around her that she didn't know about before. She's learning that the objects around her have colours, and she's learning what all the individual colours are. She's learning that there is such a thing as this phenomenon, and all the specific ones, red and blue and magenta and so on. Now, once you've got that platform, I'm in a world of coloured objects, then you can go on and say, if you are interested in the minds of other people and yourself, then you can go on and say, and so this is what other people were experiencing the whole time. This is what I'm now experiencing. And that's an extra step. You go on and you say, good heavens, people the whole time were having these rich visual experiences that I didn't know about, that I'm now having. But that's a second step. What I mean is, it's only because you put in place that first platform, I'm in a world of colour, that you can now take the second step and say, so there is this dimension to the experiences ordinary people have. This is like what I was saying last time about the stage set. If you're thinking about how people will experience your stage set from different points in the auditorium, if you get that question, how will it seem from this position, from that position? Then the first thing you've got to do, the basic building block you've got to get in place is, you've got to have identified the physical structure you're asking about. And then you say, what will it be like from over here? There are these two steps in thinking about conscious experiences. The first one is put the physical environment in place. Describe what environment it is that people are experiencing. And it's only when you've done that that you can go on and take the next stage and ask, and how is it being experienced from this perspective or that perspective? So in general, you can't grasp the point of view of another person or animal without having identified which things and properties in the environment the person or animal is attending to. So that's the transparency of experience. And something that is so confusing about thinking, I think, about Jackson's argument. Is that plain enough? If I've explained this correctly, it should be absolutely compelling. And you should be feeling, yes, now I understand. That all seems plain as day. Is that the subjective experience you're having? Yes?
Can you explain how the word transparency applies to you?
What's the matter? Oh, why the word transparency applies? Well, the word transparency comes from Moore's 1903, I think. He said, that which makes the sensation of blue a mental fact seems to escape us. That's the thing I meant, that if you try to focus on a window, yeah, you've got a perfectly clear window, and you say, look at the window, right? Then that's very hard to do. Your gaze falls through the window onto the objects on the other side. You see what I mean? Okay. So similarly, when you're trying, that's the point I was trying to get at when I said, focus on the blueness of your sensation of the chair. When you try to do that, it's hard to stop the mental thing. You always wind up just attending to the physical chair.
As in, our mental experiences are transparent.
Yeah, when you try and introspect your mental experience, when you try and turn your inner gaze on your own visual experience, your inner gaze goes right through the experience and onto the external object. You see what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Do you want to come back on that? Yep.
The window is the blueness of the, let's say, black chair.
So the window is.
So when he's talking about the transparent,
Yeah.
that's the blueness. When you see through the blueness and you see, let's say, a white chair, you don't see the blueness of the white chair.
No, what's transparent is, how should I say, the mentality of the phenomenon. Right? So suppose you think of it like this. There's a blue chair out there, and over here, there's your visual experience of the blue chair. Yeah. So what's transparent is the visual experience of the blue chair. You're trying to focus on the visual experience, yeah? But you always wind up going right through it and back to the chair itself. You see what I mean? Yeah. Okay. This is a really basic point. It's very, very confusing, this, when you're trying to think about Jackson's example. To keep this straight in your head is very difficult. That's why I spent so long on it. It's a genuinely confusing thing. Yeah?
But isn't this theory kind of separating the color and the object?
It's not. It doesn't mean to be separating the color and the object, but it might be. It's unintended if it is, but yeah.
Well, the transparency kind of indicates that the color and object are less related, does it not? Aren't you say that they're one and the same? That when you're staring at the color, although
Yeah.
you may be thinking you're staring at the chair, you're really staring at. They're the same thing. Is what I'm trying to say. Staring at the color, although you may be trying to stare at the color and end up staring at the chair, you actually are staring at the color because the color is part of the chair.
Yeah, the color is a property of the chair, but part is not a natural way to put it. You would usually say the color is a characteristic of the chair or something like that. It's an aspect of the chair. So I wouldn't want to separate. It's not so much I want to separate them. It's just you can attend to the chair without noticing its color. You can attend to the color of the chair without noticing that it's a chair. They're just different dimensions of the way you attend to the world around you. You see what I mean?
But I still think that if someone wanted to, they could focus intensely on a color that might be a characteristic of an object.
That's right, that's right. No, I mean to be agreeing with you about that. Yeah, you can focus on the colour but not notice, you might not even notice that there's an object there. You just think, what a wonderful turquoise, yeah, and then start when you realise what kind of thing it is that you're looking at. Am I missing your point, or is that the same thing?
No, that's the point, but then how is the colour transparent?
Oh, because, well, it's not the colour that's transparent, it's the experience of the colour that's transparent. I see. It's not that you're trying to attend to the property and you're always looking at the object. That's not, I see, I did sometimes put it like that. That's not what I mean. It's the sensation is the thing that is transparent and that you can't focus on in itself. Does that put it in place? Yeah. It's not at all that whenever you try to attend to that magnificent turquoise, you always wind up attending to the chair. Yeah, that's not what I mean. Okay? Right. Okay, that's very good. Okay, right. Okay, on that note, okay, we just have a couple of minutes left, but let me see how this bears on epiphenomenalism. So, when Mary knows all the physical information about the world, she knows everything there is to know about what's making what happen. So, the non-physical things that she's just learned about can't themselves be making any difference, in the sense in which I said patterns in bacteria might be epiphenomenal. The things that she's just learned about now must be epiphenomenal because they're not part of the physical world. But if you've got the whole physical story, you know exactly what's going to happen next, insofar as it's determined at all. So those non-physical aspects of the world that she's learned about can't be making any difference to physical causation. So, since on Jackson's analysis, what she's learning about is qualia, epiphenomenalism is true. Those qualia, those blobs of sensation, make no difference to what happens in the real world. They maybe matter very much to you and me, to the quality of life we have, but they don't make any difference to what's happening next. Here's Jackson. Certain properties of mental states, namely those I've called qualia, are such that their possession or absence makes no difference to the physical world. Qualia, mental qualia, these mental sensations can seem to be causes in the way that pictures on a screen can seem to be causes, but that's all. Jackson gives the example of watching a cowboy movie, where it certainly seems like one thing's causing another, but really they're not. Actually, I don't think this is a very good example Jackson gives here, because what you see in the cowboy movie is John Wayne or Gene Autry or whoever it is, and what seems to be causing something else is the bullets or whatever that they are using. A better example might be a computer game. Pong. Pong? People still play Pong? I spent my formative years playing Pong, many happy hours. So in Pong, you get a paddle and you get a ball. You remember the kind of thing? Okay. The great thing about Pong is you get a blob of pixels moving towards your paddle, and you move your own paddle with incredible deftness and dexterity. And you bounce the ball back and you perhaps spin this blob of pixels. Now the thing about that is, the reason that's fun is it looks like you have causation here. It looks like your paddle made the ball bounce back. But of course no such thing is true. I mean, it's all, some central chip or something, right? There's some processor that's going on, there's some processor that's making the whole thing happen. So the processor is generating the movement of the paddle. The processor is generating the movement of the ball pixels. It looks as though the one thing is causing the other, but really it's just that they have a common cause in the functioning of the processor. And Jackson's picture is that's what's going on with your sensations, with your conscious life. You think that things are causing each other in your conscious life, but actually that's not what's happening at all. Your brain is the analog of the processor. Your brain is throwing off those sensations. You have some sense that causation is happening there, but really all the causal work is being done at the level of the brain, at the physical level. Now, that's actually extremely confusing when you think about it, when you bear in mind what we were just saying about transparency. Because when you think about your own visual sensations, it's not as if you get an inner TV screen where your sensations seem to be bouncing about, knocking into one another. That I think is the single most confusing thing in Jackson's article, because that's not what your inner life is like. You do not have some kind of inner array of visual sensations knocking into each other and you say, but it's actually the brain that's making them move like that. When you are reflecting on your own inner experiences, you are simply seeing the world. You are looking at your environment. So if there is an illusion of causation, it's going to be an illusion, the fundamental illusion of causation will be an illusion that, for example, the colours are causing one another. So when someone's painting, as it might be a cat, then it looks to you, here's what Jackson has to be saying is the illusion. It looks to you as though the colour of the paint is causing the canvas to change colour. It looks as if the colour of the paint really matters causally. But the example of Mary shows that can't be right. What's happening is that the physics of the paint is making a difference to the physics of the canvas. And the colour of the paint and the colour of the canvas are just epiphenomena being thrown off. There isn't any real direct causation between the colour of the paint and the colour of the canvas. So the illusion is that the colour of the paint is causing a difference to the colour of the canvas. And then you'd have to say, well, that could be so, that could be epiphenomenal, that could be an illusion, but still the experiences of those colours could be making a difference to what happens. But then let's suppose that the whole thing is epiphenomenal. The colours, the experiences of the colours, none of that's making any difference to what's happening. Jackson says it's left a total mystery how the qualia, how the colours fit into, how they connect with the worldview of science. And the note Jackson ends on is, it may be that the human mind is simply incapable of penetrating that problem. The mind of a dog can't penetrate any problem, any arbitrary problem. The mind of any animal has its limits. We may have hit our limits here with that problem. Okay, more on Friday. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. So today is one last time on Jackson's epiphenomenal qualia. It was Lewis and Dennett were the papers that you might, if you want to look at any extra reading on this, look at the Lewis and Dennett papers. And on Monday and on Wednesday, we'll look at Huxley's on the hypothesis that animals are automata and its history. And with that, we'll wrap on consciousness. My understanding is it's, I always get lost with dates, but my impression is the essay is due a week today, is that right? Thank you, right. Who said no? I just want to remind you of something that's in the prompt for the essay where it says, the first paragraph of your essay must state the main thesis for which you wish to argue in the essay. The last paragraph must restate the main thesis, summarize the way in which you have argued for it, and indicate any outstanding problems. I just want to say we really mean this. Somehow it's very difficult to write an essay like this. This is somehow the natural way to write a philosophy essay is to say something like, the issue of dualism and the relation between mind and body has exercised mankind for hundreds of years. Descartes thought, Ryle thought, and as a reader you work through all this wondering, you're in a state of great suspense, wondering how it's all going to come out in the end. And sometimes there is a result and sometimes there isn't. Sometimes you are just listening to someone telling you a really long story without a punchline. And the thing is that you can't write like that. This is the format you have to write in. Whoever's grading your essay, by the time they get to the end of the first paragraph, they need to have it unmistakably there, what your main thesis is. And my own suggestion would be that you point this out by saying, my main thesis is, and then whatever it is. And your main thesis does not have to be anything very unexpected. I mean, you could say my main thesis is that consciousness is radio waves or something, but my main thesis is that dualism is a correct analysis of the situation with mind and body. That's just fine. And you can display brilliance and originality in the way you argue for the thing along the way. You don't have to be displaying your full brilliance in what the main thesis is. If the main thesis can be, my main thesis is that functionalism can be defended against the attacks made on it. You see what I mean? Nothing. It doesn't have to be. And in fact, really, very often the best essays, it is something relatively mundane that is the main thesis, and you see the brilliance of the writer in what happens along the way. Let me just ask the GSIs, is there anything you want to add to that? Am I missing? Okay. So please try to use this as your format for writing. And let me say, this is not something arbitrary I'm just making up. This is a real-world skill. Any time you have in business and politics or anything at all to write a report on something, that's the kind of format you need. Yeah. So, but please do that. Okay. Any questions about that? Okay. Okay. So. I want to go back over Jackson's main argument about epiphenomenalism and Mary and all that, and look at what exactly Mary is learning when she walks out from her room. I said that the key move in Jackson's argument really is one he doesn't emphasize, where he talks about physicalism being the truth of physicalism being a matter of the only correct information being physical information. And I'll suggest a different way of thinking about what physicalism is than that. And lastly, this idea that consciousness is epiphenomenal, it doesn't make any difference to what happens, keeps coming up and is very prominent in lots of scientific work on consciousness nowadays. But it really is a puzzle what difference consciousness makes. Does consciousness help us in any way? I mean, it seems so important, but isn't it just a kind of beautiful ornament thrown off by the underlying physics that maybe doesn't make any difference at all to our lives? On the other hand, surely evolution could not have generated such an interesting phenomenon without there being something that is doing for us. So let's start out with Jackson's way of formulating physicalism. He says, the thesis of physicalism, all correct information is physical information. And then the point about Mary is, when Mary finally steps into the blaze of colour and sees the lily in full colour for the first time, she is learning something. And what I was saying last time was that what she's learning in the first instance is not something about experience. What she's learning in the first instance is something about the way the world is. She didn't know that objects were like that before. So last time I was saying, what happens when Mary steps out from the room is, she may not even have thought, oh, so people were experiencing this, or I'm having different experiences. Her first thought is a thought about the lily, that it has this characteristic that she didn't know about before. So Mary, first of all, gets what the colours of all the objects around her are. And as a result of that, she's then able to say, and so how will people be experiencing this if they can see all that? That's a second question. So at the first level, she gets the scaffolding the physical structure. I mean, I said with the stage set, you first of all have to have the conception of the thing out there that people are experiencing from lots of different viewpoints. And what Mary gets first of all is the thing out there that people are experiencing from lots of different viewpoints. And then you can go on to think, so what must those experiences be like? And once she's got the world of colour, she can ask, how does it seem to other people when they look at this scene? Other people were getting this the whole time, and I had no hint of it. So putting Jackson's point here is, it's when Mary gets the experience of seeing for the first time, one thing she can learn is what colour sensations are like, what experiences of colour are like. And that wasn't part of her physical information. That's Jackson's point. That was something she didn't have before. And so Jackson says physicalism is false. But when you say information here, couldn't it be that there's just one and the same state of affairs out there that she's getting knowledge of in two different ways? I mean, you can get knowledge of a riot, a protest from newsprint, or you can get it from TV. These are different formats in which you can get the knowledge. There is something new when you read it in newsprint or when you see it on TV, but it might be the very same thing that's being reported in two different formats. So it's natural to wonder if Mary is really finding out about a new state of affairs, or if she isn't just getting a different sort of information about the same old state of affairs. I mean, suppose you're a die-hard functionalist about experiences. You say, look, all there is the functional structure. All there is to any aspect of your mind is the way you're all wired up. Well, while Mary was in her black and white room, she had knowledge of the functional structure of an experience of red. She could pinpoint just the right area of the brain on her black and white diagram and say how that's all wired up to the rest of what the person is doing, how that's all wired up to what's going on in their surroundings. So she's got the full functional characterization of an experience of red. And now she steps out into the world of colour. She says, look, all these objects are coloured, so people are having colour experiences. Well, couldn't you say that's the very same functional state she's getting knowledge of, only it's now in a different format? This is actually a question someone raised last time, and a terrific question, and really what I'm doing is just going over this question at some more length. Yeah, you were raising a question?
Yeah, it's actually a question on the previous slide.
Uh-huh.
So you said that
This one?
Yeah. So you said Mary learns from experience seeing color is like, but it wasn't part of the physical information. So what would physical information you can find that's here, like feel, touch? Is that what it
No. Physical information here would be defined as information about the fundamental particles, information about the biology of Mary's body, of any human body, information about the spectral reflectance characteristics of the objects around us, information about the way light bounces off objects, that kind of thing. Yeah. And you could include functional information in that, how things are all wired up. Yeah. Okay, so she's getting knowledge of the very same functional structure, but in a different format. I mean, you could think the situation with Mary is kind of like this. Suppose you have someone suppose Mary, while in her black and white room, had learned to do analytical geometry. So she's a real whiz at writing out equations for particular curves or shapes, and subjecting those equations to transformations. That would be a kind of knowledge that she could actually exercise in a different way. Let me just go over this. On a functionalist account, you're saying that knowing what the experience is a matter of knowing the functional structure of the person. Now, suppose Mary's learned how to do analytical geometry while in her room. But suppose that she doesn't have any experience of shapes while in her room. I mean, maybe she's just very short-sighted, so she can see just well enough to do the geometry, but you draw her any kind of complex shape, she just can't do it. Or maybe she's surrounded by soft, blobby objects that are kind of amorphous and they don't have any definite shapes. At any rate, it's never occurred to her that the stuff that she's doing the equations about might be the very shapes she's experiencing. So suppose now that she's able to write the equations that define this shape, to write the equations that define this shape, and to perform on paper the transformation that takes you from this shape into this shape. Suppose now that you sharpen up her vision and you let her encounter these shapes in experience, and you say, you know that one that has that complicated equation that you always get a bit wrong? That's this shape. Look. Now she's getting information about the very same shape in a different format. And you say, look, the thing that any of us in this room can do, just do it in your head. Do that transformation. She's now doing the very same thing in her head that she used to be able to do only by working through the equations. Yep. Doesn't that what? Doesn't that count as physical information? Yes, that's fine. All I want to get here is the idea of a different format for the same old knowledge. Yeah, you see?
Yeah, but if that doesn't count as physical information, then still don't get information.
Well, the point is that it's the very same state of affairs she knew about before. There is no new phenomenon she's finding out about when she can do this in her head. Do you see what I mean? No? All right. Well, what about this? She's doing the same thing in her head as she used to do on the basis of analytical geometry. She's rotating this shape and getting it to that shape. That must be right. Isn't that right? That's fine. You can say the information is different. But the state of affairs that's being described by these two types of information is the very same. The rotation of this shape to that shape is something you can get at in different ways. It's the very same thing that is being described in different ways. So you're right. The information is new here. Yeah? But the point is, the fact that the information is new doesn't show that it's not this very same state of affairs that is being described by these two different kinds of information. What that shows is that this way of explaining what physicalism isn't any good. Because you can be in your terms, when you say Mary's doing the rotation is non-physical. Yep. I mean, is non-physical information. That's right. But the point is, that doesn't show that there is something non-physical in the world. The thing in the world is just the same old shapes that she knew about before. There is nothing new here. What she's got here is a really handy way, a kind of abacus, a kind of calculating device, namely her own visual system, that she can use to do this thing that she used to have to do by writing out the numbers. She used to do this thing by writing out the numbers. Now she has a shortcut. I have a friend who, when he was a PhD in chemistry, said, I really have it over all my colleagues, over all my competition, the other graduate students, because I find I can just visualize molecular structures and how they will link together. He said, these guys do it in the most painful way. It takes them forever to figure out how a new compound is going to work. I can do it in my head. So I think he certainly didn't seem to do much work, and he certainly seemed to do it incredibly well. So that can happen. That doesn't show that there's something non-physical about those molecular structures. Those molecular structures are just out there, part of the physical world, and you can find out about them by doing it laboriously, or if you are gifted enough, you can do it by visualizing the molecular structures in your head and imagining how they will combine. That there are different formats to the information here doesn't show there's a new thing out there in the world. Am I addressing your question? Yep. Okay. So here you can say what Mary gets when she finally encounters some shapes and is told, that's what you were writing the equations about. That's the shape for which this is the equation. She's now got this great way of solving problems about when you can rotate shapes into onto each other that doesn't involve there being any new thing in the world. It's the same old stuff that was always there. And you can think about, she's got a complete functional description of how people work, of the human brain, of what will make what happen in the human brain. If she then gets an ability to imagine what it's like being someone else, imagine how one transformation of one mood into another can go, as you get the ability to imagine how a transformation of one mood into another could go, that will give you a great quick way of figuring out what this person is going to do next without having to write out a box and arrow structure. You've just got this quick, snappy way of doing it in your head. So when Mary steps out and finds out about the colours of the objects around her, first of all, she gets this platform on which she can build a capacity to imagine other people's colour sensations. But that ability to imagine colour sensations might not be imagining anything new out there in the world. It might just be giving her a great, snappy way of understanding and predicting what people will do next. It's just knowledge of the same old stuff in a new format. So you could say you can know the functional structure of a person explicitly, in that you can write out a box and arrow diagram for them. Mary could have had that in her black and white room. But then you could have it in the form of being able to imagine, being able to project yourself into the other person's mental life. That will be quick, snappy, and will mean that it will grease the wheels for, in real time, interacting with the other person. So it'll be important socially to be able to do that. But that's all it is. It's a difference in the format of the knowledge. It's not a difference in the reality that you know about. That might be just functional structure. And earlier I made this contrast between two different ways in which you can be working as a basketball player. As a commentator, as someone who writes analyses of what basketball players do, you may have to do it all longhand. But as an actual player, you need something much faster, something that you can use in real time when interacting with the other person. So you can have two kinds of knowledge of the style of a basketball player, as a commentator or as a participant. But it's the same thing out there that you have knowledge of in those two different ways. So Jackson's example, you can say, look, that doesn't show that physicalism is false. It just makes it very vivid that there are different ways in which you can have knowledge of this same functional structure. Yeah. Wouldn't you say what? Well, it's not. You can't say it's having new information. That's right. In the sense that when you get knowledge of which shapes, or when my friend got his ability to visualize molecular structures, you could say that was new information. Yeah. There is an advantage. There is something different here. There is an advantage to having the information in this form. But if you say, is it information about a new subject matter? No, it isn't.
Well, I agree with the example. When you talk about mental state, then having this sensation is part of the functional structure. There's really the information about the functional state. Having the color sensation is a mental state.
Having the color sensation is a mental state, sure.
Yeah, so that doesn't tell you anything about the functional structure of the physical part.
Well, actually, there is something here. Having a red sensation does give you information. I mean, what you're saying, you're moving in and out between saying Mary learned something and saying she doesn't learn something. When she gets the color experiences, I'm saying she learns something about the world. She learns about the colors of the objects around her. Yeah. So it's not just a matter of having a sensation and that's the end of the story. The color experience reveals something about the world to you. You get knowledge of the world from it. Don't you share that sense that when Mary steps out from her room, she learns something? She's going to go, wow, look at that. And you're going to say, no. You're just having a sensation. Having the sensation is something completely different. Additional. Additional to what? Now she knows what the sensation feels like. Okay, I was arguing it goes in two steps. First of all, she learns what the colors of the objects are, and then she can reflect on what this feels like. That can happen. You're so absorbed, you're reading the meditations and you really get gripped. You're just deep into it. You're not reflecting on how entranced you are. It's only later when you snap to that you reflect on what your own mental state was. You see what I mean? You're in some dangerous situation. You're not reflecting on, oh, this is what it's like to feel real fear. You are just trying to get out of this as quickly as you can. Yeah. Later, you might reflect on, boy, was I frightened. Yeah. So when she steps out into the world of color, she's going to be looking at the things, not reflecting on her own sensations. But later she can do that. I agree with that, but it's a two-step process. Are we all happy with that? I mean, is anyone else unhappy with that? Okay. Okay, so I say we have to look again at the definition of physicalism. I don't think Jackson's is a good definition of what physicalism is. And we had a bunch of definitions. There's only one kind of stuff. There's physical stuff. Every property is identical to some physical property. Or Jackson's, all the correct information is physical information. And what I've just been saying is we've got to draw a distinction between getting information about some new aspect of the world and getting information about a familiar aspect of the world in a new format. So no argument that Mary gets information about that's in a new format. The issue is she getting information about something that's really a new aspect of the world? Well, I think one standard way now of doing this is to put it in terms of possible worlds. One way to state what physicalism says is to say, suppose you have two possible worlds that are alike in all physical respects. Then they must be alike in all psychological respects. So here are some new friends. Possible worlds. This is another of those diagrams that you must never ever write down, but it's very helpful to have it in your head. So the idea of a possible world is it's a total state of affairs. I mean, a total universe. Some of them, one is distinguished. This is the actual world. This is our world, the world we live in. And there are many other possible worlds. Some of them, as you can see, are quite close to our world. Possible worlds, for some reason, are always circular. But I've never seen anyone represent a possible world as square. But anyway, As you can see, some of them are closer to the actual world than others. They are what we're talking about when we talk about what could have happened or what would have happened, what might happen. All that stuff is talking, you can represent that as talking about what is going on in other possible worlds. So we argue sometimes about which worlds are closer than others. If I come in shaking because you swept past me in your car and nearly knocked me off my bike, I say, you nearly knocked me off my bike. What I mean is, the world in which you did knock me off my bike is very close to this one. You could reply indignantly, I wasn't within a yard of you. You were perfectly safe. I was watching you the whole time. That's to say, the world in which you did knock me off my bike was way out here. This is really just a vivid way of putting a kind of talk that's very familiar in everyday life. I mean, really, matters of great moment can hang on this. If someone's guilty of negligence, if something was unsafe, that's to say, the world in which it did blow up, the world in which there was an accident was very close. If your job is safety, then your job is to keep the world in which the accidents happen very far away. So there are going to be lots. I mean, this is only a small sector of logical space here. There are going to be millions of these things. And we're talking here not about what might have happened so far as you know. I mean, you say, is Bill coming to the lecture today? And you say, well, he might. What you mean is, I don't know whether he's coming or not. But often enough, you're talking about what's possible, even though you know perfectly well it didn't happen. I mean, suppose you think to yourself, you know, I could have taken astrophysics instead of philosophy 3. Boy, that would have been great. Galaxies, big bangs, gamma bursts. And you think, well, what's so poignant about that is it's not that you're sitting there. When you say it, I could have taken astrophysics, it's not that you're sitting there thinking, maybe this is an astrophysics class. You know, the whole pain of it is that you, it's so patently obvious to you that this is not an astrophysics class. So when we're talking about what's possible, we're not talking about what might be happening so far as we know. We're talking about, even although this is the actual world, what is going on in other worlds that could have been. When you feel remorse, when you feel regret, when you feel relief, you're thinking about what happened in other possible worlds quite close to this one that are not the actual world. And what supervenience says is, whenever you have two possible worlds, whether they're close by, whether they're out on the rim of logical space, no matter how wild and crazy the worlds are, if everything physical is the same in those two worlds, then everything mental is the same too. That's a very powerful way to state what physicalism is. And for example, it implies that there aren't two kinds of stuff, the physical and the mental. If there are two kinds of stuff, the physical and the mental, the ectoplasm and the atoms, then you could hold constant what was happening to the atoms, but vary what was going on with the ectoplasm. So supervenience implies that there aren't two kinds of stuff, physical and mental. Also, if you say that all properties are physical properties, so pain is C-fiber firing, every psychological property is just the same as some physical property, then supervenience is going to be true. Because if you keep all the physical properties the same, and all the psychological properties are just the same as some physical property, then if all the physical properties are the same, all the mental properties have to be the same. On the other hand, if you say, no, we're not going to be physicalists like that, we can't define X's in pain as X has C-fiber firing because of variable realizability. Supervenience could still be true. It could still be true that if you have the same physical systems all wired up in the same way in two different possible worlds, then their psychologies must be the same. So I think that's a much better, more powerful way of formulating what physicalism is than Jackson's. It doesn't use the notion of information at all. But we can still ask the question raised by Mary about using this conception of physicalism. We can put it like this. Suppose that Mary has complete physical knowledge of the world. She knows every aspect of the universe physically. She's got all that from her black and white screen. Then you can ask, are there still going to be different possible worlds about which all that information could be correct? So you could say, well, she's got complete knowledge of the structure of the physical structure of the actual world. Is there another possible world somewhere that has that same physical structure, but different psychological states? Then, if it could be that there are different psychological states out there, even though the physics is the same, then supervenience isn't true. You'd have the same physical structures, but different psychological structures. So in those terms, when Mary steps out from her black and white room, is she learning something about the world when she sees how the colours are, how they're distributed, finds out about other people's colour experiences? Is she finding out something that could have gone one way or it could have gone another? It could have turned out that she's in this world, or it could have turned out that she's in that world. Or is it rather that once all the physical facts that she already knew in her black and white room were fixed, no variation was possible in what psychological states people were in? So the question is, could you have two different possible worlds in which everything physical is the same, but all the qualia, all the color experiences, and so on are different? So if you've got a possible world where everything physical is the same as this world, then there will be in that world a Berkeley campus physically just like this one, a lecture room physically just like this one, people in it physically identical to you and me, but all their experiences, all your counterparts' experiences will be different to yours. The question is that possible? Could your twin in this other possible world be having different experiences to you, even though they're molecule for molecule identical to you, and all the surroundings are molecule for molecule identical to this one? I'm just curious, what's your hunch? Can you put your hand up if you think the answer is no, that couldn't happen? And yes, that seems perfectly possible. Wow. And what about I have no idea what the question means? Okay, thank you for sparing me that. Okay, that's very interesting. That is quite a substantial response and roughly 50-50. Well, the kind of situation that people have in mind, I think Jackson himself, at one time anyway, would have gone along with this and said, it could be different. You could have your exact physical counterpart in the other possible room, but maybe their spectrum is an inversion of yours, even though they're physically identical to you. Or it could be that your counterpart in this other possible world doesn't have any qualia at all. Your counterpart is a zombie. I mean, they are biologically identical to you, they move and act just like you, but they don't have any of the experiences that you're currently enjoying. They don't have any experiences at all. If that's possible, then in those two worlds, all the physical processes will be running just the same. So people will move and act. You and your counterpart are bound to be moving and acting in just the same ways. So that difference in your psychologies can't be making any difference to what happens. Even though the qualia are different, all the causal processes are going to run in just the same way. So if supervenience fails in that way, then the qualia don't make any difference. So epiphenomenalism is true. Consciousness really just is an ornament generated by more basic processes in the universe, but not itself contributing anything to the running of the universe. Okay, so that's to rework Jackson's Mary example in terms of supervenience. Yep.
What's to say that the people who do the same in two different worlds have different
Who's to say that they have different? If you've got you and your physical counterpart, who's to say that you and your physical counterpart have different experiences? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Half the class thought that was perfectly possible. What do you guys think? Sorry? Okay. You wouldn't be able to tell. That's the point of your question. Is that right? If we took you and your physical counterpart and put you side by side, you'd physically behave in exactly the same ways. So when you say, who's to tell? No one could tell that you're having different experiences.
So what's the point of suggesting that it could be?
Yeah, why say that? I think that's extremely forceful. So something like that would be my own reason for saying, I don't really think this makes sense. Yeah, but the trouble is that when you imagine the inverted spectrum, or when you imagine Bloch's homunculus-headed robot, you seem to be imagining something that's perfectly conceivable. You see what I mean? Usually, when you say to people, what about if somebody else's color experiences are round the other way from yours? An absolutely standard reaction is people say, I've been wondering about that since I was 12. It does not strike people as a kind of contradiction, does it? That someone else's color experiences might be just structurally the same as yours, but quite different. And it usually seems to people just perfectly obvious that such a thing could happen. And if you say, who's to say which way round it is, what people will usually say is, I've often wondered about that too. That's why it really haunts me. We can never know. Yeah? So it's not just coming from nowhere, this idea that you could be physically identical but have different psychological states. Yeah? Well, because why does that make epiphenomenalism true? Because everything that happens has a physical cause. If you look at the body as a biological system, you're looking at the running of a human body, you're doing some physiological study. There is never any point in the study of the brain at which people observe, for example, neurons suddenly being jolted into activity by something coming from outside the physical. That never happens. The physical is a closed system. For every physical event, if it has a cause at all, it has a physical cause. There is nowhere in the universe where you see something coming from outside the physical, namely the mental, jolting the physical into action. So if you and your twin are biologically, physically identical in every respect, then all the causal processes that are running you are going to operate in just the same way. So if there is any difference in your psychological states, it is something that is making no difference at all to what you do. It is making no difference at all to what your body does. But that's what epiphenomenalism says. It says these experiences don't do anything. Is there any explanation for why these epiphenomena are produced? It's very hard to see how. Yeah. You would think epiphenomena are consequences of physical causes. Sure, let's suppose they are. They're caused by the physical, but then they don't go anywhere. Nothing else happens next. How could they be different? Well, that's the same question as the previous questioner, yeah? You couldn't tell. But that's my point about the inverted spectrum. People seem to find it so easy to imagine that this could happen. Good for you. I think I have thought myself through to that place, but it took me a very long time. I will try to make vivid how that could be. Yeah, that there could be no such thing as the inverted spectrum. Yeah.
So this kind of follows on the last one. If all the mental states and experiences are being generated by something physical.
Yes, all the mental states and experiences are being generated by something physical. Sure, but I can't see what else can be going on.
Systems, how can they be generating different mental states if there's some kind of causal relationship between how the physical system is working and what's going on mentally?
That's very good. The causes must be generating the same outcomes. Yeah. Again, I think that's a powerful point. The thing is, though, that sometimes the same cause generates a different outcome. I mean, take a simple example. You have a random number generator. The whole point is you push the button, you get something different every time. Yeah. People are like that. You know, I said hello to Bill this morning, and he gave me a smile. I said hello to him yesterday morning, and he gave me a growl. You know, you see what I mean? It doesn't always work, same cause, same effect.
So assuming some kind of random process in between to make it plausible.
I think you'd have to be.
Systems with different understandings.
I think you'd have to be, yeah. And you really have to explain why it seems so commonsensical to say spectrum inversion is possible or Bloch's robot is possible. Yeah. You have some talking to do yourself. I mean, I agree your opponent has a lot of talking to do, but so do you. I think this is probably why the room's split 50-50. You know, there's actually a strong case to be made for either side here. Yeah. Okay. Let me try and take this from the other side, just finally and briefly. What is consciousness doing for us? I mean, I just thought we might revisit an old friend. You probably wondered what he's doing. Well, he's still there. He's toiling through his manual, sorting out squiggles, squiggles, and squaggles, squaggles. Now, I want to suggest, if consciousness does anything for us, it has something to do with us being free, with us being able to act as free agents. I mean, I said when we were talking about Bloch's robot, it lacks consciousness. It has everything else that we seem to have, but there doesn't seem to be any sense in which you'd say that Bloch's robot is a free agent. And similarly, with this Chinese room, with this whole system, I think you'd want to say that's not, that whole system doesn't stack up to being a free agent. This guy is a free agent, but the whole system doesn't constitute free agency. And a basic reason is, if you're going to be a free agent, you have to be able to think. You have to have some understanding of concepts. And this whole system seems not to have any understanding of concepts. And one reason why is that understanding the concepts depends on consciousness. This whole system does not have any experience of color, for example. And if you don't have any experience of color, you don't have any understanding of color concepts. So Mary, while she's in her black and white room, she doesn't have any experience of color while she's in that's the whole point of the black and white room. So if you ask, while she's in the black and white room, does Mary know what the colors are? Does she have any color concepts? Well, surely not. I mean, she's not the first idea what red or scarlet are. So there's a connection between being able to think and having conscious experience. Being able to think depends on conscious experience. You can only think about the colors if you've had conscious experience of them. So that's a special case. But I think, isn't that in general true? It only makes sense to talk about an organism thinking and reasoning about its surroundings if it has experience of its surroundings. And the organism can only be a free agent if it's capable of thinking and reasoning about its surroundings. So you're only going to be capable of free action if you're able to think and reason, and you're only going to be able to think and reason if your thinking and reasoning is hooked up to your experience of the world. So this really is the basic reason why this thing about transparency I was talking about last time seems so important here. It's part of what's, when you're asking what good is it being conscious, isn't it just a kind of decoration that doesn't help us a bit? If you think what Mary learns when she steps out into the world of colour, oh look, I'm having these qualia, these sensations, then that makes it seem as though having sensations tells you only about the sensations themselves. You only find out about your own sensations from your sensations. And then you think, but why bother? You know, I'm this enclosed little world of my mind. But that's not what's really going on. Visual experiences, in Moore's word, are transparent. When you try and focus on your visual experience as a sensation, it is like trying to look directly at a pane of glass. Your gaze always falls through the experience onto the outside world. You look through the experience and see nothing but the external colour. So that's why I said what Mary learns about in the first instance isn't a mental fact at all. She's learning about the characteristics of the objects around her. She's learning that they have colours, and she's learning what the colours are. So experience here is a way of getting knowledge about your surroundings. Is how come you have the concept of colour in the first place. Consciousness does something for us because it's a way of giving us knowledge about our surroundings. If you think of visual experience as just a matter of having blobs of sensation, then that makes it, why should we have these blobs of sensation? Why should we have these qualia? But if you think of visual experience as your window onto the world, that transparent pane of glass through which you get the whole world, that makes it much more obvious what consciousness might be doing, how it might not be an epiphenomenon. It might be that free will depends on consciousness, because being a free agent depends on knowing about the world around you, knowing what range of actions is open to you, and that in turn depends on your experience of your surroundings. Okay, that's the end of the message for today, and we'll talk more about free will on Monday. Thanks. So today, finally, we look at Huxley's article on the hypothesis that animals are automata and its history. And the next time, we'll carry on with this on Wednesday, and on Friday we'll do a kind of review or a way of putting in perspective some of the topics of the class. So the next time there's any new reading is Monday, when we'll move on to the identity of the self, personal identity, and the excerpts from John Locke in the Perry collection, the Blue Book. Okay, so today I want to begin with just a statement of what Huxley's position is in that article, in the article for today. I'll begin just by saying what I think his view is there, and then look at his argument for the view. The basic point being that we can have coordinated, complex, purposive behaviour in the absence of consciousness. Then I'll glance briefly at how things look today with these kind of points, and centrally the point that it looks as though humans initiate actions before the onset of conscious intention. And finally, look at the implications of these points for the sense, if any, in which we can be said to be free or responsible agents. So something that's come up a number of times is, if you think of the notion of consciousness as connected to the idea of a point of view, and being able to imagine a point of view as the basic way you have of getting knowledge of that point of view, well, if Nagel is right, and our only way of accessing the phenomena of consciousness is through imagining ourselves into someone else's point of view, then when there is a point of view there, is it making any difference at all to what's happening? What I mean is, if you suppose that the person on your left is a regular person with a conscious life and a point of view and all. And the person on your right is a homunculus-headed robot. So there are lots of little people in there, pulling levers, pressing switches. So the whole thing is moving and acting like a regular human, but is not actually conscious. Well, the two will behave in exactly similar ways. When consciousness is there, you can project yourself into the imaginative life of the one person. There's no such thing as projecting yourself into the imaginative life of the other. But that thing, the point of view from which the world is being experienced, seems to be making no difference to what actually happens. But freedom is the sense that your conscious point of view in the world makes a difference to what you do. You get to decide a lot of what your body does. So if that picture is right, then it suggests that freedom is an illusion. The argument that Huxley's putting forward in this article, let me just state it in a nutshell, state it very briefly. The argument is, even in the absence of consciousness, even when consciousness is not playing a role, when we're pretty sure consciousness is not playing a role, humans and animals can both perform actions that are complex, coordinated, and purposive. The conclusion Descartes drew from that, Descartes had observed this, and the conclusion he drew from that was that animals don't have souls. They are mere automata. They do perform complex, coordinated, purposive actions, but animals, one and all, are not conscious at all. They are simply complex machines made by God. Huxley's position is animals might be conscious. Animals, he thinks, pretty certainly are conscious. But still, Descartes was right to say that they're mere automata. They're automata in the sense that even though animals have consciousness, it does no work in generating their actions. For understanding what's causing the animal to behave, you really need to just think of it as an automaton. And Huxley's further point is that the same is true of us. Consciousness is there, but from the point of view of explaining what happens, it's best to regard us as automata. That way you get the whole truth about why we do what we do. So one key argument of Descartes is when you look at what beasts do, when you look at what brutes do, they breathe, eat, run for the hills. They do lots of stuff, but the stuff they do is all the kind of reflexive action that you or I could do in the absence of consciousness. All the actions of beasts are similar only to those which we perform without the help of our minds. And as I said, Huxley doesn't go along with the conclusion that animals don't have consciousness. He says very strong arguments would be needed to prove that such complex phenomena as those of consciousness first make their appearance in man. There are lots of animals that are more or less like humans, so presumably consciousness does depend on some kind of complexity in the organism. And why should it be that it's only with humans that the right pitch of complexity is reached? Surely the animals could have some kind of consciousness too. But, and this is the tricky part in his argument, although we may say reason to disagree on that kind of evolutionary basis with, we might disagree with Descartes' hypothesis that brutes are unconscious, it doesn't follow that he was wrong to regard them as automata. The brutes may have a conscious life. It may be something added to the working of the structure of flesh and bone that makes them go. But in understanding how they operate, you are right to regard brutes as automata. The consciousness of the brutes would appear to be related to the mechanism of their body simply as a collateral product of its working, is given off like a byproduct by the working of the body. And consciousness there is as completely without any power of modifying that working as a steam whistle which accompanies the work of the locomotive engine is without influence upon its machinery. So just as the steam engine gives a joyous toot toot as it goes round the bend, that does not affect the working of the machinery. That is just a kind of joyous, what's the word I want? A joyous exhalation of its working. The volition of animals, if they have any, is an emotion indicative of physical changes. So if animals have wants or want to do things, will things, that's an emotion indicative of physical changes. It's not a cause of the physical changes. Just as you can see here, the steam whistle may be sounded as a result of the fact that the engine is working well, but it doesn't actually itself contribute anything to the working of the engine. And similarly, the soul stands related to the body as the bell of a clock to the works, and consciousness answers to the sound which the bell gives out when it is struck. So behind the facade here, there is all the working, all the flesh and bone that makes the body go, makes the body do what it does. But the sound of the bell is something that happens at various points when the machinery is working well, but it doesn't affect the operation of the clock. It doesn't make any difference to how the clock keeps time. That's the view. Yep. Yes. Yes. That's right. Here is the bell. It answers to the sound which the bell gives out. Sorry, I compared it to the bell. You're right. He's comparing it to the sound the bell gives out. Okay. The bell. I should have said the sound the bell gives out. Yeah. But similar, the sound doesn't make any difference to the timekeeping of the clock. Is the point? So for present purposes, there's no difference. The soul is just what you. I mean, putting it in that way is an expression of dualism, but for present purposes, that doesn't matter. Is that having the soul and having consciousness are they regard them as equivalent? One, two.
But can consciousness affect the workings of our bodies? For example, we can force ourselves to do things we don't want to, or keep ourselves from doing things that we really do want to do.
You may have the feeling that that is what is going on. I mean, just to play back what you're saying in terms of how this view responds to your comment. Yeah, your unconscious brain may be generating inhibitions on different actions that you're performing. Your unconscious brain may also be generating conscious experiences of not wanting to do those things. But the conscious experiences are not themselves causing anything. That's the view. So the mere fact that you sometimes want to inhibit what you're doing, you have this feeling, I better not do that, and you don't do it, that doesn't show that one is a cause of the other. That just shows that they're correlated. Yeah, and we mistake that correlation for causation.
But what if you feel I better not do that, but then you force yourself to do it anyway?
Well, that is just more complex working of the unconscious working of the brain, generating both that complex conscious state and the resulting actions. So, I mean, it's just a familiar point in science that finding a correlation between two factors doesn't show that one is causing the other, because there may be a common cause. Yeah, that was the point about Pong. Remember? Yeah, yeah. I've forgotten who was in it. Yeah.
So basically, it's like the body is in control, and the soul just basically adapts to whatever the body is doing.
That's right. The soul toils along in the rear, saying, "I did that. I made that happen." But the body is actually doing all the work, making all the decisions.
The soul just follows whatever the body does.
That's right. That's right. One, two.
So in that case, it's completely disregarding the argument of Descartes that the mind and body were separate, and he's saying that the body does the main work while the mind or consciousness really takes the back seat.
That's right. It is simply a byproduct, like the sound of the bell or the sounding of the whistle. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're referring to now as the body as brain and your actual body, whereas the mind is something completely separate or is synonymous to the soul, correct?
I think Huxley would probably not actually have put it quite like that, but he thinks that there is a particular part of the brain, an anterior part of the brain, that is the seat of consciousness. But his point is, if you think of it as brain activity, then that brain activity is not making any difference to what the person is doing. So even if you think, there's no separate, that's why I said it doesn't really matter that this is put in dualist terms. Even if you think there's a specific bit of the brain here that is realizing the conscious life, the point is that's not driving the system. Yeah, there's other parts of the brain that are driving the system. Yeah. Yes.
But wouldn't consciousness allow us to, for example, know the difference between, say, just simply good and bad? I mean, if we do the physical aspect, then let's say both choices, if good or bad, if you do something bad, it might provide you some sort of pleasure, but at the same time, do something good would also provide pleasure. So how would the consciousness be necessary for the body to differentiate between two different choices that both help or support?
Consciousness would be necessary for moral choices as we usually think of them, that's right. And what that shows is that our conscious moral, the right result, the right conclusion here in this view would be our conscious moral choices are not actually making any difference to what we do. So if you think, I did the right thing, I stood against all odds, I stood alone, I did it because I knew it was right. Actually, that's not what happened. Some unconscious part of your brain filled you with these sanctimonious thoughts, and that unconscious part of your brain also drove your body to do this or that. But your consciously thinking that it was right or wrong was not what made it happen. Yeah. So I don't want to spoil your pleasure, but in that kind of situation, why not? But I mean, why not appreciate the fact that you did what was right, but really, that's not what was going on. Yeah, that wasn't why it happened. Okay? So what's the argument for the view? Well, the argument for the view is that we can find such a lot of purposive behavior without consciousness. Here is a new friend. Where's he gone? Ah, hello. Right. This is Huxley's lead example from the animal kingdom. So his basic point is about the spinal cord. If by some accident a man's spinal cord is divided in a horrible kind of injury, but his limbs are paralyzed so far as volition is concerned, you can't move any of your body below the point of injury. And you'll be incapable of experiencing all those states of consciousness which, in an uninjured state, would be excited by irritation of those nerves which come off below the injury. So if your spinal cord is cut, then you don't have any feeling in your body below that point, and you can't deliberately move any part of your body below that point. It is as nothing to you. So, if you've got a vertebrated animal, if you have an animal with a spinal cord, then in general, he's saying, let's suppose that this is the general case, in any animal where you have the spinal cord being separated from that anterior division of the brain, which is the organ of consciousness. So make the cut in the spinal cord as high as you like, then short of the organ of consciousness in the brain, then that's going to be completely incapable. The region below the cut is going to be completely incapable of giving rise to consciousness, and you're not going to be able to move the part of your body below the cut. And suppose that's true in general for any animal with a spinal cord. That move makes sense? Yeah?
So I don't know what you call this reaction. I think it's phantom something where if
Yes.
You have no feeling down there.
Phantom limbs, yes.
Yeah, and they still feel the pain. So is that the unconscious mind causing the pain? Because wouldn't you be feeling it when you're conscious?
That's a quite different phenomenon, right? With phantom limb, there has someone has had their hand amputated, for example, and they still have sensations in that place. It still feels to them, as though they may get pain from it, for example. They may feel as though their fist is clenched and they can't unclench it. Yep. So you say you have a phantom limb here, a phantom hand, phantom pains. That's all perfectly conscious. Yeah. This is specifically about what happens when the spinal cord is cut. Yeah? And he's saying we can generalize from ourselves to any other animal. All you can know for sure about consciousness is in your own case, he says. But since each of us knows that's what's going to happen in your own case, you can generalize from that to any animal if they get their spinal cord cut. But they won't have any sensation or be able to consciously activate anything that goes on below the cut in the spinal cord. Nevertheless, this separated segment of the spinal cord is not passive and inert. Even although you don't have any feeling in it, even although you can't consciously control it, it is the seat of extremely remarkable powers. And he gives this gory example of someone with a cut in the spinal cord, and you tickle the unfortunate person's feet. And he says, look, you tickle this guy's feet. He's had no feeling in them. He can't consciously control his feet. But you get a complex set of muscular contractions coordinated towards a definite end and serving an obvious purpose. What colloquially you might say is the, oh, stop it reaction, as you try to get away from the tickling stimulus. He doesn't say whether the patient in this kind of case laughs. But at any rate, you can see what he means. There's quite a complex set of movements going on at a point in the body where there is no conscious sensation and no possibility of conscious control. So with humans, you can't experiment too freely. With frogs, he feels much happier about experimenting freely. He says if the spinal cord of a frog is cut across so as to provide us with a segment separated from the brain, we shall have a subject parallel to the injured man. So cut the spinal cord of the frog as high up as you like, and then below that point you'll have something that doesn't have any feeling and that the frog can't exercise conscious control over. Experiments can be performed without remorse, as we have a right to conclude that a frog's spinal cord is not likely to be conscious when a man's is not. Okay? Those were the days. So if a man's, the logic of the argument is if a man's spinal cord is cut, the part of the central nervous system which lies beyond the injury is cut off from consciousness. And then you note that if you put acid in your ruthless way, you put acid on one of the frog's feet, the other foot reaches over to rub the acid off. A purposive action. A frog with the foremost 2/3 of its brain removed, when you toss it into water, will swim. A frog with a very high cut, the anterior division of the brain, so much of it as lies in front of the optic lobes, removed. So it's got all this stuff right up in the brain, cut out. It's removed and placed on your hand. If I had, well, picture, if you will, a frog on the hand. If the hand be inclined very gently and slowly so that the frog would naturally tend to slip off, the creature's forepaws are shifted to the edge of the hand until he can just prevent himself from falling. And if the turning of the hand is continued, he goes through the needful set of muscular operations until he comes to be seated in security on the back of the hand. The doing of all this requires a delicacy of coordination and a precision of adjustment of the muscular apparatus of the body, which is only comparable to those of a rope dancer. So all that's being done in parts of the body that the frog has no conscious control over, has no feeling in. It may consequently be assumed that molecular changes in the brain are the causes of all the states of consciousness of the brutes. Is there any evidence that these states of consciousness are causing the molecular changes that give rise to muscular motion? So in this anterior part of the brain, there are the molecular motions that are generating consciousness. Are those states of consciousness causing the molecular changes that cause the movements? I see no evidence for that, he says. The frog walks, hops, swims, and goes through his gymnastic performances quite as well without consciousness and consequently without volition. So there's no volition here at all. You want to explain what a regular frog is doing. You don't need to appeal to consciousness. There's no evidence that the consciousness of the frog has playing any role at all in generating the movements of his body, because it can go through its whole repertoire of movements, complex, coordinated, purposive movements, just as well without consciousness. But he says, it still makes sense to say that it still makes sense to say there's a sense in which the frog is free, the frog is doing what it wants. There's nothing to prevent it doing what it desires to do. It's not as if some hand is coming from outside and stopping the frog from doing anything. That can happen, and then you might say the frog is not free, it's being prevented from doing something. But in this kind of situation, when it's hopping through the woods like a free bird, there is nothing to prevent it doing what it desires to do, and in that sense, it is free. So consciousness being idle in the working of the machine, Huxley says, is consistent with freedom. Yep. 1, 2. The frog will sooner starve than eat something. I don't actually remember that. Unless it has the right kind of trigger. Yeah. I'm not actually recalling that straight off. You've read it more recently than I have, doubtless. But there may be some changes in the frog's behavior when its spinal cord is cut. That's not in question. It's that when you look at the complexity of what it can do without consciousness, aren't these relatively peripheral differences that can't be traced specifically to a working role for consciousness? You see what I mean? Yeah. 1, 2.
So with the frog example, was he specifically targeting animals with it, or was he also making an implication about food?
In the first instance, he argues only about frogs, about the animals, but then he goes on and says it's just the same for humans. Yeah.
And he's using the frog example, he's comparing a frog's brain, for example, to human.
That's right, because the important point of contact is with that point about the spinal cord, and he has these examples of humans performing complex actions without the benefit of consciousness. Yeah. So the point is you can develop a parallel argument for humans. Yep. Yep. Sorry. Yeah.
Does this point of view suggest that speech is a conscious action or an unconscious action?
Speech is a conscious action or an unconscious action. Speech would be an action that is not generated by consciousness.
Okay. So, like, thinking about what you're going to say before you're saying it does not have any effect on what you will eventually say.
It's a really interesting example to think about, but what he has to be saying is that you may be having a conscious experience of deciding what to say, but actually your unconscious brain has decided already what you're going to say, and that you're having this conscious experience doesn't actually affect what happens next.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, surely there's a difference between like this reflexive sort of survival behavior, like the tickling of the foot or being
Right.
in water or whatever. There's a difference between that and much more complex things like deciding which class I'm going to sign up for on Telebears or something like that.
Right.
Surely something like that can be done without consciousness. Right? And so in that sense, wouldn't consciousness have an effect on what the body is doing?
Yeah, so for very complex phenomena like deciding what class to sign up for, that the frog is never going to be able to do that kind of stuff. Yeah. So this argument is a long way from establishing that all human action is driven by unconscious factors. Yeah. I agree. It's a long way from establishing that. But the question is wide open. I mean, once you see the structure of the view, it really seems 50-50. You can point to a correlation between what your conscious experience is of ticking the box on the form and you're actually ticking that box. But that's just a correlation. What the causal structure here is still wide open. Yeah. I forget who was in it. Yeah.
What does epiphenomenalism have to say about purely mental activities such as thought?
Purely mental activity such as thought is caused by physical stuff, physical goings on. Yeah. And is consistent with epiphenomenalism to say that their thoughts can cause further thoughts. Yeah. So your own experiences may cause you to have thoughts about those very experiences. So within the mental, there may still be causation.
But isn't there a link to a physical event where the physical event has been correlated with the what did you say? Collateral conscious effect.
Isn't there a link between the mental and the physical when you're doing this kind of rumination? Is that the point?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine, but the thing is that further physical state is not itself causing your behavior.
Right, but how does a thought emerge without any physical action occurring? Is it just from physical events in general?
The causation of the thought may happen as a result of physical action. I mean, that's presumably what you're trying to do right now. You send out sound waves to me, and that's physical, and I have thoughts. As a result, that's the intended effect. That's all right. It's that those thoughts don't themselves, in turn, cause anything physical to happen.
But they can cause more thoughts that aren't necessarily linked to a physical action.
That's right. That's the view. Yeah. I forget there was someone new over here. Yeah. Okay. One. Yeah.
What about the instance of, say, sleepwalking, where the person is actually conceiving something, but then acting upon whatever they're conceiving in their mind?
And sleepwalking is an interesting case. So what's your picture of what goes on? I mean, one picture of what goes on is that the sleepwalker isn't dreaming at all. They're just performing actions. Right? But is the picture you have of sleepwalking that the dream is causing the actions?
Sure.
Okay, but you can see by now what the Huxley's reply is going to be, namely that there may be unconscious activity in the brain that is generating the actions and generating the dream. They may be happening at the same time, and it's not an accident that they're happening at the same time, because they have this common cause. Yeah, but that's all that's really going on. Yes.
Just to clarify, epiphenomenalism doesn't hold that all conscious experiences and thoughts are byproducts of physical generation.
It does hold that. It does say that all conscious experience and thoughts are byproducts of physical stuff in your brain.
You just said that thoughts can be caused by other thoughts.
That's right.
It's not physical.
Okay, there's room for some movement here depending on whether or not you are a physicalist. And if you're a dualist, you will say the thoughts can cause the further thoughts without further physical activity. Yes, if you're a dualist, you will say that once we move into the ectoplasmic, yeah, we leave behind causation of the physical altogether. What I'm saying is you could be a physicalist, but still an epiphenomenalist. You could say these thoughts are realized by physical states, but these physical states have, how should I say, at best only vestigial physical impacts. I mean, remember a couple of sessions ago, I gave this example of a bunch of bacteria swimming downstream. When you get thousands of bacteria swimming together, I don't know, going on holiday or something, they form these patterns, these really striking symmetrical patterns. And what you want to know about the pattern is, does it do anything? Does it help them get through the water faster? Does it protect them in some way? Or is it just an accident? Now, it's a physical thing either way, but the epiphenomenalist picture, if you're a physicalist and an epiphenomenalist, you're going to say there is a brain structure, there is that kind of pattern in the brain structure that when you get that constitutes having a thought. But that pattern doesn't really have any significant causal impact on the behavior of the whole system. Certainly not the kind of impact that we think it does. There might be, I don't know, there might be some cases in which it would show up in further physical effects, but they're kind of vestigial. They're not the central role in driving action that we usually assign to consciousness.
So to believe whether or not thoughts are causal depends on whether you're a dualist or physicalist?
No, what I'm saying is, if you're an epiphenomenalist, you could think that thoughts are caused by further thoughts, whether you're a physicalist or a dualist. Only if you're a physicalist, you must think that the thoughts causing other thoughts, there is some physical change there. Yeah? So you're right, there is some kind of physical causation there. That's what I'm saying, there is going to be some kind of vestigial physical causation. Just as an epiphenomenal pattern in the movement of a bunch of bacteria will have some physical impacts. It will affect the kind of light that bounces into a photograph, for example, but it might not have any significant physical role, which is really what the epiphenomenalist is after, is not playing that central role in determining exactly what actions you perform. It may be having minor effects on what happens next in the brain, but that's all. Okay? Okay. I asked a physiologist, one of my colleagues who works in physiology, how does it go for humans? Well, what about this kind of argument for humans? And his first remark was, well, suppose you came over to physiology and we put you on a treadmill, and so you're walking the treadmill and then we cut your head off. He said cheerfully, you'd continue to walk just fine. There'd be no, your motor system would go very well there. And actually, you might say, well, all right, that's all right for being in a treadmill, but what about something a bit fancier? Maybe not deciding which course to take, but just something like which cup to reach for, or I see something and I reach for it. Surely you couldn't do that in the absence of consciousness. If you don't have visual experience of the thing, could you reach for it? I mean, if this thing is behind my back, and you say reach for it, and what, where? Well, there are now a number of well-documented cases in which people don't have visual experience from one part of their visual field. So a blind-sighted subject may have no visual experience in the left side of their visual field. And you say to them, what's in the left side of your visual field? You put, say, a cup there, and you say, is it upright? Is it tilted? Tell me about it. And the patient says, let me go over this. I can't see a thing in the left half of my visual field. How can you expect me to answer such a question? And the experimenter says, guess about what's in the left half of your visual field. We'll give you $5. And so the patient says, okay, I'll guess. And they reliably get it correct as to what's in the left side of their visual field. If you ask them, reach for what's in the left side of your visual field, they say, there's no point, I don't know what's there. But in fact, when you force them to do it, they reach accurately to the right position and with their hand in the right shape to grasp the thing. There are also patients with motion blindness these patients have a very scary time of it. They don't have continuous visual experience. They get a frozen static field in front of them, and then a moment later, they will get a quite different static field where things have moved and changed. So suddenly something that was very far away can be right close to you. It's kind of stroboscopic kind of visual experience. I was reading a report by a psychologist who was working with one such patient with motion blindness, and as they sat in armchairs talking, he had a cricket ball and he tossed it to her and she caught it. He then went on to do a lot more of the same thing because this was so astonishing, that she's not seeing the ball move towards her, but she caught it just fine. So what these points suggest is that a lot of the visual control of action is happening without it mattering that it's conscious. If conscious experience is there, then that's fine, but if conscious experience is subtracted, you can still perform the actions, make the judgments about what's in your visual field just fine. So there are many perceptually guided actions. I mean, these patients are very intensively studied, and new capacities they have are constantly being discovered. So a lot of the stuff that naively you would think is really guided by consciousness is not. It's operating without the benefit of consciousness. One very famous set of experiments from about 20 years ago now was Benjamin Libet's demonstration. Well, demonstration is perhaps a bit strong because the result has been very controversial, but what he did was he wired up patients so that electrical activity in the premotor cortex in the brain are these motor readiness potentials in a part of the brain that were known to precede action were being monitored. And he gave them this task. Sometime in the next 2 minutes, I want you to push this button. Push it whenever you like in the next couple of minutes. Only here's the thing. There is a clock with a second-hand sweeping. Follow me very closely here. There is a clock with a second-hand sweeping round. When you form the intention to push the button, note where the second hand on the clock is so that you know what time it was when you consciously formed the intention to push that button. And they also monitored the motor readiness potentials in the premotor cortex. And the finding was that the brain activity starts before the conscious intention. Only a few hundred milliseconds before, but significantly before the conscious intention. You see what that means? I mean, here is the situation. We have our highly intelligent subject, all wired up. So the brain activity is saying, I'm going to push the button, that indicates that he's going to push the button now, is being monitored here. He's looking at the second-hand sweeping round, and there's the movement, the button that he's being asked to push. And what's found is that the brain activity, from monitoring the brain activity, you find that the brain activity initiating the pressing of the button starts before the formation of the conscious intention. So the picture is, there are the cell firings that cause action. They are generating the conscious intention, and they are generating the action. But the conscious intention is not directly causing the action. Since this work was done, there has been a flood of further work, and particularly in the last 3 or 4 years. I was just looking at some of the work that has been done in the last 3 or 4 years on this, and if I'm reading it correctly, then it's actually much more dramatic than this kind of study indicates. It looks now, I will check that I've read this correctly and report back to you on Wednesday, but my understanding of reading is that it looks now as though the brain activity in many different areas of the brain that's needed for generating the movement can start as long as 8 or 9 seconds, 8 or 9 full seconds before the conscious intention is formed. So you can predict what the subject is going to do long before the subject is aware of forming a conscious intention. When you think of that picture of what is going on, it's really irresistible. What is happening is that these many different areas of the brain are working together to determine what to do and when to do it. And the experience of conscious volition is something that is generated along the way by this wave of brain processing that is leading to the action. So that really makes vivid that the epiphenomenalist picture may really be correct. These cell firings that cause action may be starting before the conscious intention, and therefore the conscious intention can't be what's causing them. They are generating the action directly. What happens is, just as we were saying earlier, the conscious life tracks along behind the phenomena. So the button gets pushed, that's right, and the subject had the conscious intention, and the subject says, that happened because I wanted it to happen. But that's a mistake. You wanted it, and it happened, but you didn't happen because you wanted it. So these results raise the question. Oh, sorry. How reliable are the self-reports? Well, I mean, I don't think there's any suggestion that they're lying, if you see what I mean. What do you mean?
They measure the types in different ways. They measure the onset of brain activity in a different way than they measure the onset of conscious intention.
That's right. Well, you have to measure them in different ways.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're comparable when both active.
You get a time for when the conscious intention was formed from the noting. So they are comparable in the sense that the same time frame is being used. You know where the second hand on the clock was when the intention was formed, because the subject was looking at was monitoring the position of the second hand when they formed the conscious intention. And you know where the second hand was when the electrical activity in the brain started, because that's being monitored. Yeah. So the time frame being used is comparable. Yep.
How do you explain the patient responding to the instructions without consciousness?
Sorry, how do you?
How do you explain the patient responding to the instructions without consciousness? Instructions to push the button. How do you explain that?
Well, you would give, you would just explain it in terms of brain processing. In the unconscious. Look, let me give another example. It's often said that suppose you touch a hot radiator, yep, and you pull your hand back, then the reflex of pulling the hand back can be happening far too fast for it to have happened that a signal went all the way to the brain, generated pain, and then and that in turn generated the action. Yeah, you can explain that just as a reflex that that your motor system has to high temperature. So you don't need to appeal to consciousness there. You just appeal to a reflex. So similarly, what's going on is that sound waves are being being directed at the patient. There is then, as it were, a reflexive response. I'll do this. But that doesn't, and you can characterize the reflex that's involved there without talking about conscious experience at all.
But if the first cause was the sound waves of the experimenter's instructions, what if he gave the instructions in a different language, which would have the same effect to someone who understood the language, but since he doesn't, it's still physically the same.
Okay, well, look, if you think about computers, yeah, if you have a computer that's been programmed in one programming language, yeah, then if you try to use some different programming language to get it to do something, it won't work. But that's not because the thing is conscious. You can explain the way. I mean, that was the whole point about the Chinese room, that and it wasn't the whole point, it was part of the point about the Chinese room, that you can give a characterization of a system's responses to language in ways that don't involve consciousness at all. Yeah, and that's what's happening when people are trying to regard English as the highest level programming language for the software of the brain. One, two. What's the benefit of having consciousness? Maybe there is none. Maybe it is just a beautiful excrescence in the universe. I mean, in a way, how could it have any benefits? Yes?
But in the reading about the talk, it said that the thought on the understanding to it. So does that mean like it doesn't have that consciousness, or it's consciousness?
That would be one interpretation of it, that it doesn't have consciousness and you need consciousness to generate the desire to eat. But another interpretation of it would be that something physical is different in the frog, something physical that doesn't have anything particularly to do with consciousness, and that's what's stopping it from eating. And lots of animals eat without us being inclined to suppose that they're particularly conscious. Honeybees eat, but we don't necessarily think they're conscious. Yeah? Yeah.
Isn't this only defining reflexes and instincts?
Isn't
There
it?
are plenty of actions that are determined by consciousness. For instance, if there was a sign in front of the radiator that says, very hot, don't touch, then you consciously process the fact that it's hot by reading it, and then you force yourself not to touch it.
Okay, you're saying you consciously process language, and this is like that earlier question, that the comprehension of language must involve consciousness. Yeah, but I guess that remains to be seen. I mean, that's what I meant about computers. If you think about interacting with a computer using language, well, I mean, if you just take any computer with a graphical user interface, you're using language there in your interactions with it. That doesn't mean the thing is conscious. It may be possible to characterize the workings of the brain in response to language without mentioning consciousness at all. It may be possible to get a purely physical understanding of all this. So I'm just looking for people who haven't raised a question already. Come back in this. But, yeah.
But even as you read the language, you can still decide to touch the radiator, to see if it's actually that hot. Like you might want to just test yourself and see if you touch it for a second.
Yeah.
That's you consciously deciding to touch the radiator, even though the language says that you shouldn't.
I see that that's what you think, but the point is that may be an illusion, that you have that power.
But that's a choice, isn't it? A choice, that's conscious.
It's an illusion we find very hard to overcome. Okay, more of this on Wednesday. More on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Great questions. Hello, good afternoon. So, one more time. Good afternoon, class. Okay. So one more time on animals as automata and its history. Huxley's article. On Friday, I imagine you guys will all be emotionally exhausted. So what we'll do on Friday is, I don't want to actually do a review of everything we've done so far, because there are some points that we have hammered away at again and again, and I think you might not want to hear them even one more time just yet. So what I'm going to do on Friday is give having been quite critical of functionalism so far in the class, I want to give one example of how illuminating functionalism can be. And I mean, in a way that's not surprising, because functionalism is the method of scientific psychology, and I'm not for a moment suggesting that scientific psychology doesn't give you illuminating explanations. But I want to give an example on Friday of a case of functional explanation being highly illuminating in a way that goes back and makes you look at Descartes on thinking in a quite different way. And then the next time there's any fresh reading is Monday, when we'll look at Locke's of identity and diversity, and we're moving on to the identity of the self. So today, I'll start out just by reviewing the arguments we looked at on Monday for epiphenomenalism, and then in the next 3 sections to go on and look at if epiphenomenalism is true, what are the implications for our freedom as agents? Okay, so there's a wonderful illustration by Jonathan Rosen of the epiphenomenalist thesis. This whole thing here represents the human being. Here, mounted in the back of the tiger representing the body, we have the conscious mind, holding a steering wheel not connected to anything, facing in the wrong direction, and shouting, "I'm in charge! I'm in charge. I know where we're going." Don't laugh. That's you. So, Huxley and Descartes both have a key point that they agree on, that without benefit of consciousness, humans and animals can perform actions that are complex, coordinated, and purposive. That's the point of Huxley's argument about how much we're able to do with our bodies below a divided spinal cord. Even in the absence of consciousness, there can be highly complex, coordinated, and purposive actions. Descartes' point is, when you look at the totality of behaviors that animals are capable of, they're only capable of actions that humans can perform without being conscious at all. Therefore, Descartes said, there's no reason to think that they have any kinds of experience or consciousness. Huxley says it's very unlikely that the one place in life where consciousness came about is in humans. There are so many animals that are quite like us that surely some of them are conscious. But nonetheless, Descartes may have been right that in animals, to understand what's making what happen in the animal, you have to regard them as automata. Consciousness does no work. They may have consciousness, but it's not making any difference to the actions that they generate. And similarly, Huxley says, for us, we happen to have this thing, we happen to have minds, but it doesn't make any difference to what our bodies do. Because we have all this complex, coordinated, and purpose activity in the absence of consciousness. Why would you think it was ever needed for what was going on? And I mentioned Libet's famous work back in, I guess, the 1980s, where he said he found that motor readiness potentials, the firing of brain cells initiating action, happens before, maybe half a second before you're aware of having any intention to act. So you're sat down facing a second hand going round. You're told, press the button whenever you like, and note where the second hand is when the urge to press the button comes upon you. And meantime, the firing of cells in the premotor cortex is being recorded. And the finding was that those cells start firing half a second or so before you feel the urge to push the button. So consciousness then is not what's generating the movement. These brain cells prior to conscious are generating the movement, and consciousness is just happening as a byproduct. So the natural picture of that is that there are these cells firings that cause the action, and they also cause you to have that feeling of a conscious intention. But the conscious intention is not what's causing the action. And last time I mentioned some, to me anyway, astonishing recent work that's been done since Libet had this finding. There's been a flood of work on the subject. And the stuff that's been coming out in the last few years seems to me just amazing, actually. I mean, it's early days even for the scientific research, and the implications of it for epiphenomenalism and free will are even more controversial. But let me just try and give a sense of what's happening and what it seems to mean. Here's a Nature Neuroscience article from 2008. Two specific regions in the frontal and parietal cortex of the human brain had considerable information that predicted the outcome of a motor decision the subject had not yet consciously made. So what's happening is you've got subjects wired up with various parts of their brain being recorded, what's going on in various parts of their brain being recorded, and they're being asked, at your whim, push a button on the left or push a button on the right. And it's up to you. Just decide on the spur of the moment. And when you make your decision, there's going to be a string of alphabetical letters passing before your eyes. Note which alphabetical letter is passing before your eyes when you make your decision. Okay? Is that plain enough for what the setup is? And then what this is saying is that the experimenter watching this bit of your brain in real time can predict which button you're going to press, right or left, in advance of you experiencing any conscious decision, in advance of you consciously making any decision to act. So when the subject's decision had reached awareness, by the time you're thinking, okay, I'll push the right one, or okay, I'll push the left one, the experimenter watching your brain could already know what conscious decision you were going to reach, which button you were going to push. And that unconscious brain activity is preceding your feeling, oh, I'll do this or I'll do that, by up to 10 seconds. And when you think about it, that is just a huge amount of time. With Libet's initial finding, that a few hundred milliseconds, you think, well, they might not be measuring the right thing, they might be making mistakes in the measurement. 10 seconds before you think, okay, I'll push the right one, or okay, I'll push the left one, your brain has already made that decision. So the prior activity there, it's not just that your brain is kind of warming up, that the whole assembly is gearing up for you to make the conscious decision, and that's the main act. The decision, is it right or left, has already been made those 10 seconds before you push the button. So suppose that's the general case. What you decide you want to do at any point in your life is not being generated by a conscious decision. It's being generated by this unconscious brain activity. So I said, this is a natural picture of what's going on, suggested by Libet, that there's a common cause of your conscious intention and your action. Another picture that these more recent results suggest, another way of putting it, another way of interpreting the results would be to say, what happens is there's this wave of firings across many different brain regions surging up to generate the action. And at some point, as they all gather momentum in the outflow, you have the experience of conscious intention. But that's itself just, how should I put it, froth on the wave coasting towards the action. Is not itself making any difference to what action's performed, because that had already been decided back here. And in an article this year, Patrick Haggard says, this is a general trend in neuroscience of volition. Although we may experience that our conscious decisions and thoughts cause our actions, these experiences are in fact based on readouts. Your conscious experiences of wanting to do this, willing that you do this or that, deciding to do this or that, these experiences are in fact based on readouts of brain activity in a network of brain areas that control voluntary action. So it's that network of brain areas that's controlling voluntary action. What's happening with your experience of conscious intention is you're getting a readout of all this neural activity, but you're not doing anything to control it. There's no sense in which the conscious life is in charge of what's happening. I should say that Haggard is a very well-respected scientist. This is not a kind of crazy left field view. This is what it looks like in this area at the moment. So the question then is, if consciousness is there in your mental life, is it doing any work? Is it making any difference to what happens? And if not, is there any sense in which you can be said to be free? Can you said to be responsible for your actions? Can you said to be deliberately choosing what happens? So that's the case for epiphenomenalism. Yeah?
So the experiment where they make a simple decision as to what letter is on the screen,
Yes.
that seems more like a reflex. But what about long-term planning that would more characterize, human decision-making?
What about cases where you have long-term planning? Yeah. Let me say one thing. It's not really a reflex when you're just deciding on the left or the right. Yeah. It's not like something happens. It's not like having your knee struck. If it's a free, that's the point. Is that if you have your knee struck and your foot jerks up, you don't have any choice about that. It's a reflex in that sense. But if you're choosing from a menu in a restaurant, it's just at your whim. And it's similarly like this with on the right or on the left. It's at your whim. So it's kind of misleading to call it a reflex, because it is, in a way, it's a paradigm-free action, where you're untrammeled by any external consideration. Yeah. And you said, what about long-term planning? Well, I mean, that is a very important question, right? These points here do just relate to these very short-term things. But the point about a long-term plan is there is always the moment when you put it into action, right? I'm going to have that difficult conversation with Bill. I'm going to have it soon. But there always has to come the moment when you say, hell, I'll do it now, right? And you might bottle out and you might not. And is that moment where the question is your conscious decision doing anything at that point? Yeah, that's what these studies are addressing. Yeah. But in a more general way, you're completely right. That's the key issue that is a key issue that is left unresolved by these experiments. How exactly does long-term planning impact on this? Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't being consciously aware of what you're doing not determine whether your consciousness is determining what you're actually doing?
You can be consciously aware of what you're doing without consciously deciding what to do. Is that your point?
No, I mean, couldn't your consciousness decide your actions and then you act, and then you're consciously aware that you acted?
Okay.
So isn't that a counter-argument that could be proved? That you're choosing what you're going to do, and you might do it before you're aware that you're going to do it, but you're still choosing to do it.
Okay, that's a very good point. So the idea is you consciously choose what you're going to do, but you're not reflecting on the fact that you've made that conscious choice.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm sitting in the restaurant and I choose the profiteroles, and I do it quite absent-mindedly. I say, "My God, I've chosen the profiteroles again." Right? That's the kind of thing you mean. If I'd reflected on what I was doing, I would have said, "What madness has taken hold of me here?" But I didn't reflect on that. I made a conscious choice, but there's a sense in which I wasn't reflecting on it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so here, in this kind of case, in the Libet kind of case, you're right, you're reporting on when you're aware of having the conscious intention. But your point is, you might be making a conscious choice, do it now, but not have reflected in that. I think that's a very important point. That's actually the main point I want to make in the third section. So you've spoiled my my punchline. Could we have no more spoilers, please? No, I think that's a very important point. That notion of a conscious intention is really kind of ambiguous, and that's what you're bringing out. One thing is, it's an intention that's an element in your conscious life, part of the stream of consciousness. And the other idea is something you're reflecting on and you know about. And these are different things. That's your point?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's right. And the next issue that raises is couldn't there be a time lag between you getting knowledge of this conscious intention and these cell firings happening, even though there's not so much of a time lag between you having the conscious intention itself and acting on it and the cell firings? Okay. I will come back to this. Yep. Yep.
Would you just, I'm not totally clear on this, but would you say that epiphenomenalism in a way supports a kind of dualism in a way because it's separating the brain part and the mind part in a way?
Well, yeah, I should have addressed this explicitly. I don't think that my own analysis, my own view is that epiphenomenalism doesn't particularly support dualism, though it's actually a very natural way to take dualism. And dualists have always been had problems with the question: if the mind's not physical, then how can it be generating causation in the physical world? And so from that point of view, it's a very good answer. Well, it doesn't generate action in the physical world. Yeah, it just does away with that problem for dualism. So it's kind of natural for a dualist to become an epiphenomenalist. Yeah. It seems to me, though, do you remember that example I gave of bacteria swimming downstream? You can make sense of the notion that a physical phenomenon is epiphenomenal. Yeah. There's some pattern in nature that doesn't actually make much difference to what happens. You know, any physical pattern will make a bit of difference to what happens. It will make a difference to what happens when a photographic plate is exposed to it. For instance, you know, you'll get a different picture of them. So there'll be some differences, but they may not be very much or very significant. Yeah. So if you think there could be patterns in the brain, there are physical patterns in the brain that are like those physical patterns formed by thousands of bacteria, then it will have some impact, some physical impact, but it may be doing no work, that kind of pattern, in generating the movements of the body. Yeah. And in that case, that physical pattern could be what realizes your conscious experience. And if you had that view, you'd be a physicalist and an epiphenomenalist. Yeah. Okay? Okay. Okay, so what does it mean for freedom? Well, Huxley's very explicit about what freedom is. Huxley says you've got this unfortunate frog with its spinal cord bisected, with actually the 2/3 of its brain bisected from the centers that support consciousness, and it still hops, swims, goes about its business, moves around your hand with all the gracefulness and dexterity of a rope dancer. And Huxley says that unfortunate frog is free in the following sense. There's nothing stopping it doing what it wants to do. If you're put in prison, if you're in a prison cell, there's a sense in which you are not free. There is lots of stuff you would like to do that you can't do. Binding someone with rope is a way of making them not free. You have put obstructions in the path of them doing what they want to do. But in the case of the frog, there is no such obstruction. It is not bound and gagged. It is not in a cell. It is in the jungle, hopping to and fro in its native habitat. It is a free-range frog. So Huxley says, it's free. What more do you want? That's freedom, when there's nothing to prevent you doing what you want to do. Yeah? What if it wants to eat? Well, there is food aplenty. Nobody is holding the food away from it. But if it doesn't eat anything, presumably that's because it doesn't want to eat. Yeah, well, it should eat. You might point that out to it. But, but if it doesn't want to, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's free. Who are you to tell it to eat? Sorry, I didn't mean that negatively. Okay. Yeah? So you see the sense in which he's saying the frog is free. And then the question is, well, what more would you want for freedom than that? Is there anything more that makes sense to ask? Well, suppose you have a child that is, I don't know, maybe a few months old. So it can't do very much. It might have not have very much in the way of an ability to make anything happen outside it. It can't feed itself, it can't move. But suppose the child's in a basically friendly environment, then it feels hunger, it needs warmth and so on, but maybe its desires aren't making anything happen. Maybe all that's happening is that people around it are sensitive, as the last questioner, to what this thing needs, whether it wants it or not, right? So it gets fed regularly, it gets kept warm, it is comforted and so on. But nobody actually knows what its desires are. I mean, it's kind of a blob, frankly, and you can't really get much sense of desires, but everybody knows what it needs, and these needs are being addressed. And maybe all its desires are thereby being satisfied. So is that child free? Is it free to act as it would like? Well, it can't do a thing, right? That's the whole point. So you might say, well, there's a kind of freedom here in that it can form any desires it likes. Its desires are freely formed. Nobody is seizing hold of its desires and making them go one way or another. It is not in thrall to any other person in which desires it forms. But it's certainly not free to act. It just can't act. I mean, how can you be free to act if you don't have any control over your limbs? Now suppose you've got a child that is actually under the control of some other person. This is a much more sinister scenario. Suppose you have a child that's been set up with a control pad so that some ruthless scientist can make its limbs move any way they want. So the child is literally like a marionette in this person's control. It's like a puppet in this person's control. This person can work the remote and get the child to grasp food, feed itself, move around and so on. And suppose that the child is kind of a sucker for this kind of thing, and wherever the child's limbs move, if it picks up something, the child says, I wanted that to happen. Apparently, this is kind of by the way, but apparently children lie almost as soon as they can talk. And the research that discovered this, what really startled them was not so much that lying is correlative with the capacity to talk. It was what they lied about, and it was mostly lies to preserve their dignity. Things like, I wanted that to happen, I meant to do that. So it's not that implausible a scenario. The child forms its desires in reaction to what it sees itself doing. So the child's desires are all formed after the fact. They're confabulations. They're things the child makes up to say, this is what I meant to be doing. Now that child doesn't even seem to be free in its formation of desires. And it's certainly not free in its, it doesn't have freedom to act. So if you have this situation where you have something whose strings are being pulled, and however its strings are pulled, it forms a desire to have its strings pulled in that way. Is that free? Is that a free, responsible agent? But that's actually the scientific picture. It's pretty close to the scientific picture of how it is with you and me. These background areas of the brain are moving our limbs as they like. They are also forcing us to have these conscious desires and intentions. They're making us have these conscious desires and intentions. But that's all that's going on. You and I are actually fitting this description. Huxley thinks that description fits the frog. I mean, you're free in that there's nothing to prevent the frog doing what its desires to do. But its desires aren't making anything else happen. I mean, it's kind of like this, that you're driving a motor car, And you find that you're surrounded by stop signs and parking barriers and a lot of stuff. And you say, this is terrible. I can't do any of the stuff I want to. And some kindly person moves your car to the middle of a vast plain where there are no restrictions on where you can drive it, what you can do with it. But they decouple the steering wheel and the pedals from any of the engine. And they say, now you're free. There are no external restrictions on what you do. You can go where you like. And in a sense, that is true. You can, there are no barriers. You can go wherever you like. But you're not in charge of anything. You can't make anything happen. That's Huxley's picture of freedom. There's nothing external preventing the frog doing what it desires to do. But its conscious intentions are all decoupled from its actions. They're not making anything happen. So on the face of it, what the epiphenomenalist gives you, if that's right, that picture, then we're not free agents. We really are not. And in our situation on the epiphenomenalist's analysis, there's nothing blocking us doing what we want to do, but our desires don't affect what happens next. And then what is it that we want here then? What is it that would make us free in the formation of our desires? What is an epiphenomenalist going to give us that would let us see how consistently with epiphenomenalism we could be free? I mean, this is not just a kind of pleasing paradox. This comes up in the law courts with increasing regularity as people discover genetic bases or brain bases for one or another kind of behavior. And you say to the judge, well, you see, Your Honor, my client has a genetic predisposition towards psychopathic behavior. So he couldn't really be held to blame too much for all this. As more and more is discovered about the brain bases of behavior, then that kind of question is going to become more and more troubling. This is not just a theoretical puzzle. This is really coming up live. That question, are we free? I mean, if you say, well, let's let go of freedom, you also let go of responsibility. You also let go of holding people to account for what they do. Yes?
So, epiphenomenalism holds that all of our actions are caused by these sort of unconscious intentions that come from these self-firings that happen. So presumably that is because of the sort of external stimulus that comes into our system and that makes something unconsciously happen in our minds, right?
There's not, on the epiphenomenalist analysis, there's some external stimulus that makes these background brain events happen. Yes,
right.
Sure.
But so doesn't consciousness act as our sort of filter as everything that comes in? So wouldn't a change in consciousness or a different way of seeing something or a certain bias affect which stimulus we allow to come into our system and thereby change what unconscious intentions are being formed and thereby affect our actions?
Very good. I think that's the picture we would like to hang on to. That's the picture we have. That, as you put it, consciousness is our filter for which actions we do perform. Maybe your brain is trying to get you to do this or that, but consciousness is where you make the real choice, is the real choice point. Yeah? And if what happens with your body, if what your body does is varying with what consciousness does, if you see what I mean, if you consciously desire to do X, then you do X, your body does X. If you consciously desire to do Y, then your body does Y. If what happens with your body co-varies with what happens with consciousness, and not with some underlying brain system, then you are in charge. That's the picture. Is it?
Yeah, sort of. I was more thinking, I mean, if consciousness is the filter of everything that comes in, it'll affect the things that we allow to create these unconscious intentions. And so it's not that our consciousness leads to our actions. It's that our consciousness changes the stimulus that come into us and thereby change the future actions that these unconscious intentions will create.
Okay, So let's take that in two parts. The thing I'd first thought you were saying was that it's your conscious life that decides which of two actions you'll perform, not the underlying brain system. Your conscious life is the filter in that sense. Yeah. And the thing about these experiments I mentioned earlier is that since you can predict which thing the person is going to do already 10 seconds earlier from the unconscious brain activity, that shows that consciousness is not filtering it in that sense. Yeah. So if you say consciousness filters, consciousness is affecting things in a much more indirect way. Yeah. Is my conscious life is affecting how the external stimuli interact with my early brain systems to generate action, and consciousness plays no role in that later stage. Yeah, I mean, that could happen. I mean, I really like eating buns, but I know consciously that is very wrong. So what I do is I train myself to suppress this reaction to buns so that the external stimulus of the bun does not have the same powerful impact on me that it used to have. You see what I mean? That's the idea. So there's the path from the bun to the action, right? And follow me closely here. There's a path from the bun to the action, and in that path, there may be no implication of consciousness. Where consciousness contributed came much earlier in setting what the upshot would be of my catching sight of a bun. Yeah. There must be something to that. I mean, a lot of what's involved in free will is having the ability to change your habits, something like that. But on the face of it, if the path from the stimulus to the action is not, if consciousness is not directly implicated in that, then you wouldn't think of that as paradigmatically a free action. I mean, I just did what habit has taught me to do. I reached for the bun like a flower reaching for the sun, or I avoided it like a flower shutting its petals to the sun, to the rain. I mean, these were more kind of like trained actions rather than the on the moment, on the fly, free actions. You see what I mean? Yeah. We would usually think that you can freely decide, you can at the last minute change your mind. You know, in a way you think that's what freedom really is, that wherever your habits, you always have that power to say, to hell with it, and do something different. Yeah, and that's what you're letting go of with that analysis.
But if consciousness can inform your habits,
yep.
that makes sense for you.
That would really help. I agree. It would give a sense in which consciousness is in charge of something at any rate. But my point is, we usually think that consciousness is in charge in a much stronger sense. Yeah, yeah. But it's a very good point. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
So does the model suggest that like consciousness is not necessary for the actions that you are like going to take? Because I feel like, especially in that in your diagram, that was not that consciousness was just a byproduct of your unconscious action, rather that it was the 3 self-hirings and then the conscious action. The consciousness and then the action afterwards. It seems like the right, yeah. It seems like the conscious intention will always be a part, like it'll always be a part of those self-hirings, and it's one of the like the
yes.
properties of the self-hiring. In that, if the conscious intention was not formed, those self-hirings can be
wouldn't have happened.
Right?
Sorry.
If a certain conscious intention is not formed, then you can kind of back reason and say that those certain self-hirings did not happen.
Yes, if the consciousness hadn't been happening, then the self-hirings wouldn't have happened either.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a natural way to read this kind of picture of a collection of cell assemblies all working together and converging on the execution of the action. And conscious attention happening along the way. You might say it's kind of bound to happen, the conscious intention. That's right. But the issue is that enough for freedom? Because it doesn't involve any causation of the action by the conscious intention. It's something that is inevitably thrown off as a byproduct. But that it's thrown off as a byproduct does not mean it's a working part of the machine.
That's where I like it doesn't really make sense to me. I'm kind of confused on that part, in the sense that like the machine will always create the conscious intention.
Yeah.
So you said the self-learning happens first and the conscious intention comes afterwards, and that suggests that the conscious intention is not the machine itself. That's all fine, but it's a part of the process of
It's an essential part of the process, but I don't know if this is a helpful analogy or not. When I was a teenager, I got very interested in motorbikes, and one of my earliest discussions of it was when I asked one of my more knowledgeable friends about the exhaust. I said, does the exhaust in a motorbike do anything to propel it forward? And he laughed and he said, I see basic principles of the jet engine. And you know, the exhaust, the fact that you've got these gases coming out of a pipe at the end of a motorbike, does not actually do anything to propel the thing forward, so I'm told. Or it's not actually like a jet engine. So the exhaust is inevitably given off as part of the process. That you've got that carbon monoxide or whatever it is being given off there. That happens inevitably. The thing can't work without giving that off. But that doesn't mean it's a working part of the machine in the sense that if it would, if it was a jet engine, be making the thing go forward. So the conscious intention here might be being exhaled by the neural processing. But it's really a kind of byproduct rather than a jet making the action go forward.
Okay.
That's the contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because it's necessary, or like it will always be a part of the machine, does not necessarily mean that it's part of the machine's ultimate goal.
Part of what's making the machine do what it does, to reach its ultimate goal.
Right.
Yeah.
But the exhaust has to exist for like the machine to be known to be where.
That's right. So you could even take that stronger view on consciousness. You could say it really is like the exhaust pipe of the brain, and the brain wouldn't really work so well without it. But that doesn't mean that it's in charge of what happens or that it's making the body move the way it does.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering, as far as the free will point to this
Yes.
argument, I was wondering at what point did our body stop being considered part of our identity? Because if we are just a consciousness, then we're not free. However, I do consider my body myself just as much as I consider my consciousness myself. So if my body is ultimately in charge, then I still consider myself in charge. Like, I don't say that like I'm a consciousness in like some random body. I usually call me like, you hit me, that's
Yeah.
fine, but like
That's very interesting. Okay, that's a perfectly reasonable point. Even if you think the epiphenomenalist is completely correct, you could still make a distinction between the cases in which someone applies electrodes to your arm and makes them move from outside, and the cases in which the motor impulses to generate the arm movements are being generated from inside this body. So you could still make a distinction between what this body is doing, what this body is initiating, what the actions are that this body is the source of, and what the movements of this body are that are happening because someone pushed you. Yeah. So that still might be important, even if you and I are both epiphenomenalists, and you stand on my toe. It might make a big difference whether I think that was endogenously generated, from within you to stand on my toe, or whether someone pushed you. You see what I mean? You can still make it think, oh, well, that's a very important distinction.
It's the same source that causes my actions that also causes my consciousness.
Yeah. All I'd say about that is that is a very interesting point, and if you're going to take the epiphenomenalist line seriously, then that would be a thing well worth developing. The only point I'd make right now is we'd usually think that the mind is in charge in a way that your picture is saying it's not. I mean, we'd usually make a distinction between things that you deliberately or reflectively chose to do versus reflexes that your body generated without any involvement of your mind. We wouldn't think that someone is so responsible for something their body generated without the involvement of their mind. I mean, if something hits my knee and my foot jerks up and I kick you, well, you know, once you understand the situation, you might say, well, that's all right, try not to do it again. If, on the other hand, I thought, there he is, then that's a very different situation, right? We usually think that's a huge distinction. But what you're saying is, you know, in this scenario, we wouldn't think that was that big a distinction. Yeah. There was one more. Yeah.
Can you go back to the slide about the child with the marionette?
Yep. This one? This one? You just wanted to see this?
To me, it seems like it's just another form of dualism because that's an argument that Descartes made about the evil genius controlling his mind. I'm wondering what the difference between this.
Descartes didn't think the evil genius was controlling his volitions, remember? Descartes thought the evil genius was controlling his perceptions. Yeah? If you think in a purely physical term of the volitions as these high-level patterns in the brain, then so far as I can see, you could be a physicalist. But I think those high-level patterns in the brain are what constitute the desires that are formed after the fact. Do you see what I mean? I agree with you in the previous questioner that there's a kind of natural affinity between epiphenomenalism and dualism, in a way that it's more of a stretch kind of to be a physicalist and an epiphenomenalist. But it seems to me the thing is possible. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Actually, I think I'll go quite quickly over this next section. I've already gone quickly over it, but I'll go slightly less quickly over it. You might say, look, do we need causation here? What I mean is, suppose you say, look, to be free to act is just for this to be the case. We talked earlier about what happens to your body must co-vary with what your desires are. So you say, I wanted to push the one on the left, and my hand reached to the left. If I had wanted to push the one on my right, my hand would have reached to the right. So if you remember our little green friends, the possible worlds, remember that some of them are closer to the actual world than others? Do you remember that? Some things can happen, but it really couldn't happen very easily. And then some things could easily happen. So if you say, well, what my desire is in the actual world, that's what my body does. In a nearby world, what my desire is, that's what my body does. In another nearby world, I desire to do something else, and that's what my body does. It is possible that I could desire something and my body does something completely different, but that's very remote. That's right out here at the edge, or maybe off the screen altogether. So if you have that picture that there's a range of possibilities of things I can do, and whatever my body actually does, that will reflect what desire I have among those possibilities. Well, the trouble is that picture is perfectly consistent with this kind of picture for the reason that one of the questioners mentioned earlier. If you have a different conscious intention, that will be because you have different cell firings, and because you have different cell firings, there will be different actions. And similarly in this picture, if whatever your conscious intention is, that will mean that there's a difference in what the background unconscious cell firings are, and that will mean that there's a difference in what action you perform. And in that case, it's still the background unconscious cell firings that are in charge, not your conscious life. So what you need for consciousness, for freedom, is that your conscious life should be causing stuff to happen, but also that it should be the source of the choice. It's not enough that along the way there should be co-variation between conscious intention and action. It's that the conscious intention should be the source point of the choice, not some underlying brain area. But that's exactly what the Huxley's arguments and the more recent neuroscience findings seem to show isn't happening. It seems like the source of the choice is actually in the unconscious cell firings. I've gone over that quite rapidly, but we only have a couple of minutes left. So an earlier questioner gave a spoiler for what I want to say now, which is to reflect a bit on this notion of conscious intention. And what does it mean, a conscious intention? You might reasonably say, it seems to me, that what we need is a distinction between intention and knowledge of intention. It's one thing to have the intention, it's another thing to know that you have the intention. That was your point earlier. Yep. And you might say, look, these Huxley arguments about the frog with the bisection of the spinal cord and so on, what these arguments of Huxley and Descartes show is that you can have complex, coordinated, purposive behavior which always demands an intention. When someone's engaging in purposive behavior, they must be intending to do something or other. What these Huxley and Descartes examples show is that you can have that without knowledge of your intention. That's the only sense in which there isn't consciousness here. Still, even in Huxley and Descartes' cases, even in the case of the frog, it's got intentions to hop, swim, or do whatever. It just doesn't know that it has the intention. What the cut in the spinal cord is blocking is the frog from having any knowledge of what its intentions are, not the intentions themselves. And the Libet style experiments might show only that the formation of an intention comes before knowledge of the intentions. So another question that actually put it in just the way I'm about to put it, this notion of a conscious intention is really blurring together two different things. One is the intention, the other is knowledge of the intention. You might say, look, these cell firings on the left here, they are the intention. What we're talking about up here is knowledge of the intention. So it's quite consistent with all these neuroscience experiments to say, your intentions, your desires, what you want, that's still the source of the action. It's rather that they are the intentions back here, all these cell firings. They are you being in charge. What's going on up here is just your knowledge of intention. That's what you're reporting on when you note where the second hand on the clock is. You're reporting the time at which you got knowledge of what was going on. But of course, in general, there's always a time lag between something happening and you knowing that it's happening. That's true in general. So these cell firings back here could be the intention, and all they're showing in these experiments is that knowledge of the intention comes later. Now, if that's, you could say that same kind of analysis to this kind of picture. You could say these cell firings that are the common cause of the action and the consciousness, they actually are the intention. And they're just giving off knowledge of the intention and action. So your intentions and desires are still in charge. I think that the people in this neuroscience literature and in the epiphenomenalism literature in general actually are thinking in terms of three distinctions. They think there's the intention, the conscious intention, and then knowledge of the intention. So they think there are three things here, and the conscious intention is a separate phenomenon from knowing what you intend and an unconscious intention. And it's kind of, the unconscious intention is kind of like pain. If you have the pain, then if you attend to it, you're going to know that you have it. But pain is intrinsically a conscious state, whether or not you know that you're in pain. This is something we went over many times, I seem to remember. So you could similarly think a conscious intention, like a pain, is intrinsically a conscious state, but is different to knowledge of the intention. But in that reading, one thing is, surely the time lag between a pain and your knowledge of the pain wouldn't typically be as long as 10 seconds. It wouldn't be these very long gaps that we have here. And if you have the conscious state and you're on the lookout for it, surely you have to spot it kind of almost instantly. So if the Libet style analysis is right, then your actions are typically being generated by unconscious intentions that you have. And the thing is, if your actions are typically generated by intentions of which you're not aware, intentions deep in your brain, unconscious intentions, then could that stack up to freedom? And you might think conscious intention is actually needed for freedom, because it's only if your intention is conscious that you have it before your mind, the range of options from which you're choosing, and you're consciously selecting one from another. You might think, surely doesn't freedom demand that you are aware of the range of options and consciously choose one amongst many of the range of options? If it's simply some subterranean, unconscious intention you form, then that's not really something that you're doing freely. Okay, thank you very much. Great questions. Thanks. Hello, good afternoon. I don't want to do a straight review, as I said, of material that we've covered already. I want to give an example of how functionalist explanation can be illuminating. We've spent quite a lot of time in the last few weeks talking about understanding someone else's point of view, getting the world from someone else's perspective, and how important that is in psychological understanding of another person. And there's been this background point the whole time that it's very hard to understand that from a scientific or functionalist perspective. But what I want to do today is bring out something about how illuminating functionalist explanation can be, how it can really take baffling phenomena and make some kind of sense of them in cases where an imaginative understanding of someone else, getting the sense of how the world is from their point of view, hardly seems possible. So it really can illuminate in cases where our ordinary intuitive understanding of seeing the world, putting yourself in the other person's shoes when that doesn't make sense. I want to look at schizophrenia and some of the more arresting symptoms of schizophrenia and the kinds of explanations you might give of them. So this is wrapping up on consciousness. On Monday, we triumphantly stride forward to the identity of the self, what it is for you to be keeping faith with your past self, starting out with John Locke. So today I want to begin by looking at some of the more arresting symptoms of schizophrenia, the sense people have of alien thoughts being inserted into their minds, and the sense of being possessed, and look at the kinds of explanations we might try to give of those phenomena. In particular, the idea that thinking is a kind of action, thinking is a motor process. And then I'll look back at, right back to where we began with Descartes and how these models complicate Descartes' picture of your knowledge of your own thoughts. And the thing I began with today, the kind of understanding that we can have of one another. So let me start out then by trying to give a sense of one of the most arresting symptoms of schizophrenia. A 22-year-old woman had the delusion that thoughts and feelings emanating from her mother's unconscious were being carried in raindrops that fell on her air conditioner. When the raindrops hit the air conditioner, they made a noise, and simultaneously, those thoughts and feelings carried from her mother's mind merged with her own unconscious. This merging had resulted in her own mental illness. Now, schizophrenic patients often, how should I say it, ramble. They say lots of things that don't make much sense. But this kind of description of what's going on is very, well, it's not exactly common, but it happens again and again. It's a robust phenomenon that you get many different patients describing. People are trying to describe something that really seems to be happening to them. A 29-year-old housewife said, I look out of the window and I think the garden looks nice and the grass looks cool, but the thoughts of Eamon Andrews come into my mind. There are no other thoughts there, only his. He treats my mind like a screen and flashes his thoughts onto it like you flash a picture. Eamon Andrews was a particularly cheesy 1970s TV chat show host. Yes, a particularly terrifying choice. So here's a general point. Just people's thoughts affecting each other is commonplace. I mean, that's what goes on in these little chats, right? That I try and affect what thoughts you're having, and then during question time, you try and affect what thoughts I'm having. What these patients are experiencing is something much more radical than that. It's not that other people are just affecting their thoughts or having an influence on their thoughts. It's that the particular thought forged in another mind is entering their mind. Patients report that they feel the thoughts that occur in their heads are not actually their own. They are not experienced as thoughts communicated to them, but it's as if another's particular thoughts have been engendered or inserted into them. One of our patients reported physically feeling the alien thoughts as they entered his head and claimed that he could pinpoint the point of entry. Thoughts are put into my head like, kill God. It's just like my mind working, but it isn't. They come from this chap, Chris. They're his thoughts. So the question is, how could you explain that? And the phenomenon even generalizes to emotion. A 23-year-old female patient reported, I cry, tears roll down my cheeks, and I look unhappy. But inside I have a cold anger because they are using me in this way. And it's not me who is unhappy, but they are projecting unhappiness onto my brain. They project upon me laughter for no reason. And you have no idea how terrible it is to laugh and look happy. And no, it is not your, but their reaction. So, what could be happening to those patients? How could you explain that kind of phenomenon? I mean, what could be happening that if you knew this was happening to those patients, you'd say, well, of course, if that's what was happening to you, then that's how it would feel. And what kind of explanation could you possibly give of this phenomenon? There's something wrong with our brains? Well, sure, brains must be involved, but how could you give an explanation of why it's just that is happening to those patients? That's the question. So is that plain enough what the phenomenon is that we want to explain? I mean, it's a terrifying phenomenon, but people that this happens to are just typically so frightened by it. Well, there's another characteristic symptom of schizophrenia, the sense of being possessed by another and your body taken over by another. And let's just look briefly at that. I mean, I said, if you're a physicalist, you might say, well, look, the way you explain what's going on with patients like this is, you say, well, there's something going wrong with our brain, and then you just identify what it is that's going wrong with their brain, where their physiology is abnormal. And for a long time, it's been known there is something different about the firing of dopamine neurons in the brains of schizophrenic patients. So you might say, if you're a hardcore physicalist, you might say, well, look, here's how you explain it. That experience of alien thoughts, that's caused by the inappropriate firing of dopamine neurons. And Chris Frith, a lead investigator of this phenomenon, said quite bluntly in his book discussion of the subject causal explanations of this sort, alien thoughts, this kind of physicalist explanation, alien thoughts are caused by the inappropriate firing of dopamine neurons, are simply not admissible. And the point is, if you just leave it at that, if you say, well, it's the dopamine neurons, that's what's making them have these experiences of inserted thoughts, you haven't explained anything. Why should the dopamine neurons be having that impact? We don't understand that yet. That's not to deny that the inappropriate firing of dopamine neurons might be involved, but why should that be giving rise to just those strange phenomena? That's really a puzzle. So what Frith is asking for here, he's saying we need to know what role dopamine neurons play in the whole system. We need to know what it is that dopamine neurons do for a person that would let us understand why their inappropriate firing might be involved in generating these phenomena. So he's looking for a functionalist explanation. It's not that he's some kind of dualist. He's looking for some functionalist box and arrow explanation of alien thoughts. And the point is, if you don't have a functional description of what the dopamine neurons are doing in this system, if you don't have the box and arrow description of how their firing figures in the operation of the whole system, then you have no way of understanding why it is that these alien thoughts are being generated. Well, the symptom of possession, let's just look for a moment at a model of what's going on in possession. If you move your arm, there are many different ways it can happen that your arm moves. One is you move your arm voluntarily. Another is someone pushes it. I mean, it's very obvious to us usually when it is that you've moved your own arm and when someone seized your arm and given it a shove. But this other symptom is that patients often make mistakes about who's causing various bodily movements. And it's particularly common in the case of speech. Patients say things like, "The force moved my lips. I began to speak. The words were made for me." They have that sense of speech being forced out through their mouth, even though they didn't want to be doing the speaking. Now, in that kind of case, they're making a mistake about who's generating the action. I mean, there's nobody around except them who's generating the words, but they think it's someone else that's generating the words, just as someone else might seize your arm and push it. So a patient like this might well feel that when they reach for something, they have that sense that an alien force has gripped them and is moving their arm over. Now, how could that be happening? There are two questions here. One is, how is it that we do it? I mean, how is it that we do it so easily? How can you tell, without even needing to think about it, whether your arm was moved by you or was moved by someone else? It's not as if, right now as I talk to you, I move my arm forward. I don't have to look around and check, was there someone there to push it? I mean, I don't mean to boast, but I can just do that right off. I mean, it's really easy. I mean, you can try it right now. Yeah, you can tell in an instant. Nobody seized your arm. You just did it. But how are you doing that? Well, here's one model of what's going on. Does this look complicated? It's really a very simple model, what I mean here. The idea is, if you're going to move, here's your bodily movement, the moving of the arm. Now, for your arm to move, some bit of your brain had to send out motor instructions to the arm to fire. So back in the brain somewhere, motor instructions were being sent out, move the arm forward. And you saw your arm moving forward. I mean, you can check all this live in real time as I speak. Move your arm, look at it, there it is, moving forward. Back in the brain, instructions are being sent out to move the arm forward. Now, the distinction between the case in which you move your arm forward and someone else moves your arm forward is a distinction between a case in which it was a motor instruction in your brain to send the arm forward that caused the thing to happen. In the case in which there was no motor instruction in your brain, if someone else just gripped your arm and pushed it, your brain didn't send out any motor instruction to move that arm forward. It was just yanked. So how is it, when you look at your arm movement, how is it that you know that this is one of yours? Well, this is, I think, the simplest possible theory to explain what's going on here. When your brain sends out the motor instruction, move that arm, it also, like a good, how should I say, a good purchasing office in a big company, it sends out a copy of that motor instruction to a central office. It says, hey, we just sent out a motor instruction to move the arm forward. And at central monitoring, they say, I see, okay, you're moving your arm forward. So there's a copy of that instruction there. Is that all right so far? Okay. And then when you look and you see your arm moving, what happens is the report of your visual observation is sent back to central monitoring. Back at central monitoring, visual observation sends a report. The arm moved forward, and at central monitoring they say, was that one of ours? And they cast about for a copy of the instruction to move the arm forward. And if there's one there, they say, yes, that was one of ours. And if there's none there, they say, well, someone else must have pushed it. I mean, I put this in kind of homuncular terms, but you can see that this can be cashed out much more simply. All that has to happen is that there's some kind of neural impulse traveling here that constitutes a copy of the instruction to move the arm. And then there's some kind of comparable neural impulse cancelling out here. And when you have the same instruction being matched at the central monitoring, then you will have the feeling that was one of your actions. Yes?
Excuse me, just for clarification, are you saying that this is similar to the button process, that your brain decides that you're going to do the activity, then you press the button, and then your brain is like, hey, what the hell? You just press the button, then it's just kind of...
There are connections between this kind of thing. And, well, in the pushing the button case, then your brain would indeed be sending out a referent copy of the instruction to push the button. Yeah, but that's not that didn't really come up in the epiphenomenalism discussion that we were having, because there's no question about who it was that was pushing the button. You know, you take it for granted. You know, it was you that was pushing the button. Yeah. Yep.
So this central monitor could be comparable to our consciousness?
I wouldn't think of the central monitor as comparable to consciousness. It results in something that happens in consciousness, namely the feeling of ownership. This was something I did rather than something that somebody else did to my body. Yeah. So that is a phenomenon of consciousness. But central monitoring makes it sound like kind of a homunculus or something. You know, think of it as just a bit of the brain. You know, just a brain station. But I call it central monitoring just because both the results of what you see and the results of the direct sending of the copy of the instruction are held there to be compared. But really, that's all it's doing. Yeah. Yeah.
Is central monitor only for mainly visual observation, or what about sensation and all that?
I mean, it could happen for touch too. If you just feel kinesthetically your arm moving, and you say, "Was that one of mine?" then the same model would apply. Yeah. I mean, this model is very simple, but it's very, despite what you might be thinking at the moment, it is very simple, and it is very powerful. When children are learning how to move their limbs, they need some system like this, because what you do is you send out a motor instruction, you move your arm, and then you look to see, did that go where I wanted it to? You have to learn to calibrate your motions. If you've got a system like this, you don't have to be clumsy. You might start out clumsy, but you can calibrate what kind of motor instructions you send out so that your arm movements eventually are getting to just where you want them to. You can use a system like this to modify what kind of motor instructions you send out when you want to achieve particular objectives. So this is quite powerful, this model. I mean, it's a very well-established kind of model, this, in classical motor control. Okay, before I go on, have I made that absolutely plain what the model is? Please feel free to. It's a very simple model, so if it doesn't seem perfectly straightforward, I'm not explaining it correctly. Is this plain as day? Okay. Well, here's what happens next. Suppose that you're set up like this, and then something goes wrong with this efferent copy mailing system. Suppose there's just a breakdown, so that the motor instructions to move the arm are being sent, but no copy is getting through to central monitoring. What's the upshot going to be? You think, okay, I'll drink some coffee, and you move your arm, you bring the cup to your lips, and back at central monitoring, you see the coffee cup moving towards your lips, and back at central monitoring they say, was that one of ours? But there's no copy of the instruction to move the arm there. So it's going to feel to you as if something else must have gripped your arm and moved that cup to your lips. If you speak, you're going to send the motor instruction to speak. But back at central monitoring, they're going to say, are those words ours? And there is no copy of the instruction to make those, to say those things. So it's going to feel like someone else must have seized control of your limbs. This was actually tested in a very subtle and unexpected way. This central monitor is going to have other uses than just seeing which movements are yours. I mean, the kind of thing you might use it for is if you're going to speak, then sometimes you speak and then you start to speak and then you stop yourself. I mean, for example, standing here right now, I might start to swear, and then I suddenly think, what am I doing? Have I lost my senses? And you bite on it, or you're going to say something, you're going to do something, and back at central monitoring they say, for God's sake, stop. And I hope I'm not the only person who ever experiences that. This is going to be very fast error correction because it's all happening within the brain. The copy's been sent out, and at central monitoring, they instantly look at it and say, was that a good idea? And then they can try to block. And they did these experiments with schizophrenic patients who were experiencing these kinds of symptoms of possession, where they asked them to copy shapes. So what you do is you show up on a computer screen various different shapes, and you say, here's the joystick, match those shapes. And regular people do very fast error correction when they're doing this kind of thing. So you're copying the shape, and you start with making a zigzag in the wrong direction, and then you pull back, and you go back in the right direction. And in fact, you can do that kind of error correction even though you can't see the screen. You can see that regular people are doing that. What I mean is you blank out the screen that the patients are drawing on, and you say, copy this shape, and you show them the shape. And they will do that very fast error correction, even though they can't see the screen they're drawing on. So something is controlling, is making the error correction that doesn't depend on visual feedback. And that's going to be, I mean, the simplest idea is that's going to be this kind of efferent copy is being sent to a central monitor that's saying, no, go a bit to the left, go a bit to the right. When you put these schizophrenic patients experiencing these symptoms in and say, perform this task, can you do this task? They are much slower at error correction than regular subjects because they don't have this kind of efferent copy correcting them. They have to wait to see what they've drawn and then try and correct that. And if you blank out the screen, their performance becomes terrible. They're really not very good at copying the shapes at all because they can't do this kind of error correction. Now, that's a very subtle kind of prediction of this theory, but it was confirmed. That's what happens. So when people say, the force moved my lips, I began to speak, the words were made for me, that seems like a really baffling phenomenon. What could be going on here except demonic possession? But this kind of functionalist model, I mean, in the end, this is not just a functionalist model, but a computational model, because this is just the kind of box and arrow diagram we've been talking about the whole time. And when you fill out exactly what's going on here, it's going to be computational, because messages are being sent to and fro. You're thinking in terms of information being passed from one place to another. And that really seems, I mean, if I've explained this correctly, I hope you share my sense. This seems to explain the phenomenon. It gives you quite a rich explanation of what's going on here. So now the question is, could we use that kind of model to give a similar explanation of alien thoughts, of that feeling of someone else's thoughts being shoved into your mind? Yes?
So I have a question about the central monitor system. He said that if he sees something as a bad idea or movement, he tries to correct the issue of block.
Yeah, you could correct, yeah.
So in that case, my question is that diagram not set in stone, the arrows can be reversed now?
The arrow could be reversed. Yes, that's right, that's right. I mean, well, I wouldn't say reverse so much as go both ways. Yeah, central monitoring could affect what bodily movement you're doing. It's important not to, in thinking about this model, it's important not to allow central monitoring to kind of replicate the whole human being. Yeah, you should think of central monitoring as having some fairly simple biases in it, like, for God's sake, don't look to the left. Don't catch his eye, you know, that kind of thing. Just some fairly simple biases built in, but then with those, it can resist. But not to think of it as the kind of whole person recapitulated inside central monitoring. Yeah, it's going to be simpler than that. Yeah. Yeah?
I'm having trouble seeing the difference between the central monitoring unit and what the consciousness is.
And what consciousness is, yeah. Okay, well, think of this. I mean, this is going to be defined purely functionally, right? So remember S1 and S2 and all that? Yeah? So this is defined entirely by what inputs you get from what outputs, right? So what have you got so far? If you've got match of the two messages, the one coming from vision and the one coming from the efferent copy, this is one input-output sequence. If you've got match of those two messages there, then you get a sense of ownership. That was my action. And if you don't get match, you get a sense that was not my action. That's one very simple input-output thing that's going on there. And I also said you might have these biases in it saying block this kind of movement, block that kind of movement. Now that's all we've got so far in central monitoring. Yeah, that's obviously not enough for consciousness.
Wouldn't you say though that like saying that it directly gives rise to feelings that are?
It is linked up to your conscious life, because whether you're getting that sense that this is me doing it is an aspect of your conscious life. But that's only to say the output here has something to do with your conscious life. I mean, think of the whole rich conscious life as somewhere off screen here. You see what I mean? Just being served by this. Central is probably not a good word for me to use here, because it does suggest this is the perspective from which everything is being observed. But that's not what I mean. It's as simple as I'm saying. If you get match, then you get as output the sense of ownership, and you got some biases saying, if you get a message coming in saying, I'm looking to the left, then stop that, don't look to the left.
So it's limited to only the phenomena that you described.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, you could expand it. A bit more, but you have to expand it cautiously. Yeah. And really, you can do quite a lot of expansion like that without the thing stacking up to being consciousness. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well then, could you just rephrase the central monitor as just being simple acknowledgement of the instructions being sent?
That's right. That's right. I mean, if you think of it like in a large company, where you send out a purchasing order, and you send a copy off to a central office, yeah. And in the central office, when they get the request for money, they say, "Is that right?" And they look for the request from some other office, yeah. Then that's all it's doing. You might call it central monitoring. I mean, you can see why you would call it central monitoring, but that doesn't mean this is the office from which the whole ship is being run. Yeah, you know, it's a relatively low level, send out the checks kind of office. Yeah.
It's just acknowledgement within the consciousness.
Yeah, it need not. It generates acknowledgement within the consciousness. It need not itself be even an aspect of consciousness. Just as the kind of purchasing office I just described, that might have nothing to do with the board of directors. You know, the board of directors wouldn't think about these humble minions. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask was, so for schizophrenic patients or those who can claim to be possessed, is the connection between the central monitor and the motor instruction somehow convoluted? Like, is there no extra copy there? Is that why they?
That's right. It's just that there's no copy there. Yeah. Yeah. Last one. I think. Yeah.
So these motor instructions, presumably that includes also the unconscious intentions we were talking about with epiphenomenalism. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So with thoughts, the unconscious intention could generate a thought, but it wouldn't send something out to the central monitor system, so you would be unaware that the thought came from you.
Very good. You anticipate you guys are getting too fast. You anticipate the whole of my next section. Okay. So let me move on then and labour through that point that you just made in 10 words. Right. Okay. So our next question: could we adapt this to give an explanation for that experience of alien thoughts? So this is Frith's own model. It was his early model, comparator model, of the explanation of thought insertion. So this is a picture for bodily movements. And now you could think of thinking as being like that. So you could think of, when you've got a thought in your head, you think, my God, I've got to get a coffee, as one does. You find yourself thinking that thought. And in introspection, you look in. Remember the kind of exercise we did? It seems like a long time ago now, but around the fourth lecture or so, we did looking into your own mind and saying, what am I thinking right now? Does it have anything to do with the lecture, for example, that kind of exercise, where you just say, what thoughts are bobbing up in my stream of consciousness right now? Well, okay, that's when you introspect. That's the analog of vision. You look inside your mind and you say, what thoughts are bobbing up right now? And then, if we're going to use this model here, we'd say, well, where did those thoughts come from? Something must have been generating those thoughts. Just as there has to be a motor instruction from the brain to lift your arm, there must have been a motor instruction to think that particular thought. So if there was a motor instruction to think that particular thought, and then in introspection you thought, hey, I'm thinking about coffee, and then back at central monitoring, they say, is that one of ours? Did we ask for such a thought? Then what they do is, there's a motor has a copy of the motor instruction to think a thought of that type, being sent off to central monitoring. And if there is match there, if they find it, they say, hey, that's one of our thoughts, all right. So just as I said with the arm, you can tell really easily whether this arm movement is one of yours or one of someone else's. Then right now, as you look inside your mind, and you say, are these my thoughts or are these made by someone else? You can do that in the twinkling of an eye. If you're lucky, you've never had any reason to say, no, that was someone else's. But it could happen. That's what happens to the patients. So what happens in the case of the patients is something's wrong with that efferent copy mailing system. So they find themselves with an introspection. They find themselves thinking this thought, let's get coffee. But they don't have a copy of the motor instruction to think that very thought. So they say, someone else must have pushed that thought into my mind. So this gives you a functionalist explanation of the experience of alien thoughts being inserted into your mind. Are you happy with that? Yes. Yes. I'm looking for somebody who hasn't asked a question. It's not, but yeah.
How do you explain where the thoughts come from? Like they attribute them to these personalities. How does that even Andrews or whatever?
Right. Well, if I keep finding my arm being pushed, yeah, then I might naturally postulate someone's doing this. And if there's some systematicity in it, so there really seems to be some kind of personality, some identifiable personality behind it, then I might well say, hypothesize there is a particular person doing this. So the picture here is you have this unexplained set of movements of your body or movements of your mind. You say, why is this happening? And then you know it's not you because of this thing with the efferent mailing. So you say, well, it must be another person. It's kind of a natural anthropomorphizing move. But you're right, it's not actually explained in the model, why that happens. But it is, the idea is it's kind of a natural extension. It is something that might naturally happen if you had this problem with your mailing copy. Yeah. Yep.
Does introspection require, is that an action of consciousness or?
It's an action of consciousness. I'm just thinking of it as, if we do this test and I say to people, right now, what are you thinking about right now? Does it have anything to do with philosophy? Yeah, you can do that right now. That kind of look inwards at your mind. So think of the introspection here as a kind of conduit, a kind of conscious conduit between the thought and the central monitor, which is a region of the brain. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Are you saying that? I mean, I'm having difficulty. Are you saying that we usually have control over what thoughts we're thinking, or is this something that
we usually have control over what thoughts we're thinking?
I can't like control what I think.
Yes. Yes, can't you? I mean, I don't know if you guys have all just finished the essay, most of you anyway. You must have had the same experience I do when I try to write something, namely that you sit down in the morning and you say, today I'm going to write about Descartes, and you stare out of the window and you think about anything else. You keep at it, you pull yourself together, you say, no, I'm going to do this. You marshal your thoughts. You pull yourself together. I mean, if you didn't have some kind of control like that, nobody would ever get an essay written.
There are thoughts that come up that even we don't control.
I agree. There are certainly thoughts that just bob along, and yeah, they don't seem. Yeah, you think, where did that come from? I'm so embarrassed. How can I have thought that? Yeah, I mean, I do that. you might not.
Referring to that phenomenon, could that be applied to that phenomenon?
Well, let's just stick with the regular model. Look, there's a question, where do these motor instructions come from? Yeah? I mean, if you just take this model at face value, you might think something like the schizophrenic's picture of what is going on with thinking is actually true of a regular brain. This is kind of like epiphenomenalism for your whole mind. It's not you that decides. I mean, where are these motor instructions coming from? Not from your conscious thoughts, because they're what generate your conscious thoughts. You thought you were in charge of the ship. You thought your conscious thinking was the basic executive process, deciding what else happens for you. But actually, it's these motor instructions in the brain that are generating all your conscious thoughts. It is your brain that is in charge of your conscious thinking. This is actually like the epiphenomenalist picture. Yeah? You have these early processes unconscious processes, from which someone scanning your brain could predict what you're going to think long before you actually think it. So your conscious thinking is just being given off as a kind of epiphenomenon of the brain processing. That's what this picture looks like. So it's really a kind of startling picture on the face of it. Yeah? That's connected to your question. Yeah. Yes.
Doesn't that contradict the conclusion that you came to last class, which is that conscious
Conscious thought
you
isn't.
can act consciously without recognizing your actions consciously.
That
Sorry,
can you rephrase that? Yeah.
Consciously act without recognizing your actions until you've reflected upon them, but you're still acting consciously.
Oh yes, absolutely, yes. That's right.
So doesn't that contradict this?
I don't actually understand how. I mean, the point you're referring to, I think, is you could act consciously. Your action could be an exercise of your conscious will, even though you're not reflecting on what you're doing. Yeah, and you maybe haven't thought about what you're doing. Yeah, that's the point. Okay, reflecting on what thoughts you're having. Well, there's actually having the conscious thoughts here, and then in introspection, you are reflecting on what thoughts you're having. Yeah. So it's an implication of this picture that you're not going to have that sense of ownership or non-ownership unless you reflect on what thoughts you're having. That's your point? Yeah. Okay, that's actually, that's very interesting. But isn't it true that you won't have the sense of ownership unless you reflect on what thoughts you're having?
I guess, I mean, we don't always realize everything that we do just as, like right now I'm fiddling with my pencil.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I was fiddling with my pencil until I reflected upon it.
Very good, yes.
And that was still, I still decided to do that even though I didn't realize I was deciding to do it.
Okay, that's a very interesting comment. Okay, so your point is this sense of the movement being alien, or fiddling with your pen, right? If that feels alien, that might be what draws your attention to it. You think, my God, what's going on here? What is my hand doing with this pen? You hadn't reflected on it until you had that feeling that something had seized possession of your hand and was doing something with the pen. Yeah? So that sense of ownership or non-ownership must be more primitive, must come before reflecting on your on your own hand movements or your own thoughts or whatever it is. Yeah, that's a very good subtle point. So to make the model work here, there has to be some conduit between the conscious thought and the central monitor that isn't exactly reflection on your conscious thought. There must be some kind of access to it that is not the same thing as explicitly thinking, hey, I'm thinking this thought. Yeah.
Just because, like, when
Yeah.
if a person is walking, then you're not telling yourself, you're not thinking, take
Hey, I'm
one
what?
step with your
Yeah.
right foot and one step with your left foot. You're just walking naturally, and you're consciously deciding to walk, even though you're not recognizing the exact actions that you're taking.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a very good point, and it means that there has to be some subtlety in what exactly you think introspection is. Yeah. But in principle, it seems to me at the moment anyway solvable that there will be some way of getting back the characterization of the conscious thought you're actually having to central monitoring without demanding full reflective knowledge of it. Yeah. Yeah.
But with walking and with fiddling with your pencil, those are both motor things.
Yes.
Those aren't, like thinking things.
That's right.
We were talking about the other diagram, that like visual observation
Yep.
involved in your central monitoring system. So
That's right.
presumably when you're fiddling with your pencil or something, you catch it out of the corner of your eye and therefore realize that you're doing it. Or if you're walking, you can see that you're moving or feel in your legs that you're walking.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It's different than when you're just having thoughts about something, isn't it?
Actually, that's true, and actually, but that actually makes the situation worse rather than better, because if the last questioner's comments are correct, the visual. Well, it's not. I don't want to get into full crisis mode here, because the point would be that there has to be a way of your visual observation of your bodily movement feeding back to central monitoring just what is happening, without that going by way of you explicitly noticing or reflectively having knowledge of what you're doing. Yeah. So that is a kind of subtle point to make. I mean, it's perfectly correct, I think. But it seems possible to make that distinction for the case of movement, that there's going to be some kind of feedback from observation of the movement to a central monitoring system that doesn't go by way of me thinking, hey, I'm moving my arm or I'm fiddling with you see, it's thinking that explicitly. And what I'm suggesting is you could make the same point for introspection. But yeah, that's an important point. Okay. The question, though, is where do these motor instructions come from? I mean, you naturally think that when you're deciding what to do, when you're deciding whether to move your arm, your conscious thinking is like the CEO of the whole operation. You know, that's where the buck stops with your conscious thinking. Now it turns out your conscious thinking is just a kind of puppet in the hands of these motor instructions from the brain. Well, who's really in charge? Who, may I say, is in charge? Well, I actually think there is a natural answer to this, and it actually illuminates something about the things we were talking about with epiphenomenalism. I mean, suppose you ask commonsensically, just as you sit here, there's the stuff that bobs up and flows through your stream of consciousness. Where does that come from? Well, it's going to have a lot to do with what your past memories are, what you're interested in, what your hopes are, what your fears are, what joys and yearnings you have, the whole of your background psychological life. All of the stuff you've known will be there in the background. Your current perceptions, you know, looking out the window, looking at the person next to you, might be playing some role. And the thoughts that are bobbing up in your stream of consciousness will be being generated by that background of prior beliefs and knowledge and memories and so on, hopes and fears. So that surely is part of what makes your thoughts your own, that they're generated by this background set of beliefs and memories and interests that you have. So you could think that what's going on here is something like this. Suppose you've got a task, like, I've got to write this essay. It's due Friday. I've really got to write this. So you've got a task here. And then you've got all your past beliefs, memories, and interests, including all those works of Descartes and so on. And they are generating a motor instruction. There's going to be a specification of the kind of thought you want to have. I want to think of something really brilliant about Descartes' dualism. That's what you'd like to do. So what happens there is that there's the motor instruction generating the thought. You were in charge. You know, your background knowledge of Descartes, of life generally, of that brilliant remark you remember making in class a couple of weeks ago, all that kind of stuff is there in the background, generating the specification of the thought and ultimately which particular thought you have. And if you're thinking in a sequence, if you're thinking, what I mean is if you're thinking, first you write one sentence of the essay, then you write another sentence of the essay, then you write another sentence. Which sentence you wrote first will be feeding back round and affecting what you think next. You think, now I've got this problem I've got because of what I've been written previously, so now I'm going to generate another thought. So something like that is kind of a commonsensical model, it seems to me, of why you have the specific thoughts that you do bobbing up in your stream of consciousness. So your background beliefs and memories and interests are all causing you to have the current thoughts that you do in your stream of consciousness. And in reply to that earlier question, it seems to me you could be more or less in charge. If I'm troubled by thoughts of Sally, then I may think, no, don't go there, don't do that. But you know, they may bob up nonetheless. I'm not in charge. Whereas when you're doing the essay, you are really in charge. This is happening because you wanted it to, not in spite of it. But in both cases, it's your background beliefs, memories, interests, and so on that are affecting which particular thoughts you have bobbing up in your stream of consciousness. So if we get this far, then this is like the motor instruction. So you get your task, write the essay, you got your background beliefs, memories, and interests, specifying the thought. Then you get the thought being generated, and then you send off a copy of the motor instruction, a copy of the specification of the kind of thought you'd like to have over to the central monitor. And back at Central Monitor, they say, no, no, don't think about Sally. Block that, right? I hope I'm not the only one in the audience in the room who has this kind of experience. Don't go there. Okay, so that is really strictly parallel to what is happening with the generation of your own bodily movements. So you could think of thinking like that, and then you finally have the thought, and then you can introspect in a carefully explained sense we're kind of indicated that you're having that thought, and then back at central monitoring they can say, okay, is that one of ours? Now this is this is a little bit complicated as a model of how thinking is generated, but if you really ask yourself, what does explain my making that great breakthrough about dualism when I was writing the essay? Something like this is actually a very simple model of how thinking would be generated. And if you think that thinking is generated in something like this way, it is going to be possible to you find yourself with a thought here without a copy of an instruction to generate that very thought. And that's what will explain the phenomenon of thought insertion. So thinking about schizophrenic patients points both ways here. This kind of model is explaining why schizophrenic patients are having the thoughts that they do, but it's also explaining how it is that you and I have the thoughts that we ordinarily do. Actually, if it's all right with you, may I carry on a little bit with this next time? And because I see we're out of time, but just wrap up on how this connects to Descartes and models of explanation. Okay, great questions. Thank you very much. Okay, hello, good afternoon. So today, just to wrap up on schizophrenia, taking a bit of a breather before we go on to start personal identity on Wednesday. And I want to begin, last time we looked at the basic model, one basic model of what's going on in schizophrenia. And today I want to look at how that bears on what Descartes says about the certainty of I think, and most generally about what the kind of understanding we can have of schizophrenic patients says about our conceptions of psychological explanation. And finally, I'll just review these theoretical models of schizophrenia and look at some ways in which they are interesting. There are many ways in which they're interesting. They bear, for example, on epiphenomenalism that we were discussing last week. So Descartes, remember right in the first class, we had this argument of Descartes. The certainty that you know of your own existence is greater than the certainty with which you know of the existence of any physical thing. When you say, I think, the whole physical world might be an illusion, it all might be a dream, it might be the product of the heat-oppressed brain, cooked up by an evil genius, directly manipulating your sensations, and there will be no physical world there at all. All that there is constituting the entire universe are your sensory images and the void. But nonetheless, even though you can imagine all that, your knowledge that you are thinking is absolutely certain. You have that thought before your mind. You know that you're thinking. So that was Descartes' first argument to say, so I can't be a physical thing. And you access your own existence by way of accessing your thoughts in this scenario. It's not that you know you have a body, because all that stuff might be illusion, all that physical stuff. The only way you're accessing who you are, which thing you are, is through your thoughts. Not through your skill at playing the piano or riding a horse or jumping higher than anybody else, but just through what you're thinking. And Descartes says, since I can't separate the thought from myself, the thinking is what I really am. Thought is what's really inseparable from me. That was that first argument. But then, if you're trying to think, well, how could you possibly resist Descartes' argument here? I mean, it seems very forcible. I saw this once as an exam question. Couldn't an evil genius be using my mind as a scratch pad on which to write their own thoughts? So I think I'm thinking, but actually what happens is the evil genius is not just wiped away the entire physical world. It's not just that the evil genius is directly manipulating my sensory impressions. It's that the evil genius is actually taking charge of my mind and is inscribing their own thoughts in my mind as on a scratch pad. Does that make sense? Could that be happening? Well, schizophrenic patients have exactly that sensation. The thoughts that occur in their head are not actually their own. They're not experienced as thoughts communicated to them. It is as if another's thoughts have been engendered or inserted in them. One of our patients reported physically feeling the alien thoughts as they entered his head and claimed he could pinpoint the point of entry. So if that makes sense, then you could, what these patients are doing is raising a question about Descartes' reasoning here. They're saying it's not actually beyond doubt the way Descartes says it is. They are experiencing that kind of doubt as to whether the thoughts are theirs. And of course, it's a little bit complicated, this, because the thoughts that are in the patient's mind, there's some sense in which they are thoughts that the patient is having, because they're in the patient's mind. On the other hand, the patient has the feeling that these thoughts have been produced, they've been made, they've been hammered out in the way that a blacksmith might hammer out a horseshoe. These thoughts have been hammered out by someone else, not by them. So there's one strand, if you ask, whose thought is this? The patient has a thought in their head and they say, but is this mine? Or was this put in here by someone else? Then what they're asking is, how was that thought made? Who produced that thought? Who generated that particular thought? And it's kind of like, if you take the notion of a signature, if you say, is this my signature? You're not asking, is this the kind of thing I write when I write my signature? Or is it my name there? And you're not asking, is it on a piece of paper I can see? You're asking, who made it? Who made that mark on the paper? And it's something like that sense of something being my thought that the patient is using. That thought was generated by someone else. But there is another sense of who it is who has the thought, that it's accessible to introspection. If you just take that sideways look at what's running through your stream of consciousness, then the thought shows up there. And if the thought shows up when you look at what's running through your stream of consciousness, that's a sense in which the thought is yours. So people sometimes represent schizophrenic subjects as they say, look, these are crazy people. Don't bother with this kind of stuff. They don't bother with what they're saying. It doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction. The patient is saying that a thought that is theirs is actually not theirs. But that makes no sense. That's a contradiction. But what I'm saying is that it's not really a contradiction. What they're saying is the thought was made by someone else, but it's showing up in my mind. I can introspect it in my mind. So in thought insertion, in those feelings the patient's having, the thought seems not to have been produced by me, but the thought is accessible to me by introspection. One of psychiatrist Jasper's patients said, the thoughts come at any moment like a gift. I do not dare impart them as if they were my own. So there's some sense in which they're the patient's thoughts, because they're in the patient's mind. The patient can access them when they look at the stream of consciousness. but the patient is saying, they're not my own, they weren't generated by me. So when Descartes said, I think this much is certain, that's actually something that is open to doubt. There's a bit more structure in saying, I'm having this thought than you might have suspected. Being confronted with your own thoughts is a little bit more complicated than it might have seemed. And so it does seem that you couldn't make sense of questioning whether I'm the one who produced this very thought. At any rate, you can do that if it makes sense. I mean, what is your hunch? Is what the patient's experiencing there, does that make sense? Is it just a contradiction? Can you put your hand up if you think what the illusion the patients are having makes sense? You can make sense of that. It might not be very likely, but you can imagine that. And if you think, no, this is just a sheer incomprehensible raving, and if you're really not very sure at all, okay, they're really not very sure at all seem to have it. Okay. I'm actually kind of in the really not very sure at all camp, because on the one hand I do see it makes sense. On the other hand, I do see it seems to make sense. I can't see that it's just a contradiction. But on the other hand, if this kind of thing was at all common, if this happened to you a lot, I mean, think how you come by your beliefs and desires and memories and hopes. You do it by reasoning. You do it by having these thoughts in your stream of consciousness. You make your decisions. You lay down your beliefs and desires and hopes and interests. And if an evil genius kept coming into your mind, affecting your decision making, affecting you making up your mind, what you think about this or that, then eventually they wouldn't just be using your mind as a scratch pad, like one of these yellow, what's it called, post-it notes. Post-it notes. It wouldn't be just using your mind like a post-it note. They'd be using your mind like their journal, like their diary. Everything long-term would be being laid down in your mind too. They'd have taken over not just your short-term mind, but your long-term mind. They'd be starting to inhabit your body, or rather inhabit your mind. There wouldn't be really any sense left in which you were still there if that kind of invasion happened on a regular basis. So I think it probably is something contradictory about the idea of supposing that this could be happening to you large scale. But if you think about it happening maybe once or twice, maybe that does make sense. I can't see any contradiction in it anyhow. Okay? Yeah?
Are these patients ever in control of their thoughts? Do they ever claim ownership over their thoughts, or is it always somebody else's?
It's not always somebody else's. This is a relatively unusual occurrence for the patient. They will feel that just now and then, or maybe when they're at a party, maybe when they're in some relatively stressful situation, someone is invading them with usually negative or unpleasant thoughts. Yeah, which is kind of upsetting. Yeah. I remember seeing one schizophrenic patient saying, my neighbor is doing this thing to me. I didn't know people could do that.
So they just arbitrarily be like, those are bad thoughts, they can't be mine, and then like the good thoughts, they just claim as ownership.
Yeah, you could read it like that. That doesn't seem to be what's happening the whole time. That because they're negative thoughts, you say, oh, that's not me, I couldn't be thinking that. Not that. What was that again? That thoughts you're trying to resist. Or, I shouldn't have said they're often negative thoughts. But sometimes they're just thoughts about what kind of day it is. There isn't any rule as to what kind of thoughts feel to be somebody else's. Yeah. Yes? Yes?
So if these patients are having thoughts that supposedly injected into their heads, if they decide to make a decision based on those thoughts, something say illegal, should they be blamed for it?
Should they be blamed for it? I think you'd have a hard time holding a schizophrenic patient responsible for what goes on in this kind of case. Yeah. It's a good question. You would not say they were freely making their mind up. It's true, nobody else is generating the thoughts except them. You know, that's something to hold on to. There's only them there. But the situation is so unusual. Nobody humane would hold them to account for it.
Say that the majority of people these days think that it's not just something crazy, because in that case they'd be held accountable. Like, if it was just something crazy. Since they're not held accountable.
Yes.
So the majority of people these days, they think that it's not just crazy raving, that there's something seriously wrong with it.
Well, of course there's something seriously wrong, but when I say it's not just crazy raving, what I mean is these people are trying to report a symptom that has some genuine basis in what's wrong with them. Yeah, I'll show you in a moment some examples of real crazy raving, but which you shouldn't really worry too much about. But this kind of report is robust enough across many patients that it really seems to be. It feels like a report of some real phenomenon, and the question is, what is actually going on here? Yeah. Okay. So if we ask the question, what is actually going on here? How do we understand life for such a patient? Well, all the way through thinking about Nagel, about bats, or Jackson on Mary, or all this stuff, we've been talking about psychological explanation as a matter of seeing how things are from someone else's point of view, putting yourself into the other person's shoes, imaginatively understanding how the world is for the other person. And there are obvious limitations to that kind of exercise. All of us now and then experience limitations in that. Davidson put it very strongly. He said, it's only when we can see a creature or object as the other, it's only when we can see a creature as largely rational by our own lights that we can intelligibly ascribe thoughts to it at all, or explain its behavior by reference to its ends and convictions. So you can, that's a very radical statement of the idea that understanding someone else's mind is a matter of seeing them as reasonable, getting why what they're doing from their point of view. If you're standing in their shoes, that would have been the right thing for you to do. You don't even make sense of them having a mind, thinking at all, if you suppose that they're broadly rational. But are these patients broadly rational? Can you get yourself into the point of view of someone like that? And certainly when you think of other cultures, when you think of cultures quite alien to your own, or you think of the world of the cavemen, or the world of even medieval Europe, can you really get into the state of mind of someone from there? And certainly when you think about delusional subjects, when you say a crazy person, the reason that's, how should I say, a pejorative or abusive word is, it means something like, you don't even need to bother with what this person is saying. You have no chance of making sense of their mind. Forget it. Marginalize them. That's why crazy is kind of an offensive term. It says, don't even bother thinking that this person has a mind. You're not going to be able to make rational sense of them. It's not even clear in what sense they have a mind at all. So this kind of understanding is really seeing someone as largely rational by your own lights, or putting yourself into another person's shoes. It's very difficult to see how you get that with a schizophrenic patient with a lot of symptoms. Jaspers, the psychiatrist, Jaspers said, delusions are ununderstandable. You can't explain them. You can't empathize with someone who's got a delusion. There's no way of getting an understanding of the mind of someone who's delusional. The thing is, if you ask, is a delusional patient rational? So you've got this patient who has these feelings that thoughts are coming into their head, and you say to them, whatever's going on, it's not that. And delusional patients all hang on to what they say with great obstinacy. They are very convinced about it. But isn't it like this? I mean, suppose that if you're in a philosophy class and you're bombarded by some ingenious philosopher with arguments that nothing exists. Your hands don't exist. You have no reason to think hands exist. They're just blobs of sensation. Nothing like that is right at all. I promise you, given a sufficiently ingenious and forceful presenter of an argument like that, you really might not be able, on the spur of the moment, to be able to think of an answer to what they're saying. You might say, rationally, I can't think of an answer to what you're saying, but look, common sense tells me this is a hand. That's a hand. I'm going to hang on to that in the face of whatever complicated argument you give me. If you do that, are you being irrational? I mean, it seems to me you're not being irrational at all. That's holding on to the firm ground in the face of a lot of complicated stuff that you should really just resist, even if you can't think of an answer to it on its own terms. Everything in your experience points to you having hands, to you having a body, to there being other people around you. Any ingenious argument that that's not so, you should just set aside. But for a schizophrenic patient who's got the sense that alien thoughts are being pushed into their mind, everything in their experience points to that being what's happening. If you give them some complicated, ingenious argument, that couldn't be what's going on. It couldn't be that your neighbour is really pushing their thoughts into your mind. It seems to me they have just the same right as you do to hang on to what their common sense is telling them. To say, look, I've got this is one hand, this is another, and this thought has just been pushed into my mind. It's all on a level. It's all part of what experience is telling you about the world around you. If you're going to let go of the thing about about your thoughts on the basis of some complicated argument, why not let go of the thing about your hands on the basis of a complicated argument? I mean, delusional subjects, as I said, are notoriously completely convinced of things no matter what the counter-evidence. I promise you, I could bombard you right now with an hour of complicated arguments that you don't have hands, and at the end of it you guys would all walk out saying, but I do. And a psychiatrist might say, look at these guys, you can't get into the psychology of people like that. They've just got in the grip of this idea that they've got hands and nothing is going to make them let go of it. But that's you being rational. But for a patient in the grip of these delusions, they are just using the same methodology you do. I don't think they're being unreasonably obstinate in what they do any more than you are. So when a patient says, thoughts are being inserted into my mind, you might well find, look, that's unshakable by rational argument. The trouble is, it's not at all clear that you can describe the patient at that point as rational, because they've left the common world behind to such a huge extent. I mean, if that can be going on, what else is going on? I mean, if that happened to you, and you say, look, the world is not at all the way I thought it was. I didn't know people could do that. Well, what else is going on that you didn't know about? I mean, is it that you have some general notion of rationality, and you say, well, of course, if you thought that other people could put thoughts into your mind, what would be happening next? There's this general conception of a rational person. No matter what they believe, you can just plug in lots of different beliefs or experiences and see what a rational person would do then. But if you really thought that people were seizing control of your body, pushing thoughts into your head, what else would be going on? And what would be rational for you to think? Does electricity still work in a world like that? Is that really what's going on? Or is it really, are the phenomena of electricity, do they have to be rethought? Remember that patient who said, look, the thoughts that are being carried from my mother's unconscious in drops to the air conditioner, and then there's a crack, and they move into my unconscious. I mean, would it have been reasonable? How could you argue with a patient like that? Could you say, well, maybe it's not the droplets from the air conditioner, or the air conditioner that are doing it. Maybe it's electricity coming out of the sockets, or maybe they're being carried by radio waves. You have no idea what the rules of the game are. You have no idea how to go about negotiating with a person like that. Once somebody's got that radical shift in their view of the world, you have no way of knowing what's a rational way to go on and what isn't. So it seems to me that even although there's a sense in which that patient can claim to be as rational as you or I in their starting point, the result of that destabilization of our ordinary picture of the world is that you no longer can get a rational understanding of them, because you no longer have any idea what it would be rational to do next. I was once sitting beside a psychiatrist watching a video of a patient, a woman in her late 20s, explaining about how someone she knew was doing this thing to her of pushing their thoughts into her head, sometimes making her say things she didn't want to say. She was very upset and frightened and a bit indignant. She said, "How can people do that? He's such a horrible man." And afterwards I said to the psychiatrist, she seems so lucid and clever and reasonable. If she really thinks that's what's going on, why doesn't she go to the police? Why doesn't she just do when someone does something bad to you, something really bad, you call for help? And he said she doesn't live in that kind of world anymore. Once your world has been destabilized like that, there really is no saying what's a rational connect anymore. So it seems to me there is a real sense in which you can't get into the mind of someone whose worldview has shifted so radically from your own. You can't even say what would be rational for them to say or do next. So far I've been talking about the limits of functional understanding. When we were talking about Batts and Mary and so on, we were talking about the limits of scientific or functional understanding. This is a point about the limits of our common sense or imaginative understanding of each other. It really runs out, it seems to me. Okay, so let me just go back over. The point is, even although you can't get this common sense or imaginative understanding of other people's psychology when they have that delusional shift that is making such a radical difference to their picture of the world, you can nonetheless get an illuminating scientific or functional analysis of what's going on. You can still get it's not as if you have to do the Nagel thing and get your imaginative understanding of their mind, or else you can do nothing. You can have an illuminating functional analysis. And this is the thing I was saying last time. If you start out asking about your bodily movements, how do I know which ones are mine? Well, your brain sends out the motor instruction, you perform the bodily movement, and then you see which bodily movement you're performing. But that doesn't tell you which one's yours. If I just see my arm moving, I know that it's happened, but I don't know yet whether I did it or whether someone else did it, even if I did in fact do it. But the way I get an answer to that question, which of the movements are generated by me and which not, is I add something to this picture. I add that when my brain sends the motor instruction to make the bodily movement, then the brain sends a copy of that instruction to central monitoring. And then at central monitoring, the question is it the same thing here as it was? Is it the same? When I see the arm moving at central monitoring, they can say, was there a copy of an instruction to make that movement? If so, then it's one of ours. If not, then it was done by someone else. And with a schizophrenic patient, something is going wrong with that efferent copy system. That'll plain as day. Yep.
What about twitching?
Twitching.
Yeah, you don't seem to control it, but
Yeah.
you know it's not being done to you. You have a sense that it's.
That's very good.
bodily function.
Yeah, that's very good. The thing is, yeah, you might twitch and not even know that you're doing it. I remember looking in a mirror once and seeing my cheek twitching. It was a strange experience. But yeah, if you, I think, I only have limited experience of twitching, but when I have had it, yeah, I really couldn't have told you straight off. Is that something I'm doing, or is something else making me do that? you see what I mean? If it had turned out, well, I've actually got my left foot in cold water and there's some electric current there and that's what's causing that, that would not have been a huge shock. I mean, except, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? It didn't feel, I didn't have any phenomenology of this is mine or this is someone else's. Yeah, I didn't even know I was doing it till I looked in the mirror. Yeah. Yeah. But it is good to think of these cases. Actually, I'm just going to think of look at another case a little bit, not a million miles from that in a second. This is Sarah Jane Blakemore in 2000. These mechanisms of efferent copy and so on, they were first set out with reference to eye movements. So when you move your head or you move your eyes in their sockets, then of course there's a huge difference in what you're getting on your retina when you do that. But it doesn't look like the world has shifted just because you move your head or just because you move your eyes. Whereas if the whole room suddenly shifted as I was standing here, you would know right away. Wasn't that wild? Wasn't that weird? You never have any difficulty sorting out what's going on. Is it that your eyes are moved, or is it that the whole room has shifted? And how do you make that distinction? Well, you make that distinction by this kind of, by that kind of, because you have that kind of structure underlying your eye movements. That there's a movement of the eyes. So what you're getting in the retina changes. And back at central monitoring, there's an efferent copy of that instruction to move the eyes. And that cancels out. That cancels out the apparent movement here. Anything left over is the room moving. It's only because you have a mechanism like that underpinning your eye movements that you can have a stable picture of the whole world. Sarah Jane Blakemore actually did a kind of interesting study on patients. This is a terrible picture. This is showing the same kind of structure I've just been describing. There's one interesting feature of it, which is why I put it up. So you've got this picture of there's a motor command going to your sensory motor system. There's an efference copy of that going to a central monitor that predicts what's going to happen next. And then there's the predicted sensory feedback, what you're going to see as a result of that. And her point was, what goes on? Why is it that you can't tickle yourself? This is, you can do this as a class exercise. There are two parts to the exercise. One, someone else can tickle you. Two, you can't tickle yourself. But why not? Anything someone else can do to you, you could do to yourself. Why can't you reduce, if someone else can reduce you to shrieking and saying, stop it, stop it. Why can't you do that to yourself? Why can't you reduce yourself to that kind of state? Well, the Blakemore point is the only reason there is that distinction really is that your movements have this kind of, your actions have this kind of structure underlying them, so that when there's the predicted sensory feedback from your movement and what's actually happening in your sensory motor system, is only if there's a discrepancy between the two that there's room for tickling. This is not a comprehensive theory of tickling, but this is just one piece. You can't tickle yourself because when you try to tickle yourself, an efferent copy of the instruction to do the tickling has been sent off. And so you know exactly what's going on. You cannot take yourself by surprise in that way. By the time you get there, it's all already known about. So there's no room for you to give yourself that kind of surprise and tickling. So if that's the way it works, if the reason you can't tickle yourself is that you've always got an efferent copy being sent off of the instruction to move your hand to do the tickling, then it ought to be possible, and it's supposed further that schizophrenic patients have problems with our efferent copy system. Can we see what the next prediction is? Exactly. And this was indeed what Sarah Jane Blakemore confirmed. Really? That's true, yes, this is this 2000 reference. I can look up the details for you if you like. This is a really striking, unexpected prediction of the model. No one had thought that before, right? But there you go, it really is true. Okay, and so science marches ever onwards. Okay, so that's the basic comparator model as it applies to bodily movements. And now the difficult thing was, how does it work for thinking? And note what's going, I mean, the general point here is note what's going on. It's not that this is trying to give you some insight into, it's not that this is trying to give you some insight into what it's like for the patient, or what the patient's point of view is, or why something is rational for the patient. This is just a box and arrow functionalist diagram of the patient's brain. And the point is, it is very illuminating psychologically, and maybe it is the only kind of psychological illumination you can get of these kind of disorders. So remember Frith saying, you can't just give a physicalist explanation and say, these patients have got something wrong with the firing of their dopamine neurons. That can't be the whole story. That's just not explanatory to say, oh, there's something wrong with your brain. Even if you go as specific as there's something wrong with your dopamine neurons. So just as we have this model for bodily movements, we can have this model for conscious thoughts. You have a motor instruction to think the conscious thought. In introspection, you tell that you have the conscious thought, and then our central monitor is recorded what conscious thought you were having. But was that generated by you or by someone else? You don't know yet. It's only when you bring the efferent copy into play that you gain any sense of, remember that distinction between production and accessibility. So here you've got a thought that's introspectable by you, is yours in the sense that it's accessible to you. But what you don't know is this one I made? Is this one I generated? Is this one that was hammered out by me in the first place? Or was it made by someone else? And it's when you can check for match between what you're getting in introspection and what you're getting from the efferent copy that you can tell whether it's yours. And the schizophrenic patient has something going wrong with that efferent copy system. So this model, I think, the first time I saw this model, which is really, it has quite a lot of scientific literature behind it now. The first time I saw this model, I thought, well, it's wonderful, but I never heard anything so daft. Because I thought, how can that be right? How can your thoughts be being generated by motor instructions? If I'm deciding whether to move my hand or walk somewhere, then sure, I generate motor instructions to control what movements I make. But what lies in back of the motor instructions to move my body is my conscious thinking. My conscious thinking is in charge. That's what makes everything happen. So how can these motor instructions be making my conscious thoughts happen? It's not that suggests that the central executive is somewhere backstage, but the conscious thinking is the central executive. Another kind of problem about this kind of picture is, what's it for anyway? I mean, suppose you have just this kind of structure, so you've got something or other, and maybe let's not worry just about what it is, but you've got a way of generating conscious thoughts, and you can tell in introspection what conscious thoughts you have. Why in the world do you need this? I mean, from an evolutionary point of view, why do you need it? I mean, look, here are some possibilities. You might think, well, in vision, you've got a stable world, and you need to be able to compensate for the changes in the pattern on the retina that you get because of the eye movements, as opposed to changes in the pattern of the retina that you've got because of changes in the landscape. And could it be like that, that when you look inside your own mind, your eye rolls inwards, and you've got to be able to adjust for changes in your mind's eye as opposed to changes in the landscape of the mind itself? That is a really weird idea. I mean, surely, I don't know, you might be able to make something of that. I don't see how it could be. Another theory might be, look, what happened is this. We all started out with some apparatus like this. We could all think all right. But then, at some point in the Stone Age, some people developed the skill of being able to insert their thoughts into other people's minds, possibly to their detriment. So as a kind of defense precaution, people developed this kind of system to protect themselves against that. And then maybe the thing died out, except for these unfortunate patients nowadays. So there might have been a practice of inserting thoughts into other people, and then it was adaptive to develop a mechanism to enable you to tell which were your own thoughts and which ones had been pushed into you. Well, I quite like that theory, but it's also kind of bats. That can't be right. I said too that with limb movements you use this kind of apparatus to calibrate, am I reaching too far? It's how you stop being clumsy. When teenagers grow very fast and then they get very clumsy and then they recalibrate, it's presumably some movement, like some system like this, that is letting you recalibrate your actions so you stop being clumsy, so you get things exactly right. So you might think, well, that's how I fine-tune my thoughts. I think the thoughts I want to think. There might be something to that. I mean, keeping your thoughts on track. Schizophrenic patients often suffer from formal thought disorder. Quite unlike any of us in this class, their thoughts are jumbled, incoherent, don't seem to go anywhere. I mean, it's pretty radical. Here's a characteristic. It's very hard to generate this spontaneously. Here's a characteristic example. With time and years, the individual becomes so lazy in public life that he is not even capable of writing anymore. On such a sheet of paper, one can squeeze many letters if one is careful not to transgress by one square shore. In such fine weather, one should be able to take a walk in the woods, naturally not alone, but with a girl. At the end of the year, one always renders the annual accounting. The sun is now in the sky, but it is not yet 10 o'clock. Okay, and so on and so on. Now, I don't know if you have this experience. People sometimes say to me, I don't really see where you're going with this, John. But really, with this guy, I mean, where are you going with that? Formal thought disorder is where the thoughts just keep happening one after the other. There is no structure, there is no narrative, there is no arc to the thing. And it's very uncharacteristic of most of us in ordinary life. So what is going on? What is going on might well be this, that you have some structure like this, not to detect other people's thoughts being pushed into you, but just to keep your thoughts on track. The role of the central monitor might be just to regulate which thoughts you're thinking, so that you can have a connected, consecutive narrative set of thoughts. And of course, we're not always successful at that. You're trying to think about something difficult, you're trying to write an essay, your thoughts jumble up and you think about lots of different stuff. But eventually you can do it, and it is presumably some structure like that that is letting you keep your thoughts on track. If you didn't have a structure like that regulating your thinking, you might really just wind up like this guy. That might be the natural free form, how should I say, thinking in the wild, unregulated thinking, where it just keeps bubbling up and there's really no target, no trajectory to it. So I said, where do the thoughts come from? Where do the motor instructions come from? Well, presumably they come from your earlier beliefs, memories, and interests, specifying what kind of thought you're going to have. Now that bears on what we were talking about with epiphenomenalism. If you remember, with epiphenomenalism, the point was you have all these early motor areas in the brain from which you can predict what button the subject is going to push in the experiment. And then we said, so that just shows that the thinking is epiphenomenal. It's really the brain that is doing all the work. But if you have this kind of picture, then actually what might be happening in those early brain areas is that motor instruction to think the thought is being generated. That's what's going on in those early brain areas. Those are themselves being caused by your own beliefs, memories, interests, goals, what you really care about, what you know. So even given these experiments by Libet and other people, it might be that what we have is this kind of structure where these are the early brain areas. This is a thought. I'll push the one on the right. I'll push the one on the left. You're having this thought you can predict from the motor specification. Think this kind of thought rather than that kind of thought. What kind of thought is going to be had and what button is going to be pushed. But nonetheless, it's not epiphenomenal because all these earlier pieces of knowledge, memories, interests, and so on are controlling what happens in these early brain areas. Once you have the thought specified, you send a copy of the specification of the thought off to central monitoring. And then when you finally succeed, when you do it in the end, you think that thought. Then you can tell by introspection which thought you're having. Look back at central monitoring. Do we have a copy of that specification here? If so, you'll have the experience, that was me there. But at monitoring, they're also pushing back and saying, you're thinking about this or that. Don't think about it. You're thinking about Sally. Don't think about Sally. Don't even go there. Central monitoring says it blocks you from having that thought. So you can keep your thoughts on track. And overall, you keep tabs on whether your thinking has allowed you to make progress with the task. At the end of the day, when you finally decide, I've made enough progress with that task, you stop, as we do now. Okay, right. Yes, right. That's the end of the message for today, class. Thank you very much.